Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, tonight we bring you the immortal melodies of Franz Schubert in the operetta based on the life and music of that great composer. It's Blossom Time with book and lyrics by Dorothy Donnelly and music adapted by Sigmund Romberg. In the role of Mitzi in tonight's performance, you will hear the charming coloratura soprano of the Metropolitan Opera Company, Patrice Munzel. And as Baron Schober, the popular tenor of radio and the screen, Kenny Baker. As we turn back the pages of time, I become the composer, Franz Schubert, seated at a table in a small outdoor cafe with my closest friend, Baron Franz Schober. It's Blossom Time in Vienna, and everyone is singing.
Let us greet the spring with singing wine, golden in the glasses ringing. Why should we never care? Joy is everywhere, so fill your glasses, all you Latin lasses hail. Let us greet the spring with singing words, gaily in the sky are winging. Why should we never care? Joy is everywhere, away off there, we're singing there. Spring to the spring.
Did you ever see such a day, Schober? Why, look at that sky.
Sky. At the moment, I'm more interested in my stomach. Where is that waiter?
I'm afraid he's very busy. The whole town seems to have turned out and landed right here at Domayor's.
Come on, let's order everything on the menu, huh?
Wait a minute, Franz. Remember, I'm just a poor composer. Oh. Just because you're wealthy, I can't always take advantage of our friendship to...
Look, a great composer like you shouldn't have to worry about material things. Your thoughts should be on youth, spring, and music.
Oh, what inspiration I get on such a day as this. Birds are darting, buds are starting, hand in hand go girl and boy.
Very charming, but more calming is the wine cup's golden joy. I would roam from my home far across the sea.
My joy best is expressed in a melody.
What more royal, comrade loyal, greater blessings can you tell?
Cease your pondering, wine and wandering, friendship, I will lose its spell. Oh, gentle April, who blesses the earth with caresses, be kindly and give me the girl of my heart. Upon her soft maiden bosom let sweet lilacs blossom, while I sing her praises, my springtime thou art. Oh, how the world laughs in springtime, 'tis ever known as love's own ringtime. Why are we waiting? The birds are mating. In every tree they chirp and sing. And in the green forest flowers we'll find a wreath of snowy flowers. Why do we tarry? It's time to marry. Come pluck the blossoms in the spring.
And in the green forest flowers we'll find a wreath of snowy flowers.
Why do we tarry? It's time to marry. Come pluck the blossoms of the spring.
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
Isn't it great?
Look at those blossoms. And look at those three beautiful young girls sitting at that table over there.
Ah, careful, Franz. Pulling the reins. A man could get into trouble on a day like this.
Where is he? Where is Baron Schober?
Yeah, I'm in trouble.
Oh, there you are.
Madame Bellabruna.
You deceiver, you breaker of women's hearts.
Now, please, just a moment.
You promised to take me to supper last night after my performance at the opera. Where were you?
Careful, madame. My friend is a composer. You'll upset his inspiration.
I'm not interested in his inspirations. I'm only interested in...
Bellabruna!
My husband.
My husband. Or no. Good heavens.
Oh, I must fly. Get out of sight, Baron. He's frightfully jealous
Yes.
of you.
Yes. Franz, where shall I go?
Here, under the table.
Where is she? Where did she go? Young man, wasn't Madame Bellabruna here a moment ago?
Well, she may have been, sir. I couldn't say.
I saw her talking with that young whippersnapper, Baron Schober. Now, where did they go?
That way, I think.
Oh, thank you, sir. I'll find them, and when I do, I'll keep...
All right, the coast is clear, Schober. You can come out now.
Oh.
You certainly get yourself involved, my friend.
Yes, but through no fault of my own, Franz. Bellabruna fancies herself in love with me.
Oh, and you?
Franz, you know women mean absolutely nothing to me. Nothing.
I beg your pardon, but aren't you Baron Schober?
Well,
Nothing, eh?
Oh, Baron Schober, you don't remember me. And after giving me your key and everything. Why, Baron Schober.
Why, Baron Schober.
What key?
The key to your ice skate.
My ice skate. Why, I haven't been skating since I was 10 years old.
10. Well, you told me you were 12.
Oh, why, you're Mitzi. Little Mitzi.
Mitzi Kranz.
Miss Kranz, may I present Mr. Schubert?
Oh, you're not Franz Schubert.
Yes, I'm afraid I am.
Oh, I'm honored to meet you.
Oh, thank you. And I'm delighted to meet you.
My sisters and I were sitting over there at that table, and we saw you turn and look at us, and well, suddenly I recognized Baron Schober. And I remembered that years ago he told me if I was ever in trouble to call on him.
And, are you in trouble, Mitzi?
Oh, desperate trouble.
Well, what's wrong?
My sisters want to get married, but my father doesn't think we should have bows.
Oh, you should have a beau, Miss Mitzi.
Oh, my sisters Kitsy and Fritzy have. They went out walking with them just now, and if Papa finds out about it, he'll be furious.
Oh.
They'll never be able to get married.
Say, would you like me to try and persuade him, Mitzi?
You think you could?
Could I? Leave it to me. Your sisters are as good as married right now. Don't worry any more about it. All your cares are blown away.
Soon will be their wedding day.
2 little maidens soon will be wed. 3 little maids no more.
There is in all Vienna town a dwelling place, and like a house that's built for doves, there dwells inside 3 little elves. The house of these 3 maidens fair is known no far and near. Not very soon a honeymoon will claim to maidens dear.
Fritzy and Kitsy and Mitzi, they say, flutter their wings, for they'll soon fly away. Though they may fly as birdlings do, you'll always be 3 daughters true. Fritzy and Kitsy and Mitzi, the 3 dear little maidens will soon married be. May you be blessed with happiness, 3 lovely little maids.
Fritzy and Kitsy and Mitzi the maid, dear little maidens of the merry day.
May you be blessed with happiness, and while the sunset fades, let every boy hear with
Say, Mitzi, I don't want to alarm you, but isn't that your father just turning the corner there?
Oh, dear. Oh, what can I do? If he sees me here talking to a man, he'll be furious.
Wait a minute. I'll tell you what. I'll go tell him you're arranging for Franz for some music lessons.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. Isn't it, Mr. Schubert?
Why, I can't think of a better one.
Good. I'll take care of it right away.
It's a beautiful day, isn't it, Miss Mitzi?
Yes, beautiful.
You know, moments like this have been the theme of music since time began. A lovely girl, a spring day, and a lonely man.
Once on a time in a kingdom by the sea, Lived the young prince sad and lonely. To be set free by one only.
Weary he waited while ye sped along. Came then a maid to ring
Love broke the spell, so the storybooks tell.
and he laid at her feet this song.
You are my song of love, melody immortal, echo of paradise, heard through heaven's portal.
Soft your music is singing, bringing secrets sweet in its song to me.
Your vision shines on me from above. You are my song of love. Song of
Oh, Mr. Schubert, this has been an afternoon I shall remember forever.
Aha, Mitzi, and all alone with a man.
Oh, Papa.
Why, Miss Mitzi, this man is your father?
Depressing, ain't it?
Papa, may I introduce Mr. Franz Schubert?
Franz Schubert, the great composer?
Yes, Papa. I came to see Mr. Schubert about music lessons, but I didn't come alone. Fritzy and Kitsy are here.
You don't say. Well, they must have shrunk a little. I don't see them.
I believe they went for a stroll through the gardens.
Well, that's harmless enough if they don't meet those two young men who are always mooning around them.
Oh, but Fritzy and Kitsy are in love, Papa. They want to get married.
Impossible. I refuse to grant my permissions.
But surely you aren't against marriage, sir. Why, you got married yourself.
One of my strongest arguments. You know what marriage can lead to? Daughters. You know what daughters can lead to? Young whippersnippers who try to take them away from you. Such agony those boys cost me. I could do anything this side of murder to get rid of them.
Then let them marry your daughters. That ought to teach them a lesson.
You're right. I'll do it. Wait a minute. Would you say that was this side or the other side of murder?
Well, I think the punishment would just about fit the crime, Mr. Kranz.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Kranz. Good afternoon. Sorry I missed him, Franz. I had to hide from Bella Bruna, and he slipped by me.
Well, it's just as well, my friend. Mr. Krantz has consented to the marriage of his daughters. Everything has been arranged.
Who arranged that?
Why, you did, Mr. Krantz.
Sometimes I'm so clever I outwit myself. Haru, everyone is leaving the cafe here. We must go too, or else Mama will be wondering what happened to us.
Wouldn't you like to have us walk home with you, Mr. Kranz?
Well,
Oh, that's a wonderful idea, Baron Schubert. You walk ahead with Papa, and Mr. Schubert and I will follow.
Yes, I'm so lucky.
Don't get lost in the crowd, Papa.
If I do, I'll find myself.
Come, Mr. Schubert.
Thank you.
Mr. Schubert, I want to thank you for helping me with Papa.
Oh, it was a pleasure. But I'm sorry the music lessons were just an excuse.
Oh, but I'd love to study with you, if you're willing.
Would tomorrow afternoon be too soon?
Oh, that's wonderful. We can talk all afternoon.
The whole afternoon.
About music.
Oh, yes. About music.
Soft your music is singing, bringing secrets sweet in its song to me.
Your vision shines on me from above. You are my song of love.
did you ever notice the way folks talk sometimes about the railroads, just as if they were all one big railroad? Actually, there are about 600 different railroads operating in the United States. Some of them operate over thousands of miles of track spanning great sections of the country. Some run just a few miles between local stations. Others operate joint terminals for 2 or more railroads in cities. Whatever the kind of operating they do, each one of them has its own business to do, its own problems to meet, its own services to perform. But there are some things common to all of them, large and small. They all are part of the great national and indeed continental system of transportation, which makes it possible for any shipper anywhere to send his goods anywhere else that railroads run, all as one transaction. He doesn't have to deal with a lot of railroads, just the one in his own town. And there's another thing common to all these railroads. They are, every one of them, part and an essential part of every place they serve. They are not some distant and abstract something, the railroad. They are part of your town. Railroad men and women work there. Railroad wages are paid there. Railroad supplies and materials are bought there. Railroad property is owned there. And railroad taxes are paid there. Because railroad service is so widespread, because railroads go so many places, all of us are likely to overlook this big and simple fact about them. The fact that everywhere the railroad goes, it is a local business enterprise, a citizen of every community it serves. And now back to Blossom Time, starring Patrice Moncel, Kenny Baker, and your host, Gordon MacRae.
Fritzy and Kitsy are happily wed. May joy be theirs in the future ahead.
Though they may fly as birdlings do, they'll always be my sister's crew.
Fritzy and Kitsy are leaving today. 2 lucky husbands will take them away.
May they be blessed with happiness, their husbands by their side. It's plain to see they'll always stay where they ride.
My dear friends, dare I say, ladies and gentlemen, today we have been present at the marriage of 3 of my 2 daughters. 2 of my 3 daughters to 3 of the 2 gentlemen. But
Papa, you're getting all mixed up.
Now, Mitzi, if you're going to interrupt me, I'll lose the thread of the whole thing here. I'll have to start all over again with a thread in one eye and a tear in the other. Now, as I was...
Mr. Kranz.
Baron Schober, please, don't interrupt, please.
But, Mr. Kranz, we're waiting to sing the serenade Mr. Schubert composed especially for the occasion.
Oh, really? Well, where is Mr. Schubert?
I'm right here at the piano, Mr. Kranz.
Oh, what a coinky-dinky.
Under your window, deep in the shadow, stand I here alone.
Stand I here alone.
With my song, the night wind weaves a pleading like my own. In the trees that softly whisper sings a nightingale.
Sings the nightingale.
Silver note of hopeless yearning,
Where my words must fail, where my words must fail. Oh, the agony of longing
Very pretty indeed, Mr. Schubert.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Kranz.
A little depressing, but pretty.
Why, don't be silly, Mr. Kranz. People will be singing that song when we're all playing on harps.
That's what I mean. Depressing, ain't it?
Don't pay any attention to Papa, Mr. Schubert. It was beautiful.
If my little song pleased you, Miss Mitzi, then I'm happy.
Well, come everybody. Coffee and cake in the garden.
May I pour, Papa?
You mean you want to reign at the table? that was a little joke, Mitzi.
Oh, Papa.
Aren't you coming with us into the garden, Franz?
Oh, no, thanks. I'm a little self-conscious among so many people.
Among people or just around Mitzi?
Is it that obvious?
It is to me.
You know, I wrote my serenade just for her. I tried to say everything in music that I've never been able to put into words.
Did you tell her that?
No. When I'm with her, my throat goes so dry, it's all I can do to pass the time of day. Look, I've written another song for her, Franz, a love song. Would you sing it to Mitzi for me?
Me?
You have a way about you with women. I know it's asking a great deal, but I hoped you might be willing to help me out.
Why, of course I will, Franz. At least I'll do my best.
Oh, thank you, my friend.
Baron Schober. There's a very beautiful lady in the garden asking for you.
What's her name, Mr. Kranz?
Madame Bella Bruna.
Bella Bruna?
You can't escape your past, Franz.
Who wants to escape a past like Bella Bruna?
Now, wait a minute. Don't let her charms fool you, Mr. Kranz. She has a violent temper. You see that scar on my hairline?
Yes?
Soup tureen.
No.
Yes.
Besides, she has a very jealous husband, if my memory serves me right.
Her husband isn't with her, is he?
No.
Oh, good. Well, I'd better go out and get rid of her before he shows up, and then I'll be covered with scars.
But, Franz, what about my song?
I'll sing it to her later, Franz.
Franz, don't you chaps get your love letters mixed up? Friend Schubert, friend Schober.
Love letters? Why, Franz Schober is a baron, a gentleman, while
you're nothing but a genius, you sly old foxy, you.
Papa, the guests are beginning to leave, and... Oh, Mr. Schubert, I thought you'd gone.
No,
Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll go back to being host again. Depressing, ain't it?
Everyone enjoyed your serenade so much, Mr. Schubert. They were all talking about it outside.
Would you permit me to dedicate it to you, Miss Mitzi?
Oh, Franz, how wonderful. I mean, Mr. Schubert.
Oh, no, please. If you know what it means to have you call me Franz. Miss Mitzi, dare I hope that...
Well, I got rid of Bella Bruna, I think. Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh, don't apologize, Baron Schubert. We're delighted to see you.
Yes, of course. We're delighted.
May I come in?
Yeah, oh, Bella Bruna.
I'm not intruding, am I?
Oh, of course not.
Franz, didn't you want to say goodbye to Fritzy and Kitsy? They're leaving on their honeymoon, you know.
You'd better hurry. They were on their way when I came in.
Yes, oh, we'll catch them. Come on, Franz.
We'll be right back, Miss Mitzi. We have something important to tell you.
Coming, Franz?
Coming.
Charming man, Baron Schubert, don't you think, Miss Brown?
Very. So is Mr. Schubert. All Papa's friends are most pleasant.
I'll wager I know one who's head over heels in love with you.
You do? Who?
Oh, come now. I'm sure you can guess the name. It's someone who just left the room.
Madam, you embarrass me.
I'll give you the initials then. S.S.
How could you tell? He's so shy.
Oh, he's shy with you, is he? That's a new method.
What do you mean?
Why, that bashful, shy creature with the silent man and the eloquent eyes has left a trail of broken hearts all over Vienna.
I don't believe it. He's fine and good.
Oh, don't be taken in, my dear. These shy fellows are the worst of all.
I don't believe you. You have no proof.
No proof? Why, I am the proof. He was shy with me. He looked at me with those longing eyes. He sang to me.
Oh, madam.
If you must weep, then let your tears be tears of joy. It's far better to cry at your age than to cry at mine. Good afternoon, Miss Frank.
Oh, Frank.
Has she gone yet? Mitzi, what happened? What's wrong?
Oh, leave me alone. Please, leave me alone.
Oh, now, wait. Don't cry, Mitzi. Please. Come lift your head with laughter and show your pretty smile again. For sunshine follows after on summer roses in the rain.
You men are everyone deceivers. I never trust you anymore.
When women are believers, they may find their hearts are sore.
They talk of love and fevers when another maiden they adore.
But seashore plaintive sighing, another tale you shortly tell. When Cupid comes a-flying, you'll hear the wedding bell.
I'm sure that I never wed.
Quite often I've heard that said.
Forever with love I am done.
But there'll come just the one, only one love ever fills the heart. Only one voice makes the pulses start. Only one can delight us, turn our sadness into brightness. There's no happiness apart from that one only.
Sunlight shines brighter when he's there. Darker clouds fading to bluer there. And without her life is lonely. Only one that can make
Silver. Oh, you're both here. Franz, here's a copy of my song. Wouldn't now be a good time to...
Oh, Mr. Schubert. Baron Schober, I know you'll excuse me. I must see to our guest.
No, wait, Mitzi. Just a moment, huh? You see, Franz has composed a new song that he wishes to lay at your feet. Doesn't that interest you?
Oh, I'm sorry,
Oh, please, come. Sit down and let me sing it to you.
Oh, well, if you wish to sing it, Baron Schober, it will give me great pleasure to listen.
Good. Then sit here, huh? A place of honor in a private box. Franz, is the orchestra ready?
I'm here.
The zephyr murmurs to his love the trees. The lilacs yield their honey to the bees. The nightingale sobs out his accents long, while I can only breathe to you in song. While I can only breathe to you my yearning song. Thou art my love, thou art my love, and thou wilt ever be my only love, my only love.
Oh, Franz.
Now is the time to speak for me, my friend. I'll wait for her answer in the garden.
Very well, Franz. Mitzi, Franz Schubert wrote that song to tell you of his love. He worships you, Mitzi. He wants you for his wife.
But I can't marry him, Franz. I don't love him.
But you must love him, Mitzi. You're the whole world to him.
Oh, Franz, I can't help how I feel. I can't change how I feel. I just realized it's you. You I love.
Mitzi. Oh, darling. What a fool I've been. Mitzi, I've always loved you.
Oh, Franz, darling.
No. No. What have I done? It was for my dearest friend, Franz Schubert, I promised to speak. What can I say to Franz?
Say nothing.
Franz.
I saw it all, and I understand.
Franz, it was unintentional, believe me. Can you forgive me?
Why, of course. It will bring me great joy to know that you both are happy. Go tell your father the glad news, Miss Mitzi.
Come, darling.
Goodbye, Mr. Schubert. We'll never forget you.
She loves him, of course. How could I have thought for a moment that she could care for me? Well, at least I have my music, my eternal mistress. She will never desert me.
You are my song of love, melody immortal, echo of paradise, heard through heaven's portal. Though my music is unavailing, happiness cannot be for me. Still my passion shall never fail. Thou art my love. Thou art my love.
Mitzi. Oh, Mitzi.
We were talking a few minutes ago about the railroad as a citizen of every community it serves. Like any other, it does its share in meeting the costs of government and public institutions and services. It does so through the taxes it pays on its property or its earnings. Now, everybody pays taxes, but there's a difference between the taxes which railroads pay and most of the taxes which many other forms of commercial transportation pay. The difference is in what's done with them. Railroad taxes are not used to build and maintain railroad tracks or terminals. Railroad taxes are like the taxes you pay on your home or your property. They are used to help pay for the defense of the nation, for the maintenance of public institutions and public welfare services, for public health and public schools. And they even help to pay for the highways and the waterways and airports and airways, provided and maintained at the expense of the taxpayers for the use of other forms of commercial transportations which compete with railroads. So when you think of the railroad in your community, think of it not just as the railroad, but as a fellow citizen and a fellow taxpayer. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. And now back to the third act of Blossom Time, starring Patrice Munsell, Kenny Baker, and your host, Gordon MacRae.
Oh, Mitzi, Mitzi. You've left me nothing but echoes of melody. I'll never write again. Never again. A caller at this hour?
I'll soon see who it is, Mr. Schubert.
Is Mr. Schubert home?
He is, but he's been quite ill, and
I'll see the gentleman, Mrs. Coburg.
Won't you come in, sir?
Thank you. I'm sorry to bother you so late in the evening, Mr. Schubert. But I am Count Chantoff, the husband of Madame Ballabruna.
Oh, yes, the opera singer.
I just heard your unfinished symphony performed, Mr. Schubert. It was magnificent.
Thank you.
I'm so impressed, I'd like to arrange that you write an opera for Madame Ballabruna.
I should be honored. As soon as my health improves.
I came tonight because I may not be able to talk with you at a later date about this. However, I've arranged a payment for you in my will.
Your will?
Whether we meet again, Mr. Schubert, depends entirely upon the accuracy of my aim.
Oh, a duo.
So to say, rather an affair of honor.
An affair of honor. Can any fancied slight justify the taking of life?
This is no fancied slight. This man's in love with my wife. And I know Baron Schober's reputation.
Schober? Are you referring to Franz Schober?
Yes. We meet at dawn.
Oh, Count Chantoff, this is all a mistake. Schober is engaged to marry the daughter of the court jeweler, Mitzi Krantz. I beg of you, don't jeopardize their happiness. They are so much in love.
Why do you make such a plea for them?
He is my best friend. And she...
She is the woman you loved and lost?
Yes.
But you don't want me to kill the man?
Oh, no. There's enough unhappiness in the world. Let those who have been fortunate enough to find happiness keep and enjoy it.
You plead well, sir. All right. Have Baron Schober send his seconds to me. We'll arrange a reconciliation.
Thank you. I'll send word to him at once.
Mr. Schubert, we will meet again. It's a rare pleasure to meet a gentleman such as you. Good night, sir.
Good night. Mrs. Coburg. Mrs. Coburg.
Yes, Mr. Schubert?
Go to the residence of Baron Schober and ask him to come here immediately. It is of the utmost importance.
Yes, sir.
Oh, what music. What eternal music is sounding in my ears. Where is my pen? I must write it down. Mitzi. Oh, it is her dear voice in my heart giving me inspiration. Mitzi. Oh, Mitzi. Are you really here? Or am I dreaming again?
I'm really here, Franz. I came to talk to you. I've learned the truth from Madame Bella Brunner. The day of my sister's wedding, she warned me against a faithless lover. I thought it was you.
I see.
Oh, Franz, I can't bear to think of you like this, ill and alone. Will you let me try to make amends? I'll devote my life to making you happy.
Do you mean you are in love with me, Mitzi?
Oh, I've always been very fond of you, Franz. I'll nurse you, serve you, treasure your music.
Mitzi, look at me. Look at me and say, Franz, I love you.
Oh, Franz,
It's no good, my darling. You see, with all your generosity, you cannot give me that. So there is nothing you can give me. Now, what has happened between you and Schober?
I'm never going to see him again. After some of the things Madame Bella Brunner said, why...
He loves you, and you love him. It doesn't matter what anyone says.
I don't love him.
Oh, I see. Then you would desert him in his hour of danger.
Danger?
Count Chantoff has challenged him to a duel.
A duel?
Take place at dawn.
Oh, no. He can't. He might be killed.
There, you see, you do love him. Come in.
Franz!
Oh, Mitzi. Mitzi, my dear.
Oh, darling, darling.
Franz, Count Chantoff was here. He wants to speak to your seconds to arrange a reconciliation.
A reconciliation? Oh, Franz, I don't know how to thank you.
Don't try, my friend. Just be happy together. Always.
We will, Franz. We will.
And so I give my song of love to you. Take it. For it belongs to people like you who meet and fall in love in blossom.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our summer show train with your host, Gordon MacRae. The Association of American Railroads, the same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life, brings you the Railroad Summer Show, starring Gordon MacRae, with Lucille Norman, the sportsman, and the music of John Rarick and his orchestra. And here is your host, Gordon MacRae.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads pays tribute to one of America's foremost popular songwriters, a gentleman whose music has been right up there in the hit class year in and year out since about 1928, Mr. Jimmy McHugh.
Thank you for a lovely evening. You were so wonderful. You were so sweet.
Thank you for the lovely flowers. That little part of yours made it complete.
Oh, you're a sweetheart, if there ever was one. If there ever was one, it's you.
Oh, I know why my mother taught me to be true. She meant me for someone exactly like you.
Where are you? Where have you gone without me? I thought you cared about me. Where are you?
Yes, it was back in 1928 when America started singing those songs that said composer Jimmy McHugh. And when the whole country went crazy over a song that went like this.
I can't give you anything but love, baby. That's the only thing I've plenty of, baby. Dream a while, scheme a while, you're sure to find happiness, and I guess all those things you've always pined for. Gee, I'd like to see you looking swell, baby. Diamond bracelets Woolworth doesn't sell, baby. Till that lucky day, you know darn well, baby, I can't give you anything but love.
The story of Jimmy McHugh is the wonderful American Horatio Alger type success story. Jimmy started out as an office boy in the Boston Opera House at $8 a week. He had studied music, and he was always hanging around after hours plunking at the piano. Why, even the opera stars used to kid him about it.
Jimmy, don't you know it's hours after going home time?
Yeah, sure I do.
Well, what on earth are you doing to Celeste Aida?
I was just seeing what happened when you gave it a little personality.
Are you under the impression that you can improve on the masters?
Well, I think I can bring him up to date.
Jimmy, music like that is timeless. It never goes out of date.
Yeah, sure, I know. But someday I'm going to write my own music. And it's going to be as smart and up to the minute as a girl with a real short shingle.
Then write good music, Jimmy.
Oh, I aim to. Good and hot.
He wrote it good, all right. He wrote it good, he wrote it hot, he wrote it sweet, and he wrote it blue. But back in those days, nobody sang it because nobody knew about it. Well, from his job as office boy at the Boston Opera House, Jimmy McHugh went to work as a song plugger in a music publishing house in Boston. Once in a while, he'd play his music for some of the other publishers.
You don't like my tunes, huh?
Well, don't get me wrong, kid. I like them. I think all your songs are great. I'm just saying that people wouldn't go for them. Now, forget about songwriting. I don't think it's for you.
Well, thanks for the advice anyhow.
I wonder how that music publisher felt in 1930 when the reviews came out on a show called the International Review. And anyone could read that a great entertainer named Harry Richmond had stepped out and made theatrical history with a little song by Dorothy Fields and Jimmy McHugh that went like this. Grab your coat and grab your hat, leave your worry on the doorstep. Just direct your feet to the sunny side of the street. Can't you hear a pitter-pat, and that happy tune is your step? Life can be so sweet on the sunny side of the street. I used to walk in the shade with those blues on parade, but I'm not afraid. This rover crossed over. If I never have a cent, I'll be rich as Rockefeller. Gold dust at my feet on the sunny side of the street. Jimmy McHugh's first real break came at the Cotton Club in Harlem, where he was finally hired as a composer. He wrote the music for the Cotton Club shows, and it was while working there that he and Dorothy Fields did their first Broadway show together, the memorable Blackbirds of 1928, and had their first great hit, I Can't Give You Anything But Love, Baby. That same season, he and Dorothy Fields had 3 hit shows running on Broadway at the same time. After that, he was on his way up. From Broadway, Dorothy Fields and Jimmy McHugh went to Hollywood, where a young singer named Frances Langford and a song of theirs got together in a way the nation never forgot.
I'm not afraid if there's a cloud above. If it should rain, we'll let it all. But for tonight, forget it. I'm in the mood
And so Jimmy McHugh was famous. He was respected on Broadway, revered in Hollywood. The world was his oyster, and all he had to do was crack it. Nothing to it. He had arrived. Now he could relax and take it easy. Uh-huh.
Jimmy, I don't like to seem impatient or anything like that, but we've been waiting for that song too long. The girl is here. We've got to have it.
I know.
This is a new girl. She doesn't speak the language very well. It's going to take time for her to learn the song.
I know.
We've been patient, but our patience is exhausted. We got to have that song. We got to have it right away. Why haven't you started?
I know. I don't know.
This kid is great, and it's cost us a lot of money to get her up here. I want a great song for her. You said you'd deliver a great song.
I know.
Can't you say anything but I know?
Well, probably if I really concentrate on it. You know, it's hard to get an idea for a song. You can't turn inspiration on and off like a water tap.
Well, Jimmy, the 0 hour for inspiration has come. You'd better get inspired and fast.
I know.
Funny where inspiration finally strikes you. You can be anywhere, even in the shower.
Aye, 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 da 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 da. Aye, 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 aye.
Hey, Jimmy! That's it! You got it! That's it!
What'd you say?
I said that's it!
Look, I'm taking a shower. I'll talk to you as soon as I get out.
That was it. That was it, Jimmy.
What was what? What are you talking about?
That's the song you were singing in the shower. Sing it again.
Well, I don't remember what I was singing in the shower. Was it any good?
It was sensational.
Well, how'd it go?
It went, let's see, went something like this. Aye, 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 aye.
No. It couldn't have gone like that. Even in the shower, my songs have melody.
Well, try and think, remember. Get back in the shower. Maybe then it'll come back to you.
Okay.
Anything coming?
No.
Aye, 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 aye.
Aye, 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 huh? Aye, 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 aye.
That's it. Now, don't forget it.
Aye, 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 aye.
Get me a pencil quick before I do forget it.
Aye, 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 aye.
And so Broadway met for the first time Miss Carmen Miranda and heard for the first time a song that went like this.
Aye, 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 aye. Have you ever danced in the tropics in that hazy, ladylike kind of crazy, like South American way?
Aye, 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 aye. Have you ever kissed in the moonlight in the grand and glorious, gay, notorious South American way?
The Latin scheme of love is like a dream of love. The Latin stream of love is in their veins.
They'll buy a Jew for you, or fight a Jew for you, or drive a mule for you across the plains. Aye, 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 aye. There is melody in their music. While the gauchos sing it, come on and swing it the South American way. The Latin scheme of love is like a dream of love. The Latin stream of love is in their veins. They'll buy a Jew for you, or fight a Jew for you, or drive a mule for you across the plains. Aye, 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 aye. There is melody in their music. While the gauchos sing it, come on and swing it the South American way. While the gauchos sing it, come on and swing it the South American way.
We'll be back in just a moment with the story of Jimmy McHugh and his wonderful music. But first, a message from the railroad.
Most of the glorious summer weather still lies ahead, and that means many of us are still drawing plans for gala vacations. Perhaps you have already bought your railroad tickets to your own favorite resort, so you are assured of a journey that will be swift, comfortable, and safe. For safety is the first rule of railroad service, and safety is an essential part of almost every other rule by which the railroads are operated. To give you some idea of just how safe railroad travel is today, the record so far this year shows that you could expect to travel by train from one coast of our country to the other more than 400,000 times, a distance of more than 1,300,000,000 miles, without running the risk of a fatal accident. This excellent and constantly improving record of safety on the railroads is not the result of the adoption of any particular device or devices. Instead, it is the result of a long-time program carried out on a broad front by railroads and by railroad men. It is due partly to improved plant and equipment. During the past 25 years, the railroads have invested each year, on the average, more than $500 million in improved facilities. And virtually every dollar of that expenditure has worked not only to increase efficiency, but also to enhance safety. But spending money on safety is only part of the story. The railroads have sought safety as well as efficiency in establishing and enforcing their operating rules, for efficiency and safety go forward together. And railroads and railroad men working together have carried on a continuous program of safety education, recognizing that the greatest of all safety devices is a safe man. No, the railroad safety record didn't just happen. It is the result of decades of investment in safer facilities, of study of safer methods, of attention to safety education and enforcement of rules, all to the end that American railroads shall continue to be the safest of all forms of transportation. And now, here is the second act of the Railroad Hour's tribute to Jimmy McHugh and his music.
Another song he wrote with Dorothy Fields.
Don't blame me for falling in love with you. I'm under your spell, but how can I help it? Don't blame me.
Can't you see when you do the things you do? If I can't conceal the thrill that I'm feeling, don't blame me. I can't help it if that doggone moon above makes me need
Someone like you to love. Blame your kiss, as sweet as a kiss can be, and blame all your charms that melt in my arms, but don't blame
Jimmy McHugh can tell a lot of stories about shows and songs and how he happened to be associated with them. Many of his stories concern his own amusing difficulties in getting started on the idea for a song. For instance, there was the time he and the well-known lyric writer Harold Adamson were engaged to write the songs for a Frank Sinatra picture.
Maybe you don't like the title, Jimmy.
No, I think the title's great, Harold. I Couldn't Sleep a Wink Last Night. It's a swell title for a song. I just can't find a tune to go with it.
Well, it'll come to you.
Yeah, but when? Studio's already screaming. I've got to the point where I can't sleep a wink any night worrying about it.
Well, don't worry about it. Go to bed. Forget about it. It'll come to you.
The minutes strain past during the dark of night, and when you're tossing feverishly, praying for an inspiration, the minutes are hot, nasty little fellows who stick their tongues out as they go slowly past. You toss, you turn, you flop the pillow over, you flop it back. You get up, have a cigarette. You go back to bed and you listen to that infernal clock, and you say the words over and over.
I couldn't sleep a wink last night. I couldn't sleep a wink last... nuts. If I could only get some sleep. I couldn't sleep a wink last night.
Was that something, or wasn't it? Is the tune coming? Is Dame Inspiration finally stirring?
I couldn't sleep a wink last night. I couldn't sleep a wink last... Hey, that's it! Hey, where's a pencil? Some paper? Pencil. Here it is. Now then, paper. Oh, no paper. Okay, I'll write it on the sheet. I gotta get this down before I forget it. Now, what was that tune?
So Jimmy McHugh wrote the whole melody down on the bedsheet, and then he pulled the sheet over his tired body and went to sleep. The next day, he rushed jubilantly to the studio to do the song, and he found he couldn't remember it. So he telephoned his home.
Now, look, take the sheet off my bed, get in a cab, and come straight out to the studio with it. Yeah, the bed sheet. No, not the clean one. Hey, you did what? Oh, no, you didn't. Harold, she sent the sheet to the laundry. Oh, no. What laundry? Yeah? Okay, I'll get right over there so long. Come on, Harold, we gotta run. You gotta find that sheet. Go through some more laundry bags. Go through the plant. Go through everything.
Hey, you looking for a sheet with music all over?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, mister. Keep your shirt on. Here it is.
And there it was, written in beautiful black pencil on a beautiful white sheet. Music by Jimmy McHugh, words by Harold Adamson. And I'm sure you all remember that it went like this.
I couldn't sleep a wink last night because we had that silly fight. I thought my heart would break the whole night through. I knew that you'd be sorry, and I'm sorry too. I didn't have my favorite dream, the one in which I hold you tight. I had to call you up this morning to see if everything was still all right. Yes, I had to call you up this morning, 'cause I couldn't sleep a wink last
Yes, the story of Jimmy McHugh is a Horatio Alger yarn, all right. The kind of story that Americans love to hear and even repeat to their youngsters, so they can say, you too might help write the songs of a nation. Once there was a kid who started out as an office boy for the Boston Opera at 8 weeks, $8 a week, and now the whole country sings and dances to his music. Oh, yes, it's a wonderful story, the story of Jimmy McHugh, because it says if you've really got it, there's nothing that can keep you down. If you've really got a song to sing, keep singing it. And one of these days, everybody else will be singing it with you. You know, we couldn't put into 1/2 hour even one half of Jimmy McHugh's great songs. But we couldn't bring this tribute to a close without including one of the hits from Jimmy McHugh and Harold Adamson's new Broadway hit, As the Girls Go. So here's one of Broadway's current show tunes. And by the way, if you don't know it already, you'll want to know it.
Heaven smile at me. My heart said, how lucky can you be? Things like this you can't explain. I only know that I met the love of my life when I got lucky in the
And so, for his contribution to the great popular music of America, the Association of American Railroads pays tribute to Jimmy McHugh. As a lasting tribute to Jimmy McHugh and to his wonderful songs, the Railroad Hour is presenting him with a parchment scroll. And here to accept it today, which also happens to be his birthday, is Mr. Jimmy McHugh. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Gordon. Happy birthday to you.
Wonderful, Gordon. Thank you. It's a great thrill and the nicest birthday present I could have. Hearing you and Lucille sing all of my songs, I just brought back such wonderful memories. This has been a great day, and I'll never forget it.
Say, Jim, I bet you and Harold Adamson knew something like this would happen last year when you wrote this great tune.
It's a most unusual day. Feel like throwing my worries away. as an old native-born Californian would say, it's a most unusual day. It's a most unusual time. I keep feeling my temperature climb. If my heart won't behave in the usual way, well, there's only one thing to say. It's a most unusual, most unusual, most unusual day.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you very much, and so long, Jimmy McHugh. Happy birthday to you, and keep writing hit after hit after hit in the years to come, will you? Well, folks, next week the Railroad Hour will pay tribute to the great team of writers Arthur Schwartz and Howard Dietz and their score for Bandwagon. You'll hear many, many big hits, and among them, this old favorite.
Looking for the light of a new love to brighten up the night. I have you, love, and we can face the music together, dancing in the
The Railroad Summer Hour is written by Gene Holloway and is brought to you each week at this time by the American Railroads. These railroads are your hometown partners. They are an essential, dependable working part of the life of thousands of cities and towns all over America. Railroads employ local people, often buy supplies locally. They own local property and pay local taxes on it. They are responsible citizens and good neighbors in your own hometown. All aboard? Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out, and so until next week, goodbye.
Gordon MacRae is now being seen in the Warner Brothers Technicolor production, Look for the Silver Lining. In tonight's tribute, the part of Jimmy McHugh was played by Barney Phillips, and Don Randolph was Harold Adamson. Now, for Lucille Norman, the sportsman, John Rarig and his orchestra, and your host, Gordon MacRae, a hearty invitation to meet us again next week at this same place on your dial. We'll have more songs and an exciting tribute to Arthur Schwartz and Howard Dietz and their wonderful score for The Bandwagon. This is Marvin Miller speaking.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents a great musical hit, The Red Mill, starring Gene Kelly, Lucille Norman, and your host, Gordon MacRae. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On stage tonight is one of the happiest shows that ever hit Broadway. It's The Red Mill, with book and lyrics by Henry Blossom and music by Victor Herbert. David Montgomery and Fred Stone were starred when The Red Mill first started spinning, and audiences cheered the same show last season when it was brought back to Broadway with great success. For the 1949 radio version, however, Montgomery and Stone become Kelly and MacRae. The Kelly, of course, is one of Hollywood's most popular screen personalities, Mr. Gene Kelly.
Thank you. Yep.
Just for tonight, Gordy and I are going to slip on a couple of checkered vests and straw hats.
And we'll be sporting two of the corniest names that ever bounced off a balcony.
What do they call you, boy?
Why, I'm Kid Connor.
What a coincidence. I'm Con Kidder. Pretty grim, huh?
Say, wait till you meet Lucille Norman and Alan Reed.
Yeah?
They play a couple of Dutch characters in Katwijk on Zee.
Katwijk on Come Again?
Well, you'll be there in a minute. So, shall we bring up the curtain, Mr. Kidder?
I'm in favor of it, Mr. Connor. Okay. Here's Act One of Victor Herbert's The Red Mill. Mr. Conductor, if you please.
In old New York, the peach crop's always fine. They're sweet and fair, and on the square, the maids of Manhattan for mine. You cannot see in gay Paris, in London, or in court, the queens you'll meet on any street in old New York.
Oh, Con. What do you want to go to Europe for?
Romance, boy. Have you got any romance in your soul?
Well, sure I have, but what's so romantic about Europe?
Why, we can visit all the ancient capitals, gaze on the enchanting scenery, drink in the grandeur of Europe's historic majesty. Besides, we might even meet some good-looking babes.
Well, I'm for that.
Not that there aren't plenty of them right here in America. If a spare afternoon you should happen to have, and you start on a leisurely stroll up Fifth Avenue, there is where, with haughty air, you'll see them as they walk, with velvets and laces and sables enfolding them. Really, you'll nearly drop dead on beholding them. Lucky's the Earl who can marry a girl from Fifth Avenue, New York. In old New York, in old New York, the peach crop's always fine. They're sweet and fair, and on the square, the maids of Manhattan for mine. You cannot see in gay Paris, in London, or in court, the queens you'll meet on any street in old New York. Just the same, kid. I want to make the trip.
Well, you could go to Paris and marry a French countess.
Or go to Holland, marry a Dutch duchess.
When does the boat sail?
Tomorrow.
Let's go.
Goodbye, New York. Goodbye, New York. We're sailing on our way.
Farewell to Queens and Bowling Greens and Brooklyn and Battery Bay.
We'll make our home in Nice and Rome and Rotterdam and Cork.
A kiss for each
and every peach. Goodbye, New York.
So this is Holland.
Hi, Holland.
I wonder what kind of money they use here. Francs, marks?
Whatever it is, we haven't got any.
Hey, what about using those bottle caps, huh?
How do you think I tipped the porter at the railroad station?
Well, we got to find a place to sleep tonight.
And it's got to be cheap sleep.
Hey, let's ask that little Fräulein over there.
Okay. Hey, Mabel.
Yes?
Miss, we can't afford a hotel room. Any idea where we could sleep tonight?
Well, I don't know.
How about that Red Mill? We can just sneak inside and sleep there. I'll bet it'd be real warm and comfortable.
Yes, very cozy. Just the three of you.
Three?
You two and the ghost.
That mill is haunted?
Every night at midnight, the ghost of a poor, unhappy bride rises up and walks to the Red Mill, searching for her lost lover, Henry.
Thank you, and good night, Red Mill.
Say, tell me, miss, how do you know about all this?
Well, I live in this town. I'm the daughter of the burgomaster.
Oh, what's your name?
Gretchen. What's yours?
Connor. But they call me Kid.
Mine's Kidder, but they call me Cod.
Oh, American. Yes, you are rich Americans.
We are Americans, yes. We are rich, no.
Oh, how sad. I am rich, yet I too am sad.
Girl, don't be silly. How could anybody be rich and sad at the same time?
Well, tomorrow is my wedding day. Tomorrow, by this time, I shall be the wife of the fat old governor of Zealand.
If you don't love him, why marry him?
I'm just like the ghost in the Red Mill. My father is forcing me into this marriage.
Now, look, a pretty girl like you shouldn't worry. Everything will work out.
Gretch, you've got nothing to worry about. The Rovo boys are here.
I used to be happy. I used to sing all the time.
Well, why stop now?
When you're pretty and the world is fair, why be bothered by a thought or a care? For to worry is to double trouble. There'll be enough of that hereafter. Merry youth is like the month of May, and old age is like December gray. So we'll dance and sing and play and be happy while we may. Life was made for love and laughter. And the world is fair. Why be bothered by a thought or care? For to worry is to double trouble. There'll be enough of that hereafter. Merry youth is like the month of May, and old age is like December gray. So we'll dance and sing and play, we'll dance and sing and play, be happy while we December gray. So we'll dance and sing and play, we'll dance and sing and play, be happy while we
Hey, I've got an idea.
Yeah?
Gretchen can't marry the governor of Zealand tomorrow if she marries somebody else today.
But who would marry me on such short notice?
Boy, anybody in his right mind. I'll marry you right now.
Why, you hardly know me.
You think of a better way to get acquainted?
You see, in America, we do things fast. Why, I'm falling in love with you at 80 miles an hour.
And wait till he shifts into second gear.
Oh, boys, you take my breath away. I don't understand how this happened so fast.
You haven't seen very many musical comedies, have you, girl?
Well, I can give you a pretty simple explanation.
Love is a strange little elfin sprite, blessed with the deadliest aim, shooting his arrows to left and right, bagging the rarest game, filling our hearts with a glad surprise, almost too good to be true.
And still, can you tell me, why do you love me?
Only because you are you, dear.
Not that I am fair.
Not that you are fair.
Hey, Gretch, where do people go in this country when they want to get married?
To the burgomaster.
Hmm?
Oh, but my father is the burgomaster here, So we'll have to go to the next town.
Come with us, Con. You can be the best man and give the bride away.
Just one moment, my fine young friend.
Father!
Have you forgotten, my dear Gretchen? The ceremony is to be tomorrow, not tonight. It is to be held here, not in the next town. And the bridegroom, not this silly young American, but His Excellency, the Governor of Zealand.
Hey, you're pretty high-handed, Mr. Burgomaster. A girl can marry anyone she chooses back where we come from in little old New York.
Well, this is little old Cotwick on Z. And we do things differently here. Gretchen, since you seem to be so fond of this old red mill, I think I shall lock you up here overnight.
No!
And here you shall stay until the governor arrives to lead you to the altar.
Oh, Father!
In you go.
You can't lock her up. You can't do this. You can't force her to. You can't.
I guess he can.
Good day, gentlemen. I trust your stay in our village will be both enjoyable and brief. Ha ha. Ha ha.
You know, I think I've seen that guy someplace before.
Yeah, on a beer mug.
Gretchen, are you all right?
It's so dark in here. I'm frightened.
Have you seen the ghost?
No, not yet.
Or when you see her, ask her if she's got a friend. A live one.
Listen, Gretchen, you stay right there.
Oh, she'll do that all right.
We'll find some way to get you out. And if you get scared, why just sing. That's the best way to keep your spirits up. And I'll sing along with you outside the mill.
When we ask for reason, I know I love you, dear,
Before the start of the second act of the Red Mill, let's do what most everybody else is doing and talk about high prices. We've all felt them, and that goes for the railroads just the same as it does for anyone else. Let's look at it this way. You buy groceries and fuel and maybe a new car. Well, the railroads also buy groceries and fuel and new cars and locomotives and 100,000 different things that it takes to keep the trains running. Yes, sir, the railroads feel higher prices, too, and are just as concerned about them as folks in general.
Yes, I know. But I've heard it said that higher railroad rates have had a lot to do with the rise in prices.
No, the fact is it's just the other way. Higher prices came first, long before there was any increase in railroad rates, and they made higher rates necessary. Between 1939 and the middle of 1946, the level of wholesale prices of all kinds of things had gone up an average of 43%.
43%?
Yes, and it was only then, on the 1st of July, 1946, that the first post-war railroad rate increase of 6.5% went into effect. Now, you wouldn't say that rising railroad rates caused that rise in prices, would you? For rates hadn't increased.
All right, but how about today?
The latest government figures show that the prices of commodities at wholesale are 107% higher than they were in 1939.
And railroad freight rates, how much higher?
As of tomorrow, when new rates go into effect, railroad freight rates will have increased 52% above 1939, less than half as much as the increase in prices generally.
What about the prices railroads have to pay for things they buy and use?
Well, the biggest item in railroad expenses is wages, and wage levels are up 83% above 1939. The next biggest is materials, supplies, and fuel, and they're up 118%. The fact is, increased freight rates are the effect of rising prices and wages, not their cause. We're ready for the second act of Victor Herbert's The Red Mill, starring Gene Kelly, Lucille Norman, and your host, Gordon MacRae.
The night was
was still. The ghost like the mill kept waving its spectral arm. And those around heard mystical sounds which thrilled them with vague alarm.
It's awfully quiet.
Yeah. I never heard so much silence. Hey, what are those voices?
Just the wind.
What's that?
Just the old mill turning. Looks just like a person, doesn't it? Waving his arms in the moonlight, crying out for help.
I want to go home. The Empire State Building never affected me like this.
But the girl I love is inside there.
But the boy I love is outside here.
Gretchen! Gretchen! Are you all right? Gretchen! She's gone.
She's smart. Lets us go, too.
No, wait a minute. You don't suppose the ghost has kidnapped her?
I don't know, but there's a figure up there in the tower of the mill, all white in the moonlight.
Is it Gretchen or the ghost?
Well, I can't tell from here, but it begins with a G.
Listen.
And the birds have softened nest. The shadows fall in a darkening hall, and the weary world at rest. The stars are awakening one by one. The whispering breezes are still. The moon shining bright with a radiant light is silvering valley on hill.
Gretchen, is that you?
Who else would it be?
Gretch, how'd you get way up there?
I climbed up the stairs inside the mill.
Well, how are we going to get you out?
I don't think anybody will ever get me out.
Oh, I can't see your face in the moonlight, but I know you're as lovely as the moonbeams themselves.
Moonbeams shining soft above, let me beg of you, find the one I dearly love, tell her I'll ever be true.
Fate may part us, years may pass, future all unknown. Till my love shall prove faithful to him alone. Fate may part them, years may pass, future all unknown.
Till my love shall ever be
Faithful to
Hendrik? Who's Hendrik? Well, that's the name of the ghost's boyfriend.
Farewell, Henry, my love.
Gone.
Moonbeams shining soft above, let me beg of you, find the one I dearly love, tell her I'll ever be true.
Fate may part us, years may pass, future all unknown.
You're the ghost's boyfriend.
Farewell, Henry, my love.
Gone. Con. We've got to get Gretchen out of there. We can't let her marry the old governor of Zealand. I'm in love with her.
A fine thing. Millions of girls in this world, and you have to fall in love with one who's locked up in a mill. This boy always does things the hard way.
Now, wait a minute, Con. Didn't you ever fall in love?
Sure. 365 times a year.
Every day?
Sure.
With a different girl?
I don't eat the same egg every morning for breakfast. Oh, every day is ladies' day with me. I'm quite at their disposal all the while. And my pleasure, it is double if they come to me in trouble, for I always find a way to make them smile. The little darlings. No doubt I should have married long ago. It's the proper thing to do, you'll all agree. But I never could find any fun in wasting all my time on one. So every day is ladies' day with me. Now it's a frightful thing to think of all the hearts that I have broken, though each one fell in love with me without the slightest token. Among my vulgar creditors, I'm fearfully in debt, because I have afforded anything that I could get. But I must say that I've enjoyed the best of what there is in life. I've been lucky in my love affairs. I've never had a wife. And I don't begrudge the little dears those necklaces of pearls. All the money that I've ever saved is what I've spent on girls. For every day is ladies' day with me.
Every day is ladies' day.
I'm quite at their disposal all the while. My pleasure, it is double if they come to me in trouble, for I always find a way to make them smile. The little darlings. No doubt I should have married long ago. It's the proper thing to do, you'll all agree. But I never could find any fun in wasting all my time on one. So every day is ladies' day with me.
Every day is ladies' day.
Hey, every day is ladies' day with me.
Okay. So you want to play the field, go ahead. But how are we going to get Gretchen out of the mill?
I wonder whose side the ghost is on.
Wait a minute. I got an idea. Watch the blades in the mill.
Uh-huh.
Now, suppose you grabbed hold of one of the wings when it sweeps close to the ground.
Uh-huh.
Hang on to it, swing on up, and over the top.
Uh-huh.
And rescue Gretchen out of the tower window on the way down. Oh, now, come on, Con. Go ahead and do it. I'll stay right here and direct the whole maneuver.
Great idea. Great. There's only one little change I'd like to suggest.
What's that?
You do it. I'll stay down here.
Okay. She's my girl. I'll do anything for her. Gretchen, can you hear me?
Yes?
Look, I'm going to try to rescue you. Climb up the stairs on the inside of the mill all the way up to the tower window.
All right, but what are you going to do?
I'm going to swing up in one of the arms of the mill and rescue you.
Oh, be careful.
Be careful, she said.
Well, good luck, kid. Hey, be sure you get the right one.
Right one? What do you mean?
Well, don't get the ghost by mistake.
Well, how will I make sure it's Gretchen?
As soon as you grab her, kiss her. If she tastes like an ice cube, you've got the wrong girl.
Okay, here I go.
So long, kid.
Oh.
Au voyage.
Oh! Gretchen, lean out.
I'm leaning.
Farther. Lean out all over.
Ready, set,
Grab.
Oh, this is the ground. All out.
Are you all right, Gretchen?
Fine.
Now nobody can say you two haven't been going around together.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for getting me out of that awful mill.
Oh, it was nothing.
Well, now we've got to get away from your father.
Where'll we go?
Oh, any place. Just so it doesn't have a burgomaster, and it does have you.
In the beautiful isle of our dreams, vain. Every trouble and care quickly vanishes there, and all is made happy again. So we'll leave this cold, weary old world, dear, where there's nothing that's quite warm, it seems. And we'll sail o'er the sea, wherefore just you and me. There's a home in the isle of our dreams. So we'll leave this cold, weary old world, dear, where there's nothing that's pure as it seems. And we'll sail o'er the sea, wherefore just you and me. There's a home in
Well, so long, kids. Have fun.
Well, aren't you coming with us, Con?
Ah, freeze a crowd on that island you're talking about. Besides, I want to stay here and see the look on the burgomaster's face tomorrow morning when he unlocks the door of the Red Mill and finds a great, big, beautiful nothing. Ah, good morning, Mr. Burgomaster.
Master.
Master Burgomaster.
Mr. Burgomaster. Good morning, good morning.
That doesn't matter. What brings you out to the mill so early, Mr. Burgomaster?
Just checking up on my daughter.
Too late. She's already checked out.
What? Where is she? Gretchen, are you in there? Gretchen! What became of her? Where did she go? Well, wake up the townspeople. Gather round here, everybody. My daughter. I'll find out who kidnapped my daughter. And if it happened to be a couple of Americans, I'll make them wish they never set foot in Catwick-on-Sea. Gretchen is gone! Gretchen is
Tomorrow there will be a small rise in railroad freight rates, and you might hear it said that higher freight rates have a lot to do with higher prices. As we said a little while ago, it's the other way round. At the end of the war, railroad freight rates were no higher than they were when war began. In fact, the prices of commodities generally and the operating costs of railroads had already gone up more than 40% before there was any post-war increase in railroad freight rates. Even with the new rates, which go into effect tomorrow, the percentage of increase in rail freight rates will be less than half as great as the increase in price levels generally. One more thing to remember. Since the war, railroad freight charges have amounted on the average to a smaller fraction of the price of things you buy than they did either during or before the war. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. Now for Act 3 of Victor Herbert's The Red Mill, starring Gene Kelly, Lucille Norman, and your Railroad Hour host, Gordon MacRae.
Why the silence? Was there violence, or did lovely Gretchen simply up and run away? If not really, very clearly, they should stop the silly gossiping without delay. But to handle such a scandal, puts the burgomaster in a very sorry plight. You discover lover. You'll discover she's a lover. She's a lover, and she secretly eloped with him last night.
Oh, quiet!
We'll discover.
Stop all this noise and gossiping. Quiet! Quiet, all of you, quiet! I suppose all of you know that my daughter has disappeared, and I intend to find her, and she will marry the governor of Zealand according to plan.
How are we going to find her, Mr. Burgomaster?
I have just learned that the two greatest detectives in the world are visiting Holland, Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Yes, they are just a few miles from here, and I'm sending them a telegraph message to come at once and find my daughter. I shall spare no expense. Money is no object.
Money is no object?
None.
Is that the telegram you have there in your hand?
It is.
Do you want me to send it for you, Mr. Burgomaster?
Well, that's very kind of you, my boy. But let me warn all of you, if the culprit happens to be within earshot, he may as well give himself up now, for Sherlock Holmes will run him down.
Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Connor.
We aren't Mr. and Mrs. yet.
No, he didn't get married.
Why not?
No money.
Boy, have I got the cure for that.
Huh?
Look at this telegram.
Oh,
This is awful.
Sherlock Holmes will be sure to find it.
I don't think he's that good. You see, he never got the telegram. Kid, your new name is Dr. Watson. Shake hands with Sherlock Holmes.
Huh? Oh, I'm beginning to get it.
Sure, it's as simple as going around on a windmill. We masquerade as the detectives and make enough money to get you married.
Swell.
There's only one trouble. You've never really asked me to marry you.
Haven't I? Well, I guess we better make this official.
He'll tell you all the magic of those little words we two. I'll teach you how to say, my dear, the one I love is you.
There's lots of things he ought to know, but don't forget to see
that he correctly learns to say, I want you to marry me.
Well, I guess I ought to say it. Con, help me out, will you? How do you say a thing like this?
Why, it's simple. You just take in your arms. You look into your eyes and you say, baby, here I am, your dream man. Don't fight it. How can you resist me?
Well, I'm afraid that's a little too modest for me. It's got to be something tender. Gretchen,
Yes?
I want you to marry me. Will you do it?
Oh, yeah.
Is that yes?
It's Dutch for yes, but it's just as good.
We'll tell you all the magic of those little words we do, and sing a song that says, my dear, the one I love is you.
There's lots of things he ought to know, but I'll be sure to see
That I correctly learned to say, I want you to marry me.
All right already, all right. You can stop being Romeo and start being Dr. Watson. We've got some plain and fancy Sherlocking to do. Well, Dr. Watson, how do I look?
Oh, very Baker Street, Mr. Holmes.
Am I wearing my deer stalker cap correctly?
Well, I don't think you're supposed to wear it sideways.
What if you're stalking deer sideways?
Careful. Here comes the burgomaster.
Gentlemen.
Here we go now. Aha! You are the burgomaster of Cutwick-on-Sea.
Why, that's amazing. How did you know me, Mr. Holmes?
Elementary, my dear Burgomaster, but far beyond your powers of deduction. I want you to meet my assistant and eminent colleague, the celebrated Dr. Watson.
Oh, sir, I'm delighted to make yourself so Well, from the way he talks, he must be British.
If he were any more British, he couldn't talk at all.
Just a moment. You two look awfully familiar to me.
We do?
Why, shouldn't our faces be familiar to you? Our pictures have blazoned the front pages of every newspaper in England and the continent. Dr. Watson, your beard is slipping.
Oh, dear me, dear me.
Now, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, about my daughter.
Her name is Gretchen.
How did you know?
It's obvious.
Yes, it's obvious. What did you say, Dr. Watson?
Mr. Burgomaster, I am the only man living who can understand Dr. Watson.
I see. Now, how much will you charge, Mr. Holmes, to recover my daughter?
I'm glad you brought that up. Our price depends on the difficulty of the job. Is your daughter young?
Yes.
Beautiful?
Quite beautiful.
Then it will be very expensive. Because, as everybody knows, beautiful young girls are very hard to find these days. How much do we charge, Dr. Watson? Dr. Watson says... Dr. Watson says, and I quote, 555 guilders.
555 guilders? That's a great deal of money.
Now, when did she disappear?
Oh, about midnight.
As long ago as that, or makes it much more difficult. How much, Dr. Watson?
Dr.
Watson says... Dr. Watson says, and again I quote, 5,555 guilders.
Oh, dear.
Now, where did she disappear from?
From the old Mill Mill.
Oh, from the old Red Mill. Where?
The Red Mill.
Oh! Well, finding beautiful young girls who have disappeared at midnight from old Red Mill falls in our highest price bracket. Dr. Watson, what is our highest price bracket?
Dr.
Watson says 55,550. 5.
As much as that?
Well, remember, we got to pay our agents 10%.
Very well, it's a deal. I'll pay you the minute you deliver my daughter.
We must have the money in advance.
Why?
Well, we have enormous expenses, you know. Magnifying glasses, houndstooth jackets, bloodhounds, all that.
I see. Very well. I'll pay you the money. Good. But I demand that you bring my daughter to this very spot no later than 4 o'clock this afternoon, in time for her wedding to the governor of Zealand.
My, where did you get all that money?
The burgomaster just paid off like a slot machine. Look, kid, Gretchen, take this money, go to the next town, and get married. I'll stay here and stall the burgomaster until you get back, okay? Look, you can stop talking like that now, Dr. Watson. And look, another thing, you better give Gretchen your beard. I'd hate to have anybody recognize her on the street.
Oh, are we really going to get married?
Beginning to look like it. Oh, Gretchen, I love you. And do you know why?
Not that I am fair,
you are
fair, not that I am true, not my golden
not your golden
not my eyes of blue,
not your eyes of blue.
When we ask the
Okay, we know you love each other. Now, look, sweetie, we got all this money for finding you. Now, get lost.
Mr. Holmes, in 1 minute and 15 seconds will be 4 o'clock. And if you don't produce my daughter by then, I'll have you thrown in jail.
Mr. Burgomaster, I don't think you like me.
Like you? I abhor you. I think you're an imposter. I don't think you're Sherlock Holmes at all.
Of course I'm Sherlock Holmes. Why, here's the telegram I received from you.
Let me see that. Why, this telegram is in my own handwriting.
What better proof do you want?
Your time is up, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. My daughter isn't here, and I want my money back, you swindler.
Just a minute. Listen.
What is that?
Sounds like a duet.
Is that my daughter?
You believe in the ghost in the old red mill?
Certainly not.
Well, then that's your daughter.
Gretchen! Gretchen, come in here. You're just in time for your wedding to the governor.
There's been a little change in plans, Mr. Burgomaster.
I can't marry the governor.
Oh, yes, you can.
But I'm already married to Mr. Connor.
I don't...
I think the burgomaster has just blown a gasket.
Gretchen, let's get away from here. Where'll we go?
To the Isle of our dreams.
I can recommend a better island.
Where?
Manhattan.
Could someone from Holland be happy there?
Well, Peter Stuyvesant likes it. In old New York, the peach crop's always fine. They're sweet and fair, and on the square, the maids of Manhattan for mine.
You'll see things you cannot see in gay Paris, in London, or in Cork. The queens you'll meet on any street in old New York.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The Red Mill was dramatized for the Railroad Hour by Lawrence and Lee. Next week, our show train will arrive on the same tracks at the same time, and on board will be Miss Jeanette MacDonald to join me in bringing you one of the greatest screen successes, Naughty Marietta. Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out, and so until next week, goodbye.
The Red Mill has been presented by special arrangement with the Thames Whitmark Music Library. Gene Kelly is currently starred in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's all-star Technicolor musical Words and Music, based on the lives and music of Rodgers and Hart. Gordon MacRae appeared on this program by arrangement with Warner Brothers. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by 130... Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents a special Christmas show, The Happy Prince, starring Gordon MacRae and his guest star, Lucille Norman. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and the music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. On this Christmas Eve, we have joined a great story with the great music of Christmas, brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is our star, Gordon MacRae.
Merry Christmas, everybody. On this Christmas Eve, I shall be the statue of the Happy Prince. Lucille Norman is the little swallow, and John McIntyre is our narrator, who spins for us the lovely story of the Happy Prince.
Touch
above the city, on a tall column, stood the statue of the Happy Prince. He was gilded all over with thin leaves of fine gold. For eyes, he had 2 bright sapphires, and a large red ruby glowed on his sword hilt. He was very much admired indeed.
He is as beautiful as a weathercock.
That's one of the town councilors who wanted to gain a reputation for having artistic tastes. Then there was the sensible mother.
Mama, I want the moon. I want the moon. Oh, why can't you be like the Happy Prince? The Happy Prince never dreams of crying for anything.
And then there was the disappointed man who gazed up at the wonderful statue.
I'm glad there is someone in the world who is quite happy.
One night there flew over the city a little swallow. Her friends had gone south to the Holy Land weeks and weeks before. But she had lingered behind, dipping her wings in the river and making beautiful silver ripples. All day long the little swallow flew, and at night time she arrived in the city. And the statue of the Happy Prince, whose head seemed to brush the starlight, heard the rush of the swallow's wings.
Whence comes this rush of wings afar, following straight the Noel star? Birds of the woods in wondrous flight, Bethlehem seek this holy night. Tell us, ye birds, why come ye here into the stable poor and bare?
We seek the newborn King, and our sweetest music bring.
Angels and shepherds, birds of a sky, come where the Son of God doth lie. Christ on earth with man doth dwell. Join in the shout, Noel, Noel.
The swallow swooped down and settled for the night at the feet of the statue.
I have a golden bedroom. Now for some sleep. Why, what a curious thing. There is not a single cloud in the sky. The stars are quite clear and bright, and yet it is raining. Another drop. What is the use of a statue if it cannot keep the rain off? Now, really, this is... Why, the eyes of the statue are filled with tears, and tears are running down his golden cheeks. Who are you?
I am the Happy Prince.
Why are you weeping, then? You have quite drenched me.
When I was alive and had a human heart, I did not know what tears were, for I lived in a beautiful palace where sorrow is not allowed to enter. And each year at this time, the palace rang with our joyous Christmas songs. And my voice led all the rest.
Let every heart prepare him room, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing.
Everyone called me the Happy Prince, and happy I was, for I never looked beyond the walls of my palace. But now that I am dead, they have set me up here so high that I can see all the unhappiness in my city. And though my heart is made of lead, yet I cannot choose but weep.
What? Is he not solid gold?
Far away in a little street, there is a poor little house. One of the windows is open, and through it I can see a woman. In a bed in the corner of the room, her little boy is lying. ill. He has a fever, and his mother has nothing to give him but river water. So he is crying. Swallow, swallow, little swallow. My feet are fastened to this pedestal, and I cannot move. Take the ruby out of my sword hilt and give it to the boy.
I don't think I like boys. Last summer, when I was staying on the river, there were 2 rude boys who were always throwing stones at me. They never hit me, of course. We swallows fly too well for that. But still, it was a mark of disrespect.
Please, little swallow, will you not stay with me for one night and be my messenger?
Oh, but I am expected in the Holy Land, where the sun shines even in the winter.
You have been to the Holy Land? Why, then you know the meaning of Christmas. Have you seen Bethlehem?
Oh, yes. Just a bird's eye view, of course. Ah, but it is a beautiful town, dreaming under the starlight. Here, but I will stay with you for one night and be your messenger.
Thank you, little swallow. Thank you.
So the swallow picked out the great ruby from the prince's sword and flew away with it in her beak over the roofs of the city. She passed the cathedral tower where the white angels were sculptured. She passed over the river and saw the lanterns hanging to the masts of the ships. And at last she came to the boy's house. He was tossing feverishly on his bed, and the mother had fallen asleep. She was so tired. In the swallow hopped and laid the great ruby on the table. And then she flew gently around the bed, fanning the boy's forehead with her wings.
How cool I feel. I must be getting better. I shall be better for Christmas.
Then the swallow flew back to the happy prince and told him what she had done.
Thank you, little swallow. My entire city is preparing for Christmas. And how unhappy I would be if I did not have you for my messenger. Listen. The carolers singing through the streets of my city. But they do not see what I see.
Christmas Day, to save us all from Satan's power when we were gone astray. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy, comfort and joy. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy. God rest ye merry gentlemen.
It is curious, but I feel quite warm now, although it is so cold.
That is because you have done a good and loving deed. Now go to sleep, little swallow.
The next night, when the moon rose, the swallow flew up to the shoulder of the golden, happy prince.
Have you any commissions for the Holy Land? I am just starting.
Swallow, swallow, little swallow. Will you not stay with me one night longer?
Oh, no, I cannot.
Please, little swallow, I need you.
You do not understand. Each day it grows colder here in your city. If I stay any longer, I shall freeze.
Just one more day, little swallow.
I cannot, dear prince.
Please.
Oh, There are tears in your eyes. Are you so sad that I am leaving?
I shall miss you, little swallow. But it is not for my own loneliness that I weep, but for the sadness of others. With your help, I can bring joy to them. But if you go...
Stop your tears, dear Prince. Let winter come. I will stay with you for one more day.
Praise God. Praise God.
We'll return for the second act of The Happy Prince in just a moment.
But still the swallow remained, doing the tasks of mercy and love the Happy Prince commanded.
Sit on my shoulder, little swallow.
But I am so cold, dear Prince.
Oh, then I shall tell you a story which will warm your heart. The story of the first Christmas.
First Noel, the angels did say, was to certain poor shepherds in fields as they lay, in fields where they lay keeping their sheep on a cold winter's night that was so deep. Noel, 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 born is the King of Israel.
It is a lovely story. Perhaps you did not hear us or understand us, but we birds have sung that for a long, long time.
They looked up and saw a star shining in the east, beyond them far, and to the end it gave great light, and so continued both day and night.
Born is the King of Israel.
Oh, little swallow.
What is wrong, dear Prince?
The little match girl in the square below. She has just dropped her matches in the gutter, and they are all spoiled. Oh, her father will beat her if she does not bring home some money. And she is crying, for she thinks that Christmas will pass her by. She has no shoes or stockings, and her little head is bare.
Shall I take her a ruby?
Alas, I have no ruby now. My eyes are all that I have left. They are made of rare sapphires which were brought out of India 1,000 years ago. Pluck them out and take them to the child.
Oh, no.
Her father will sell them to the jeweler and buy food and firewood. And they will celebrate the birth of the Lord.
Oh, dear Prince, I cannot do that. You would be quite blind then.
Swallow, little swallow, do as I command you.
So the swallow plucked out the prince's eyes and darted down with them. She swooped past the match girl and slipped the jewels into the palm of the child's hand.
Why, what lovely bits of glass.
Then the swallow flew back to the prince.
You are blind now, so I will stay with you always.
No, little swallow. You must go away to the Holy Land where it is warm.
I will stay with you always.
You have a loving heart. Look down the streets of my city at the white faces of starving children staring out at the black world. I am covered with fine gold. You must take it off leaf by leaf and give it to the poor.
Leaf after leaf of the fine gold the swallow picked off, till the happy prince looked quite dull and gray. Leaf after leaf of the fine gold she brought to the poor, and the children's faces grew rosier, and they laughed and played games in the street.
We have bread now, and perhaps for Christmas, a roast goose, steaming and delicious.
Then the snow came. The streets looked as if they were made of silver. Long icicles like crystal daggers hung down from the eaves of the houses. And the little boys wore scarlet caps and skated on the ice. The poor little swallow grew colder and colder, but she would not leave the prince. She loved him too well. She picked up crumbs outside the baker's door when the baker was not looking, and tried to keep herself warm by flapping her wings. But at last she knew she was going to die. She just had strength enough to fly up to the prince's shoulder once more.
Our task is ended, dear Prince. Peace and silence sit on your city.
That is because of you, little swallow. Listen to the lovely silence of my happy city.
Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright.
Young Virgin Mother and Child, all infants so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace, sleep in
Now, I must bid you goodbye, dear Prince.
I am glad that you're going to the Holy Land at last, little swallow. It is warm there. You have stayed with me too long.
It is not to the Holy Land I am going. I am going to the house of death. Death is the brother of sleep, is he not?
Then she kissed the happy prince and fell down dead at his feet. At that moment, a curious crack sounded inside the statue as if something had broken. The fact is that the leaden heart had snapped right into... Early the next morning, the mayor was walking the square.
Dear me, how shabby the happy prince looks. The ruby has fallen from his sword, his eyes are gone, and he is no longer golden. We must have him pulled down. And what's this? A dead bird at his feet? We must issue a proclamation that birds are not to be allowed to die here.
At the foundry where they melted the statue, there was something that puzzled the overseer.
Why, what a strange thing. This broken lead heart will not melt in the furnace. Well, throw it away. Toss it over there on that dust heap where the dead swallow is lying.
Bring me the two most precious things in the city, said God to one of his angels. And the angel brought him the leaden heart and the dead bird. You have rightly chosen, said God. For in my garden of paradise this little bird shall sing forevermore. And in my city of gold the happy prince shall praise me.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And our thanks to Lucille Norman, John McIntyre, Herb Butterfield, Howard McNair, Patty Ione, Stuffy Singer, Katie Lee, and to our entire company. We're so happy you joined us for our Railroad Hour Christmas party. On behalf of all of the American Railroads and all the members of our company, Lucille Norman, Carmen Dragon, and all his fine musicians, Norman Luboff and all his singers, our producer, our technicians, our writers, and our arrangers. A happy, happy holiday, and God bless you, everyone. All aboard! Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out, and so until next Monday night, when Lucille Norman joins us for the Railroad Hour Review of the Year, a happy holiday, and good night, everybody.
Portions of the preceding program were transcribed. Gordon MacRae can be seen starring in Warner Brothers' Starlet. Lucille Norman appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, who are releasing the Milton Sperling production Distant Drums. Tonight's story, The Happy Prince, by Oscar Wilde, with the great music of Christmas, was dramatized for the Railroad Hour by Lawrence and Lee. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. This is Marvin Miller saying goodbye until next week for the American Railroads. Now keep tuned for your Monday night of music on NBC.
Hear the voice of Firestone with Eleanor Steber next on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the gay white Christmas musical Holiday Inn, starring George Murphy, Martha Tilton, Jerome Cowan, and your host, Gordon MacRae. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and the music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Well, tonight, it is our particular pleasure to bring you Paramount Pictures' delightful musical Holiday Inn, with its great score by Mr. Irving Berlin. As the lovely leading lady of the piece, you will hear Miss Martha Tilton. Mr. Jerome Cowan appears as the agent Danny, who handles the careers of Ted Hanover and Jim Hardy, played respectively by Mr. George Murphy and myself. And so for the next 45 minutes, come with us and have a happy holiday.
Happy holiday! Happy holiday!
Looking back, I see that each of the moments I treasure and remember was a melody. Because for each moment there was a song, and for each song there is now a memory. Happy Holiday takes me back to the beginning. 1 year ago, Christmas time. I was working in a florist shop, and all of a sudden the door opened, and Ted Hanover walked in. He was whistling. Oh, was I surprised. The most famous dancer on Broadway doesn't walk into a shop every day. I just stood there with my mouth open.
Excuse me, do you usually go around like that, or are you waiting for someone to throw in a fish?
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Hanover. I just never expected to see you.
Oh, you know who I am.
Oh, yes, I know who you are, all right.
Well, I'd like some orchids, the finest in the house.
A corsage?
No, I want a dozen, so she can pin them any place she wants.
Oh, all right.
Oh, you know that song, huh? We're using that in our act.
Well, I only know the beginning. Happy holiday, happy holiday.
While the merry bells keep ringing, may your every wish come true.
Happy holiday, happy holiday.
May the calendar keep ringing, happy holidays to you. If you're burdened down with trouble, if your nerves are wearing thin, pack your load down the road, come to Holiday Inn. If you're laid up with the breakdown, throw away your vitamin. Don't get worse, grab your nurse, come to Holiday Inn.
Happy holiday, happy holiday. May the calendar keep ringing. Happy holiday to you. Holiday Inn. That's a wonderful sound. It's too bad there isn't any such place.
Ah, but there is, way out in the wilds of Connecticut. You see, my partner Jim Hardy just bought it. That's why he wrote that song. It's going to be open just over each holiday, and he's going to have a big floor show that ties in with that season.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea.
Why, sure it is, if you have an affinity for the carrot and the field mouse. Personally, I loathe the country. Say, how about the orchids?
Oh, yes, Mr. Hanover. I'll have them wrapped in just a minute here. Mr. Hanover, as long as you're in the shop and you have such a kind face...
And now, look, young lady, look. I'm getting married tomorrow. The lady is waiting. And at the moment, she's engaged to my partner, and we have to explain things to him so he'll understand, you see. And we also have a show to do in an hour, so please make with the package if you don't mind.
Well, I am, but I can talk while I'm wrapping. You see, this is really just a part-time job.
Oh.
Actually, I sing and dance. Mr. Hanover, I want...
I know. You studied dancing since you were a little child. You spent long, weary hours in every theatrical agency on Broadway, but just now I have to get back to the club and get on with the
How
next...
did you know all those things about me?
My dear, that's the story of every star and would-be star on Broadway. Forget it, kid. Marry the florist and raise little orchids. Then you won't get your heart broken.
Well, okay. Here's your package. That's $36. Special rate because you bought by the dozen.
Oh, thank you. Here. You may keep the change. Say, if you really want a job, why don't you take a run up to Connecticut and see Jim Hardy? Our act's folding tonight, and he'll be up there tomorrow.
Well, thanks, Mr. Hanover. Thank you very much.
Oh, don't mention it. Happy holiday.
Happy holiday. I didn't realize then how much that song would come to mean to me. The next day, I invested a little money in a train ticket and went up to Connecticut and knocked on the door of Holiday Inn. Jim opened the door.
Well, hello. Santa Claus is a day early this year, I see. Come in.
Mr. Hardy?
Yep. Here, let me help you off with those things.
Thank you. It was a cold ride up from the station. I'm Linda Mason, Mr. Hardy.
Well, I'm glad to know you, Linda.
I happened to run into Ted Hanover, and he suggested I come to see you about maybe getting a job in the show.
You dropped the wrong name, lady. Ted Hanover's about as popular around here as measles.
Oh. Well, you can't blame a girl for trying. You see, I work in a florist shop, and yesterday Mr. Hanover walked in and asked for a dozen orchids.
Yeah. And today the girl that I was going to marry yesterday is wearing them. Oh, that beautiful Lila.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right. It's all right. I'll get over it. I'd rather she made him unhappy than me.
Well, when are you going to open the inn?
New Year's Eve. Did that wolf in tap shoes tell you the idea of the inn? You see, I've written some special music for each holiday.
Why, no. I had no idea you were a composer, too.
Well, I had hoped to get the inn open tonight. I'd written a special song for the occasion, but I just couldn't make it by Christmas.
Oh, I'd love to hear the song.
You would? Well, fortunately, I happen to have a piano handy. I live for moments like this. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be Hello, Linda.
Hello, Jim.
Would it be all right at this early date if I said Merry Christmas?
Well, it is rushing the season, but it sounds beautiful.
You know, I like your voice. Maybe... Oh, pardon me a moment, Linda. Hello.
Oh, hello, Jim. This is Ted.
Goodbye, Ted.
No, Jim, wait a minute. Don't hang up on me. You don't know what I've been through.
Nothing trivial, I hope.
Jim, look, I want to read you a wire that just came. You remember Lila, don't you?
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember Lila.
Well, the wire's from her. I was supposed to meet her at the License Bureau at City Hall, but she sent a Western Union boy in her place.
Well, congratulations. I hope you two will be very, very happy.
Now, Jim, look, don't joke. This is the wire. She says, sorry, darling, but flying to Texas tonight to marry the most wonderful millionaire in the world. Hope you find a new partner soon. Love, Lila.
Well, that's life.
No, that's Lila. Jim, look, I'm coming to Holiday Inn. See, I'm going to help you open the place up. Now, we'll get it open fine by New Year's Eve. We'll put on a big show.
Now, take it easy. No, thanks, Ted. I've already got my show lined up.
Oh, but Jim...
So long, Ted. I'm sorry, Linda. That was just a fellow who got the wrong number. Linda, would you like to open here with me on New Year's Eve?
Oh, thank you. You know I'd love to. Maybe there is a Santa Claus after all.
Well, could it be me?
Well, Ted Hanover did send me here.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you one thing. It's the first good turn he's ever done me.
Oh, it's going to be such fun to be a part of Holiday Inn.
You're right. 'Cause if you're burdened down with trouble, and if your nerves are wearing thin,
pack your load down the road.
Come to Holiday Inn.
Happy holiday.
Happy holiday.
Happy holiday.
Happy holiday. May the calendar keep ringing. Happy holiday.
Well, here we are starting on that last week just before Christmas, the week that's likely to get pretty frantic for a lot of us. There's that shopping that hasn't been done yet, and the gift wrapping, and the last-minute Christmas mailing, if you didn't follow the good, sound rule of mailing early. And then there's a lot of decorating and a lot of preparing for Christmas dinner and, a dozen or two other things that have to be done. Yes, it takes a lot of planning, as well as a lot of doing to get ready for Christmas. It started weeks, even months ago. The producers began to turn out their materials, the manufacturers to make their goods, the merchants to stock their shelves. And all through that process, you'd find railroads doing their indispensable part, bringing the raw materials together at the place of manufacture, hauling the fuel and bringing in the food and the other supplies needed to keep the work going, distributing the product, delivering the goods all over this land. Now, during all these weeks and months, you might not have been on a train. You probably didn't go into a railroad freight house. But just the same, the railroads were working for you, all to the end that so far as transportation is concerned, you might lack nothing, which could help to make this a Merry Christmas. And now back to Holiday Inn, starring George Murphy, Martha Tilton, Jerome Cowan, and your host, Gordon MacRae.
Happy holiday! Happy holiday!
Yes, for each moment there was a song, and for each song there is now a memory. On New Year's Eve, Holiday Inn was jammed with people. After the first floor show, Jim and I went out in the kitchen and helped dish salads onto plates. I remember looking at Jim and thinking, this really is the beginning of a new year in my life.
Penny for those thoughts.
Oh, well, I was just thinking, it's almost the new year.
Yeah, those old hands are practically straight up, aren't they?
1 minute to midnight, 1 minute to go. 1 minute to say goodbye before we say hello. Let's start the new year right, 12 o'clock tonight. When they dim the light, let's begin kissing the old year out, kissing the new year in. Let's watch the old year die with a fond goodbye and our hopes as high as a kite. How can our love go wrong if we start the new year
Hey, that sounds like it. Come on. Let's get out on that dance floor.
All right.
Happy New Year, everybody! Hello, Jim, old pal, old friend, old pain in my neck.
Hey, Ted, what are you doing out here at Holiday Inn?
Happy New Year! Hiya, baby, hiya.
Good evening, Mr. Hanover.
Now, look, Ted, you're a little the worse for alcohol. How about going upstairs and lying down?
Oh, no. I don't want to go upstairs. Come on, little girl. Come on. How about a little dance with old Ted Hanover, huh?
No. Come on, Linda.
It's all right, Jim. I don't mind.
Oh, listen to that music. Just listen and get with it. Oh, that's a baby. That's a baby. Just glide it. Just glide it.
Ted Hanover dancing. Let's stop and watch.
Hey, there's Ted Hanover and his new partner.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Hanover. Jim.
He's okay, Linda. I'll take care of him.
Whether he's sober or not, I never danced with anyone like that.
Hey, that's a great finish to that number, Hanover. Yeah, it's a great finish to a lot of things.
Happy holiday. Oh, no, not that. Who's making that awful noise?
I am, Ted. It's me, your agent, Danny. Open your eyes and look at me.
Oh, no, I'm afraid to. It might make me ill. Danny, what do you want? 10% of this headache?
I don't need it. I got one of my own. I was with you last night.
Well. Is Junior coming, too?
Oh, hello, Jim. Jim, where did you get that extra head?
Oh, I always wear it in case one goes out on me.
Oh, Danny. Danny, boy, where am I?
At Holiday Inn.
Well, where are you?
Who, me? I'm at Holiday Inn, too.
Jim?
Me too. I'm right here with the rest of you.
Huh. Crowded, isn't it? Hey, how did I get here?
Well, I'll tell you a long story. Last night was New Year's Eve.
Oh, yes. Now it comes back to me. Now I remember.
You know, that's too bad about Lila, but on the whole, I think you're better off doing a single.
Oh, no, boy. Boy, I got to have a partner.
Well, aren't you tired of getting partners and falling in love with them and losing them?
I don't know why you didn't tell me you had a new girl on the leash.
A new girl?
Yeah, the one you were dancing with last night. She was terrific.
Now, wait a minute. Was I dancing last night?
Why, you got the best hand of your life.
No kidding.
I couldn't get close enough to see the girl's face, but her figure.
Yeah? You didn't get close, though.
No. The closest I was when she was leaving the dance floor. I only saw her then from the back. She was about this. I mean, she has a... Well, if I ever saw her from the back again, I'd recognize her. You saw her, Jim. You describe her.
Who, me? Well, I wasn't watching very closely. She was medium-built sort of girl with a medium face. She had an evening gown on with a medium kind of belt in the back.
Just a medium girl.
Yeah, built like a former girlfriend of mine named Consuela Schlepkiss. Yeah, that Consuela was all right. Used to play the pinball machine a lot down at the corner drugstore. Why, I remember one time she was high man 3 weeks in a row.
Oh, that's dandy. Thanks. That helps a lot.
Oh, I'm happy to help you out any time, Danny. I'll do as much.
I want to tell you something, boys. She'll be back. A chance meeting in the night. Destiny drawing two pairs of feet together. No woman could pass up a chance like... She'll be back next holiday, and I'll be here waiting.
Oh, you will, huh?
Yes, I will, huh?
Okay. It's your time. Waste it. I'll see you later.
Hello, Jim. Well, I've got my overnight case packed. All ready to go back to the city and the florist shop.
Linda, I've been thinking about that Lincoln's birthday number. I've decided we better do it in blackface.
Blackface?
Mm-hmm. You and I, the chorus, and everyone in blackface.
I went back to New York. A whole lot of things all mixed up in my mind. The excitement of dancing with Ted Hanover and the excitement of singing with Jim. And most of all, the excitement of just being around Jim. I could hardly wait for Lincoln's birthday, but at last it came, and once more I was with Jim on the stage of Holiday Inn, in blackface.
There's a man who's the pride of this great nation, the man who's the cause of this celebration, and they call him Abraham. On a February morn, a tiny baby boy was born. Abraham. When he growed up, this tiny babe, the folks all called him Honest Abe. Abraham, oh Abraham. In 1860, he became the 16th president. Now he's in the Hall of Fame, the most respected gem. That is why we celebrate this blessed February date. Abraham.
The country's going to the doors to shout it loud and long. Then from a cabin made of logs, the right man came along.
The USA's united thanks to one whose name was Nancy Hanks.
What's his name?
Abraham.
She gave this land the finest son who ever went to Washington.
Abraham.
Oh, Abraham. When someone told him General Grant was drinking every night, he answered, go see if you can't get all my generals tied. That's why we celebrate this blessed February day.
Abraham
was a real fine man.
That was Lincoln's birthday, Jim and me in blackface. And let me tell you, even with charcoal all over his kisser, he was something to start a girl dreaming. I couldn't wait to get back to the inn on St. Valentine's Day, and I was there early in a brand new dress, wearing my heart on my sleeve.
Hey, you really look like something dreamed up for the occasion.
Oh, thank you. Oh, the inn looks beautiful.
You like those cupids? I posed for them myself.
I thought they looked familiar.
Come over to the piano. I've got a valentine for you.
What is it?
Well, you just stand there by the piano and listen. This is for you, from me, honey. I mean every word.
Be careful, it's my heart. It's not my watch you're holding, it's my heart.
Oh, Jim.
It's not the note I sent you that you quickly burned. It's not the book I lent you, but you never returned. So remember, it's my heart, the heart with which so willingly I part. It's yours to take, to keep or break. But please, before you start, be careful. It's my heart.
Be careful. It's my heart.
Oh, fine, fine.
Mr. Hanover.
That's not my watch you're holding, it's my heart.
How in the world did you get out here again?
Now, just keep playing, Beethoven. Just keep playing. Come on, baby. Let's finish that dance we started New Year's Eve. You know, I've been hunting for you ever since New Year's Eve.
You have? Well, I've been right here.
You have? Jim?
Jim?
Okay. Two of you finally got together. And I'm sure neither one of you need me anymore.
Jim.
Oh, Jim, don't be such a churl. Whatever that is. Don't pay any attention to him. He's just jealous because I always take his girls away from him. Now, can I help it if he isn't attractive to women?
I can't believe Jim would act like that.
Say, wait a minute. Where have I seen you before? I mean, before New Year's.
I sold you some orchids.
Of course, you're the girl in the flower shop. Well, it's a small world, isn't it, huh? Well, come on. We'd better start practicing. You and I are going to dance together tonight. Tonight and every night from now on.
From that moment, things changed between Jim and me. Oh, we went on doing shows together at Holiday Inn, but from that day I was dancing with Ted, not singing with Jim. The holidays were far from happy then. Easter was a bust. May Day was dark and rainy. June, the month of brides, was completely grim. And then came the 4th of July. Ted kept asking me to start out on the road with him with our numbers, but I didn't want to leave Holiday Inn. Finally, I decided to ask Jim what was wrong.
Wrong? What could be wrong? Everything's just dandy. Look, you better get in your costume. It's almost time for your number.
Something's wrong, and I want to know what it is.
Well, look, once I was in love with a girl. We were planning to get married, and all of a sudden a big change set in. She decided Ted was what she wanted, and that was that. And once is enough for that to happen to me. I'm not sticking my fingers in the fire anymore.
Do you think I'm like that?
Well, I haven't noticed any indications of you being any different.
Well, I'm very happy to know what you think of me.
Now, listen, kid. This is a big night in your life. Danny has one of the biggest directors in Hollywood in the audience.
And you and Ted are practically on your way west right now.
Well, maybe they won't like us.
Oh, they'll like you. You're great, together or separately. And when they see that ballroom number and that 4th of July solo of Ted's, all you have to do is make your reservations on the Super Chief. And, by the way, that's all right with me, too.
Well, okay, that's all right with me, too. The show that night was sensational. It closed with Ted doing his solo, and the way it went over should have impressed even the toughest Hollywood director.
That was really great, Ted.
Thank you, Jim.
Oh, Ted, you were sensational. You too, Linda.
Thanks, Danny.
Folks, I want you to meet Hollywood's greatest picture director, Mr. Howard Dunbar.
How do you
Mason,
do?
Hanover, it's nice to meet you.
And Mr. Dunbar, this is the greatest dance team in the business. Hanover and Mason.
Yeah, that really was a show.
Oh, this is the owner of Hollywood Jim Hardy. Say, Jim, is there some place that's quiet where Mr. Dunbar and I can discuss business?
Well, you can go right over there in my office.
Well, as a matter of fact, Danny, it's Mr. Hardy I'd really like to talk to.
Hey, Jim has a great voice, hasn't he, Mr. Dunbar?
Well, his voice is fine, all right, but it's the idea of Holiday Inn that interests me. I think there's a picture in it. And we could do a story around 2 guys and a girl and use all the special songs you've written, Mr. Hardy.
Hey, that's a sensational idea.
Well, now, Mr. Dunbar, of course, considering the originality of the idea, we've got to get a pretty good price.
Now, wait a minute, Danny. Don't let your 10% run away with you. Thanks for the offer, Mr. Dunbar, but I'm not interested in selling.
Not interested? Jim, are you out of your mind? It's the heat, Mr. Dunbar. Heat. He hasn't been himself all day.
The ideas are natural for pictures, Jim.
Well, of course, we'd star Mr. Hanover and his partner in the picture.
I'm not interested in selling.
Well, that's up to you.
Well, now, wait a minute, Jim. Wait a minute. Don't be in such
Jim,
a hurry.
will you be decent for once in your life and let somebody else around here have a chance?
You had to louse this up for me, too, didn't you, Ted? Whether it's a girl or an idea or a song or even a new hat, as soon as I get it, you want it. And you usually get it, too, don't you?
Oh, now, Jim, you're my best friend.
Yeah, I always have been. But you always seem to wind up my worst enemy. Well, okay, you've wrecked everything now anyhow. Take the idea, take the music, take Linda, take the whole darn thing. And both of you do me a favor, will you? And stay away from me from now on.
Okay, Mr. Sorehead, if that's the way you wish it.
Well, Mr. Hardy will want you in Hollywood, too, to write the music.
No, thanks. I'll write the music here and send it to you.
Jim, if you'd only listen to me.
What do you want now, Linda? Should I throw in my shirt, too?
Happy holiday.
There's the next show.
Happy holiday.
Yeah, happy holiday. And many of them.
May the calendar keep ringing. Happy holiday.
Earlier this evening, we were talking about the planning and preparation which goes into making the Christmas season what it is. For a lot of us, one of the high spots of that season will be a trip, for Christmas is the traditional reunion season of the year. It's the time when all members of the family gather happily together in one home, enjoying to the full the warm, friendly spirit of Yuletide. That's why weeks and months ago, railroads began to plan and prepare for the increased travel which Christmas brings. It was necessary first to figure ahead as closely as possible how many of you would travel, and where, and when. The next step was to line up the extra cars and the extra trains that will be needed. And that means also lining up the extra people that will be needed to run them, and making the necessary arrangements in busy terminals to get the trains in and out promptly, and to take care of the crowds. Many of these things can be planned ahead on the basis of experience and expectation. But then there comes along sometimes the unexpected. Weather, for example, a storm, snow, fog, icy roads would mean that a good many of you who plan to travel some other way might change your minds when the time comes to go and decide to go in the warmth and comfort and safety of the train. And if that should happen, the railroads will do their best to take care of you, too. So the railroads are making ready to carry you and your family on your Christmas journeys, and they hope that many of you will ride with them. But no matter how you go, they wish you a safe journey and a joyous reunion at journey's end. The Railroad Hour Our show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. Now to Act 3 of Holiday Inn, starring George Murphy, Martha Tilton, Jerome Cowan, and your host, Gordon MacRae.
The heart with which so willingly I part, it's yours to take, to keep or break. But please, before you start, be careful. It's my heart.
And so Ted and I went to Hollywood, and Jim stayed at Holiday Inn. I was lonely in rooms crowded with people. I was impatient with voices that dripped with compliments. I was heartsick and completely without heart. Nothing mattered very much.
Linda, you know, we're getting to be quite an item in the gossip column.
Are we, Ted?
You bet we are. How about giving them something really concrete to write about, like, say, a wedding date?
I'm not in love with you, Ted.
But I'm in love with you.
You always fall in love with your dancing partners.
I've never been in love like this before. Why don't you marry me and let me try to make you happy? We go so well together. We dance well, we talk well, we look well.
It all goes to show you how deceiving appearances can be, doesn't it?
Be careful, it's my heart. It's not my watch you're holding, it's my...
Ted, stop singing that song.
Oh, there's no use living in the past, Linda. The past is over. You might as well put your mind and heart in the future.
I know you're right. I know it's the sensible thing to do. I haven't even heard a word from him.
Come on, make a new life for yourself, Linda. Marry me.
You really want to marry me knowing how I feel?
Yes, I'm sure that you'll get over how you feel now, Linda. Every torch burns itself out eventually.
All right, Ted. All right.
Christmas?
Christmas?
Marry me Christmas Day.
All right. All right, Christmas Day. And so Ted and I planned a wedding for Christmas Day. And back at Holiday Inn, Jim sat alone, listening to a record he had made of a Thanksgiving song. He sat by himself, talking back to the record.
Okay, sing it good, Pappy, and cheer me up.
I've got plenty to be thankful for.
Are you kidding?
I haven't got a great big yacht to sail from shore to shore. Still, I've got plenty to be thankful for.
Hey, you're really loaded, Dad.
I've got plenty to be thankful for.
So? Like what?
No private car, caviar, carpet on my floor.
Nothing.
Still, I've got plenty to be thankful for.
Why don't you go out there and tell her you love her, you jughead?
I've got eyes to see with,
You need glasses.
ears to hear with,
Big enough to fly with.
arms to hug with, lips to kiss with, someone to adore.
You're a little flat.
How could anybody ask for more?
You're not getting anywhere sitting here.
My needs are small, I buy them all at the 5 and 10 cent store.
Worst you could do is
So
say no.
I've got plenty to be thankful for.
Get on a train, you chowderhead. I've got plenty to be thankful for.
On the night before Christmas, we shot the last scene of Holiday Inn. I walked on the set, and there was the inn, just as it had been on the day I walked in and asked Jim for the job. There was the Christmas tree and the piano. There was everything, just as it was. All the props were there. Only the people were different. I wandered around, touching things, until the director said,
All right, darling. Now, you come in with the sleigh, and we'll follow you on the boom from outside into the inn. And when you get there, go to the piano and do your song. You just make me cry when you sing it, and I'll get you out of here early so you can start getting ready for that wedding.
Yes, Mr. Dunbar.
All right, ready for a run-through.
I'm going to marry
my girl.
Jim, Ted. I'm going to marry Jim. I'm sorry, but it's the only right way for this story to end.
Well, it's very nice of you to let me know.
It's the only way the three of us can ever be happy together.
Oh, well, I bow to the inevitable, gracefully saying the appropriate, the seasonal thing. Happy holiday.
Happy holiday.
Happy holiday.
Happy holiday.
May the calendar keep ringing.
Happy holiday.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gordon MacRae giving a special thank you to George Murphy, Martha Tilton, and Jerome Cowan for guesting with us tonight. And to our splendid supporting cast, Jack Edwards and Jess Kirkpatrick. Holiday Inn was adapted for radio by Gene Holloway. Well, next week the show train will arrive on the same tracks and at the same time. On board will be Nadine Connor, Sterling Holloway, Clark Dennis, and Francis X. Bushman to join me in bringing you the Sigmund Romberg operetta, The Desert Song. And by the way, tonight we'd like to say welcome to a brand new show which follows us on ABC and will be heard each Monday night hereafter. It's Henry J. Taylor, the famous author and commentator, in his program, Your Land and Mine. And I'm sure you're going to like it. All aboard! Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so until next week, goodbye.
Holiday Inn was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is the Technicolor production The Pale Face, starring Bob Hope and Jane Russell. George Murphy appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the all-star Technicolor musical Words and Music, based on the lives and music of Rodgers and Hart. Gordon MacRae appeared by arrangement with Warner Brothers. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by 132 railroads of the United States. Each one of them has its own operations and services. Each one competes keenly with others for business. But all of them work together through the Association of American Railroads for the improvement of all railroading and for better service to you.
Friends, this is Gordon MacRae again. All of us who helped to bring you the Railroad Hour join with our guest stars and the American Railroads in sincere wishes that you will have a Merry Christmas and a truly happy holiday season.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And from Hollywood, here comes the star-studded show train. Tonight, your railroads, through the Association of American Railroads, present the musical hit Roberta. In our star-studded cast, you will hear the host of our series, Gordon MacRae. Two famous guest stars, Eddie Bracken and Jan Clayton. Nana Bryant as Madame Roberta, Viola Vaughn as Schwarenka, and a cast of Hollywood featured players, including Sheila Stevens and Rye Billsbury. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and the entire production is set to the music of Carmen Dragon's Orchestra, and brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and the things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gordon MacRae helping to bring you another in our series of musical successes. Tonight, the Railroad Hour presents the story of a French modiste, a musical show that ran for more than a year on Broadway, was a big hit on the screen, and is played season after season in theaters all over the country. It's Roberta, with book and lyrics by Otto Harbach and music by Jerome Kern. Tonight I play the part of Johnny Kent, who falls out of love with one girl and into love with another. The one I want to marry at the final curtain is named Stephanie, assistant to Madame Roberta, the famous Parisian modiste. I met Stephanie when Madame Roberta, who is really my Aunt Minnie, cabled me to come to Paris at once. With such a charming star as Miss Jan Clayton playing the part of Stephanie this evening, I'm very glad I visited Madame Roberta, especially when I heard Stephanie sing...
You shall see flowers that lie on the plain, lying there, sighing for one touch of rain.
My friend Huckleberry Haynes, the famous band leader, went to France with me. When we got to Le Havre, Huck decided to rehearse his band in the dock, while I went to see about getting our stuff through customs. I'd introduce Huck to you if he and his band weren't getting ready to do a number, but I'm sure you know him well, because Huckleberry Haynes is played by our other guest star this evening, the very popular young comedian, Mr. Eddie Bracken.
Oh, so sings, heaven help you. Now that you got me going, what you gonna do? Is it up to me? Is it up to you? What kind of game is this you've begun? Was it done just for fun? I suspect you'll be wrecked when she answers you quite direct. Is this to be a case of old and glad you fell? Kiss and never tell, folly and farewell. What is it gonna be, lose or win? Cry or grin, let's begin.
Now that you got me going, what you gonna do? Is it up to me? Is it up to you? What kind of game is this we've begun? Was it done just for fun? I suspect you'll be wrecked when she answers you quite direct.
Is this to be a case of fall and glad you fell? Kiss and never tell, folly and farewell.
Which is it gonna be, lose or win?
Try or gin.
Let's begin.
Huck was still rehearsing when I finally got through customs and hurried over to him calling, "Okay, Huck, let's go."
Hold it, fellas, hold it. Well, Johnny, how do you feel, boy?
Oh, who cares? All I want to do is get to Paris, find out what Aunt Minnie wants with me, and then go home.
What's eating you? Hey, don't tell me you're still fretting about that witch, Sophie.
Oh, Sophie's got something, Huck.
Yeah, and I'm allergic to it. Besides, she's too old for you, Johnny. She's 25 if she's a day.
She's only 23.
That's a right cue.
Oh. Watch out now. Here comes Sophie.
Well, for crying out loud, tell her to get lost. Tell her to turn blue. Tell her to go to... Hello, Sophie.
Pardon me, Mr. Haynes. Would you mind stepping to one side? You're obstructing traffic.
Oh, now, Sophie, just a minute. I've got to talk to you.
Well, it won't do you any good, Johnny. Frankly, I'm interested in much bigger things.
Swell, maybe I can fix you up with an octopus.
Very funny. Very funny, Huck. Very funny indeed. You should stick to your music.
Well, good idea. Let's go, boys.
Well, what are we supposed to do, dance?
Oh, I just want another chance to square myself with you, Sophie.
With words and music by Huck Haynes, I suppose. Well, go ahead and see if I care.
You're devastating and so far above me. To think of mating, I never could dare. You couldn't ever be lowly and love me. You're much too clever to care how I care. You were destined for purple-hued throne rooms. You were fashioned for princess to see. Still I keep dreaming of you in my own rooms. And there you whisper, I love you to me. You're devastating and so far above me. To think of mating, I never would dare. You were destined for purple-hued throne rooms. You were fashioned for princess to see. Still I keep dreaming of you in my own rooms. And there you whisper, I love you. I poured my heart out in song, and Sophie just walked away from me. But I forgot her on the train, thinking about my Aunt Minnie and what a success she had been as Madame Roberta, the most famous modiste in all France. And when we got to Paris, I could hardly wait to get to her place and knock on the door.
Johnny!
Aunt Minnie!
Oh, Johnny, I'm so happy to see you. But your ship must have docked hours ago. Where have you been?
Learning about French customs.
Already? Oh, Johnny, let me look at you. You're more handsome than ever.
Ah, and you're more beautiful than ever, Aunt Minnie.
Oh, this is Stephanie, Johnny. She's the real Madame Roberta now. How do you do?
I'm pleased to meet you.
Isn't she pretty?
Oh, if you'll excuse me, I must get back to the fitting room and get that gown ready for Mademoiselle Schwarenka. Oh, she'll be screaming her head off.
Good, we'll have it stuffed. How do you like Stephanie, John?
Oh, very nice indeed.
I want you two to get along well together. It's so important for you to be happy. And you can be, if your tomorrows are as happy as your yesterdays. When you get to be my age, Johnny, you live in the past. Voices of old friends, old loves ring in your ears. Don't you remember what I told you when you were a little boy?
Yes, Aunt Minnie. You told me that yesterday's gave one courage to face tomorrow. Why, I even remember the song you sang to me. Yesterdays, days I knew as happy, sweet, sequester days, olden days gone
had romance and love. Then gay youth was mine, truth was mine, joyous, free, and flaming life, forsooth, was mine. Sad am I, glad am I, for today I'm dreaming
Johnny,
Yes, Aunt Minnie?
tell me about this Sophie you wrote that you were engaged to.
Well, I'm not engaged anymore, Aunt Minnie. We had a fight the night of our graduation dance.
Fight?
Yes, about a dress she was wearing, Aunt Minnie. It was kind of, well, you see, there wasn't much to it. So I told her I didn't like it, and she said...
She said what?
She said I was a small-town hick. And a couple of other things.
She sounds horrible.
Oh, she isn't, Aunt Minnie. She's wonderful. We've had some wonderful times together. Sad am I, glad am I, for today I'm dreaming of yesterday. Aunt Minnie loved that song, but she wanted to talk. We reminisced for nearly an hour when suddenly from the other room came the sound of an angry woman's voice. What's that, for Pete's sake?
That is Shvarenka, Johnny. A customer of mine, a Russian dancer, and Shvarenka.
That Stephanie. She has called me names. That common, ordinary
Hey,
little...
now, just a second.
Oh, get out of my way.
Madame Roberta, I have never insulted anyone.
Oh, she lies.
You handle this situation, Johnny. I'll take care of Stephanie.
Oh, take your hands off me. Take them off. I do not notice what is holding me. What a arm. What a chest. Only America makes a chest like that.
Hey, now, it's your turn to let go of me.
Why? You do not like Shvarenka?
Sure, I like you, but...
But you think Shvarenka might be hard to handle, eh? Well, could be. I'll be hard to handle, I promise you that. So when I raise Cain, don't start to complain and leave me flat. I'll be hard to handle, how else can I be? I say with a shrug, a fellow's a mug to fool with me. Be a lover who enthuses, always mind your P's and Q's. Watch your step, or you're apt to get crowned. If you try to pull a fast one, our romance will be a past one, with you resting 6 feet underground. I'll be hard to handle, my bridges are burned. Be careful with me, 'cause I'm TNT where you're concerned. I'm going to kick and scream till you get rough. Then, when you shout enough, I'll be hard to handle where you're concerned. Oh, and now, my wonderful American, kiss me.
Hey, I...
Well, I see you got Paris well in hand. And don't try to tell me this is your Aunt Minnie.
Another American. But where is your chest?
It slipped down on the back and came up under an assumed name. Where's my chest?
Well, Schwarenka, you've calmed down, I see.
Oh, Madame Roberta Schwarenka apologizes. Tomorrow I come back for another fit.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised. But remember, if you don't behave yourself, my nephew will be here to handle you.
Ooh, how lovely.
Detestable woman.
Imagine being married to her. I'd probably love it.
Aunt Minnie, I want you to meet my friend Huck Haynes.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Haynes? I didn't see you when I came in.
I know, I'm always the same color as the wallpaper.
I'm so glad that you boys have...
Aunt Minnie, what's wrong?
Oh, it's nothing to worry about, dear. Just after 75 years, my heart gets a little tired once in a while.
Well, maybe Huck and I'd better clear out and let you rest.
Perhaps just for a little while, Johnny.
Goodbye, Madam Alberta.
Goodbye, Mr. Haynes. Goodbye, John, dear. Stephanie. Stephanie.
Oh, yes, Madame Roberta? Do you not think you had better rest now?
In just a minute, Stephanie, dear. How did you like him?
Very, very much, Madame.
I'm glad. Now I think I will rest until my lawyer comes. It's very important that I see him, Stephanie. There's something I haven't done, and I...
Oh, do not worry about a thing, Madame. Please, just rest.
Will you sing to me, Stephanie?
Well, of course, if you want me to.
Sing the song I love so much, Stephanie.
You shall see flowers that lie on the plain, lying there, sighing for one touch of rain. Then you may borrow some glimpse of my soul. And you'll understand how I long for the touch of
Oh, don't stop, Stephanie, please. Oh, now who's that?
Aunt Minnie?
Oh, John, dear, come in. Stephanie's singing to me.
But I...
Oh, no, nothing is so important that it can't wait until Stephanie's finished, John. Go on, Stephanie, dear.
You and I, throughout a summer day, have walked a sunlit way or stopped to play.
You and I have wandered hand in hand throughout a happy land that we had planned.
I had hoped that our way might end where the sky and the blue horizon blend.
Yet we've both walked our one last mile.
Meet a goodbye, for
so tired.
But he's here, Stephanie. That's what I came in to tell her. And... Stephanie! Aunt Minnie isn't asleep. She's...
Oh, Mr. Kent! Madame Roberta!
No tears. See? There's a smile on her face.
We'll return with Roberta in just a moment. But first, here is a reminder. If you want a good picture of just how busy our country is, one of your best yardsticks is the number of freight cars loaded and moved each week. The Car Service Division of the Association of American Railroads keeps an accurate check on such figures. They report that during 10 weeks out of the past 11, an average of more than 900,000 cars have been loaded each week. That's nearly enough loaded cars each week to make 3 unbroken trains stretching all the way from the Atlantic to the Pacific Ocean. This year, the average freight train has turned out more transportation service an hour than ever before. This was done first by hauling more tons in each train, and second by keeping the trains moving faster and more steadily. Another thing that helped to improve our railroad service has been the new freight cars, which the railroads are building and buying as fast as they can get them. And these new cars are but one item in the billion-dollar-a-year improvement program of the railroads. One detail in their determined drive to provide still better service for you. And now back to Roberta, starring Eddie Bracken, Jan Clayton, and your host, Gordon MacRae.
Aunt Minnie passed away before she could sign her will. And since I was certainly no dressmaker, Stephanie and I became Madame Roberta Incorporated. And after a couple of weeks, we gave our first fashion show. And Huck was more excited about it than I was.
Brother, I never saw such a crowd. And all dames. All dames.
Is that bad?
Who said it was bad?
Oh, everything's ready, Johnny.
Oh, the dresses look wonderful, Stephanie. All except...
Except what, Johnny?
Well, I hate to ask you this, Stephanie, but would you mind not showing that chartreuse dress?
Hey, you going crazy? That little number has everything. I mean, it has nothing. I mean, it brings out the, well, I mean, in the, well, it works out the, it has, wow.
Well, just the same, I'd appreciate it, Stephanie, if you don't show that dress. It reminds me of a dress, a girl I knew wore at our graduation dance. I didn't like the dress then, and I still don't.
Oh, well, then, of course, we won't show it, Johnny.
Thanks. The fashion shows seemed to be a great success. They liked every gown we showed them. Afternoon dresses, sportswear, evening gowns, and then came our biggest event. Ladies and gentlemen, for our last number, Madame Roberta Incorporated is proud to present the bridal gown that was designed and will be modeled by my partner, Mademoiselle Stephanie. Well, in that wedding gown, Stephanie did something to me. I don't know what. And then just as I was about to speak to her, my girl, Sophie Teal, came up out of the audience and threw her arms around me.
Johnny, darling, at last. I was in Deauville when I heard about the show, and I came right to Paris. Darling, you were such a success, and I've missed you so much.
Oh, I'll see you later, Johnny.
No, wait, Stephanie. I want you to meet...
I'm Sophie Teal, Johnny's fiancée.
His fiancée?
Yes, we were keeping it a secret, but I think that's rather silly, don't you?
Oh, yes, it's very silly.
Now, Stephanie, wait a second.
Oh, Johnny, hold me close, darling. There, how does it feel to hold me in your arms again?
Feels wonderful, Sophie. Wonderful. I saw Sophie every day after that, and she really was wonderful. We set the date of our wedding for November the 12th. I told Huck about it one afternoon in the shop.
November 12th. For Pete's sake, Johnny, what'd you do, lose a bet?
Oh, now lay off, Huck.
Oh, Johnny, you haven't forgotten, have you? The annual Roberta party is tonight.
The part... Oh, gosh, that's right. Stephanie, I'm awfully sorry, but I made a previous engagement.
Yeah, previous, spelled S-O-P-H-I-E.
Oh, now, Huck, I told you, lay off. You're the only guy I know who doesn't think I'm the luckiest man in the world.
You want to bet?
Stephanie, tell me frankly, what do you think of Sophie?
Frankly?
Yeah, straight from the shoulder.
Well, Johnny, in my country, there's a proverb, all men should study carefully.
A proverb?
Yes, it's, when your heart's on fire, smoke gets in your eyes.
I don't get it.
You wouldn't. You don't smoke.
Meaning, I suppose, that I don't know what I'm doing?
You catch on pretty quick.
Johnny, it just means that you must be sure, terribly sure.
I couldn't be more sure, but thanks for the advice. I'll see you around, huh?
Oh, Johnny! Johnny! No, laughing friends did I, the tears I cannot hide. So I am the same when a lovely flame dies. Smoke gets in Oh, Johnny. What am I going to do? I love him so.
Oh, now look, baby, don't do that. The game isn't over yet. Once a girl I was going around with gave me the air. Do you know what I did?
No. What did you do, Mr. Haynes?
Well. If it isn't my old sorority sister, Sophie Teal.
Well, what did you do, Mr. Haynes?
No problem, honey. I just broke a neck.
Very, very funny.
Gosh, she got it.
Stephanie, I need a new gown for tonight. I'm having dinner with Johnny, and I want to look particularly well.
Why don't you just shine up your fangs and let it go at that?
Oh, I am sorry, Miss Steele, but it is impossible to deliver a gown in under 6 weeks.
Well, what's wrong with that chartreuse dress the young woman is carrying?
Oh, no, that would not do at all.
I insist on trying it on. If you refuse, I shall have to speak to Johnny about it.
Marie, please show Miss Steele where she may try on the gown that you're carrying.
Thank you, darling. I was beginning to think you didn't want me to have a gown for tonight.
Sweet, isn't she?
Huck, that's the dress that Johnny asked me not to exhibit at our show. He hated it. I cannot let her have it.
Baby, look, she has to have it. It's about time you stop singing those sad little songs. Insist on Sophie taking that dress, and the next time you see Johnny, be cool. Play hard to get. You've got to begin cooking on the front burner, Steph.
Maybe you're right, Huck. Strike a match. I start dinner now.
I took Sophie to dinner that night, to a small, out-of-the-way restaurant where I thought nobody could find us. As I helped her off with her cloak, I saw she was wearing the chartreuse dress I had asked Sophie not to show.
Why, John, what's the matter?
That dress.
What's wrong with this dress? It suits me perfectly.
Why, it's positively indecent.
Oh, you're just as much of a small-town hick as you were back in college. Maybe you'd rather see it on Stephanie.
Now, leave Stephanie out of this.
Oh, so that's where the shoe pinches, is it, Mr. Johnny Kent?
You know, you were right about that dress, Sophie. It's just your type.
How dare you! I despise you, John Kent, and I'm through. Do you hear? I'm through.
It's music to my ears.
Goodbye.
Would you like to have the cab fare back to America, Sophie?
And you too, Huck Haynes. You're both a pair of fatuous, nauseating, soporific bores.
That's a lot of $2 words just to say nuts.
Huck, what are you doing here?
Never mind, but it worked. Are you coming to the party at Madame Roberta's with me? Stephanie's waiting for you.
Huck, you're not kidding, are you?
Baby, I wasn't called down as Huckleberry Haynes for nothing. Let's go.
I got there, Stephanie was singing. Huck, what do you think I should say to her?
That song ought to give you a rough idea.
When your heart's on fire, you must realize smoke gets in your eyes.
So I chopped them and I gaily laughed to think they could doubt my love. Yet today my love has flown away. I am without my love. Now laughing friends deride, tears I cannot hide. So I smile and say, when the lovely flame dies, smoke gets in your
Stephanie.
Oh, so you decided to honor us after all, Mr. Kent. Where is Miss Teal?
Sophie? Well, she went home.
Oh, I see. And having nothing better to do, you came back here.
Stephanie, dear, may I have the next dance with you?
I'd love it, Ladislav.
Please, Stephanie, I've got to talk to you now.
Will you excuse me, Ladislav? My business partner wishes to speak to me.
Certainly, Stephanie.
Well, John, what is it?
Who is that Ladislaw? Are you in love with him?
Ladislav works here with us, and as for being in love with him, I consider that a very impertinent question, Mr. John Kent.
Okay, baby. If that's the way you feel about it.
That is the way I feel about it.
All right. Then I guess this is where I came in.
Oh, Johnny! Johnny, wait!
I love you so.
Is something the matter, Stephanie?
It's Johnny. He's gone. He'll never know. He's gone, Ladislav.
He will come back, Stephanie?
No, he will not. I know he will not. I could tell by the look in his eyes. And you'll understand.
We mentioned earlier this evening that the railroads during 10 weeks out of the past 11 moved an average of more than 900,000 carloads of freight each week. This couldn't have been done without a lot of new freight cars. And the fact is that since the end of the war, the railroads have put in service more than 200,000 new freight cars. And they have put as many more in new car condition by a major program of repairs and rebuilding. Well, that's a lot of freight cars, but it isn't enough. So the railroads have ordered another 111,000 new freight cars, enough to keep the car builders busy for a full year to come. And before these are built, still others will be ordered. Altogether, these 300,000 new cars are costing the railroads more than $1,250,000,000. And that's just part of what the railroads are spending to provide better service for the business of the country and for you. When it comes to spending money, the railroads are in the same fix as the rest of us. What they can spend depends on what they make. And so, railroad service of the future depends upon railroad revenues now. That's another reason why it means something to everybody, that railroads shall be financially able to keep on making the improvements necessary to meet the growing needs of this growing nation. Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. return you to Roberta, starring Eddie Bracken, Jan Clayton, and your host, Gordon MacRae.
When I left the party at Madame Roberta's that night, I was burning. I told Huck I was going to see Schwarenka. And on the way over to the Cafe Russe, I kept wondering what Stephanie was doing.
Oh, here are you, Stephanie. Look, I've been looking all over for you.
Oh, so I should cook, should I, Mr. Huckleberry Haynes?
Well, look, now just hold on to your hat for a second.
Do not speak to me, but I will tell you right now. I am through with this cooking.
Yeah, I think it's about time, Steph. Johnny's gone out to do a little cooking himself. And too many cooks spoil the cooks. Or vice versa. Well, look, everybody in the family can't be a cook.
He's gone out where?
Well, he's gone over to the Cafe Russe to see Schwarenka, honey. And if you want a piece of advice, you better go over there, too. And, baby, you'd better go as a woman.
When I got to the Cafe Russe, Schwarenka seemed awfully glad to see me, but I wasn't in any mood to be friendly. I kept glaring into space until finally the waiter came up with our drinks and said,
"Your drinks, Monsieur, dame, to Schwarenka special."
Ah, now you will smile, my handsome one. A toast to us.
Sure, a toast to us. What's in this thing?
Vodka and gunpowder. I drink it each morning instead of orange juice.
Hey, Johnny. Oh, fine. I can't leave you for 5 minutes without you running into a morass.
A morass? Who is a morass? In fact, what is a morass?
Call me later, honey. Look, Johnny.
Now beat it, Huck. Get lost.
Yes. Go away, small one. What are you doing here anyway?
I'm booing mentally.
Ladies and gentlemen, Princess Helena Anastasia Louisa Alexandra Stefania Romanov.
The princess.
Gosh, Huck, look. It's Stephanie. She's beautiful. And I've been such a sap.
Well, you'll never make the headlines. You go and tell her you're a sap. Maybe she likes saps.
Schwarenka feels a scream coming on. A big one.
And now Schwarenka feels a hand across her mouth. A dirty one.
Stephanie.
Good evening, John.
Well, I don't blame you, Stephanie. I've been a fool, a chump. And now it's too late.
Too late? I do not understand.
Too late to tell you that I love you.
But why, Johnny?
Because you're a princess. Because you love Ladislaw.
Of course I love Ladislav, Johnny. Why wouldn't I love him? He's my cousin.
Your cousin? Then he... Oh, what's the difference? You're still a princess.
So?
Well, Stephanie, doesn't that mean that I can't... doesn't it mean that we can't?
Мы можем, дорогой.
Okay, rub it in.
Who rubs it in?
Well, then what did you say?
I said, you can, and we can. And, please hurry up and ask me, darling. Please, darling, before the smoke gets in your eyes.
Now, laughing friends divide, tears I cannot hide. So I smile and say, when our lovely flame dies, smoke gets in your
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. This is Gordon MacRae giving a special vote of thanks to our two guest stars this evening, Eddie Bracken and Jan Clayton. Nana Bryant and Viola Vaughn and the other members of tonight's cast for their fine performances in our production of Roberta, which was adapted for radio by Ed Gardner and Don Ettlinger. Next week, our star-studded show train will arrive on the same tracks at the same time. On board will be Margot, Leo Carrillo, Marion Hutton, and Sweeney and March to join me in bringing you the famous Ziegfeld musical show, Rio Rita, with our chorus under the direction of Norman Luboff and the music arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so until next week, goodbye. Remember, during the coming week, as always, the American railroads will provide for you the dependable low-cost transportation which is so essential to the American way of living.
Roberta has been presented by special arrangement with Tam's Whitmark Music Library. Gordon MacRae appeared on this program by arrangement with Warner Brothers. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by the Association of American Railroads. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the Sigmund Romberg operetta, The Desert Song, starring Nadine Connor, Sterling Holloway, Clark Dennis, Francis X. Bushman, and your host, Gordon MacRae. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gordon MacRae helping to bring you another in our series of great musical hits. Tonight, it's the romantic operetta, The Desert Song. As Margot Bonvalet, you'll hear lovely Miss Nadine Connor, the charming Metropolitan Opera soprano. And in the comedy part of Benny, that favorite of stage and screen, Mr. Sterling Holloway. Mr. Clark Dennis sings the role of my henchman, Seed. And Mr. Francis X. Bushman plays my father, Governor Birabeau. And so the curtain rises on The Desert Song as I don the mask and flowing red cape of that mysterious romantic figure, the Red Shadow.
The Red Shadow was at once the terror and the excitement of all Morocco. No one knew who he was or where he came from. But suddenly he and his band of riffs would sweep down out of the hills and undo some of the work of the French Foreign Legion. They called him the Red Shadow, and no one who saw him ride by with his band would ever forget it.
Hold the ground, there comes a sound. It is the drum, drum, drum of hoofbeats in the sand. Quiver with fear if you are near. It is the thunder of the Shadow and his band. And all who thunder It means the rifts are abroad. Go before you've bitten the sword. Oh, that's the sound that comes to warn you so. In the night or early morn, you know. If you're the red shadow's foe, the wrist will strike with a blow that brings you woe.
Oh, so we sing as we are riding home. It's the time you'd best be hiding low. It means the rifts are abroad. Go before you've bitten the sword.
Oh, that's the sound that comes to warn you so. In the night or early morn, you know. If you're the red shadow's foe, the wrist will strike with a blow that brings you All right, men. We'll rest here for an hour.
Master, Sid and I are your close friends, are we not?
You know you are, Hassie.
We try very hard to understand you, Master, but often Hassie and I find it quite difficult.
Well, of course. You're Mohammedans, and I am French.
Oh, you are great at the masquerade, my master. Not one of our band realizes you are French.
Master, there is one question we would ask. Why did you, a Frenchman who loves his country, leave the French army to join us?
Because, Sid, when I came here to Morocco 8 years ago, the French governor was abusing the Arabs. I could not reason with him. And so I went into the hills, to Ali Ben Ali.
Oh, how well I remember that night. A man in a red mask and a cloak stepped up and said to Ali Ben Ali, "Give me 20 men who are not afraid to risk their lives, and when the law is wrong, we will overturn the law."
Yes, I decided to be the Robin Hood of Morocco. And when I came back from the desert, I pretended to be almost half-witted. I spent all my time picking wildflowers. And so they searched high and low for the Red Shadow and never guessed that I was a stupid boy living right in their midst.
And then the cruel General Fontaine died. And now your own father has come to Morocco as French governor.
Yes, with one purpose in mind, to wipe out the Red Shadow. And so what am I to do? Desert my men? Or let my father know that his only son is a traitor to the French? No, I guess I can only continue to play the fool. What's that?
The men have a captive.
Oh, may I handle this, my master?
It's my turn, Hassie. You handled the last spy.
You may both handle this one, and I'll be silent.
Bring him over here. Get over there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How do you do, Mr. Shadow?
Let's shoot him immediately, Sid.
No, let's wait a while.
That's right, Sid. Let's wait a while. Mr. Shadow, behind that mask must beat a heart of stone.
He's such a miserable specimen. He's hardly worth shooting.
Oh, I'm not worth shooting at all.
What are you doing in Morocco?
Nothing. Make me an offer.
Search him, Hassie.
Stop. I'm tickled.
Oh, he's carrying lead pencils. He's a spy.
No, I'm not. I'm not. Look, kids. I'll come clean. I'm a reporter. My name's Benny.
Reporters ask too many questions. Whenever I see a reporter, I want blood.
Don't look at me. I'm anemic.
What brought you here?
Well, certainly not my intentions, Mr. Shadow. Early this morning, I went out for my first horseback ride. My friend Pierre, the son of Governor Birabeau, took me. Suddenly, he disappeared, and my horse took the bit in his teeth to say nothing of me. And here I am.
Well, if we spare you, you must work for us. You can return to the house of the governor and spy on the French.
Oh, I'll do anything. I have no principles at all.
Master, the French are coming.
Quick, to the horses.
You come with me, Benny.
Oh, you're not going to put me back on a horse again.
I'm sorry, but we have no choice. Come on, men. After me.
Oh, then the sound that comes to warn you so. In the night or early morn you go. If you're the red shadow's foe, the rest will strike with your blow.
Benny, darling.
Oh, hello, Susie.
Benny, where have you been? We were all so frightened. Here, sit down.
Sit. Oh, no. Now, Susan, I may never sit again.
What happened?
I met a horse.
Poor Benny. I'll take care of you.
No, Susan, please. You're my secretary, not a nurse. Look, take this down in shorthand. I was caught by the Red Shadow's band.
Benny, no. Did you see the Red Shadow?
Did I see the Red Shadow? Listen, Susan. He came riding in on a panther, using a rattlesnake for a whip. And he said, "Men, I'm hungry." And one of the men carried in a live cow.
Oh, Benny. How could one man carry a live cow?
He made 2 trips. Susan, you should have been there. There I was. I stood in front of all of them. But was I scared? I killed hundreds of rips in a single combat. And hundreds of them killed me. Susan, but you are looking at a new Benny. A strong Benny. A shadow of his former Benny.
You mean you're going to be a Red Shadow?
Well, Susan, I'll probably be more of a white shadow, but watch out for me, Susan.
Oh, Benny, I'd love to.
Well, here, Benny and Susan, at any rate. Maybe they know something.
Yeah. Hello, Governor Beerbolt, Margot.
Oh, Benny, have you seen Pierre?
Well, I saw him a couple of horses ago. Not recently.
His horse came home without him hours ago.
I think you should send out a searching party, Governor Beerbolt.
I'll wait until sundown.
If you'll excuse me, I'm going to see a man about an ice pack.
For your head?
Don't be silly. The next horse I see can ride me. I'll walk. Come on, Susan. You can get the ice. Huh?
All right.
You know, Governor, I thought Morocco would be exciting and full of adventure. But I think it must be the loneliest place in the world.
No, you won't feel that way when you and Paul are married.
Oh, I'm not so sure. You know, Paul has changed in the last 2 years. I remembered him as being more romantic. Why, I thought he would ride up and carry me off across his saddle.
I'm afraid Paul's hardly the type to do that. That sounds more like,
Who?
Margot, my dear, your head is entirely too full of romance.
You're right, it is. Romance, a playboy who is born each spring, who teaches a nightingale to sing a very pretty song. I love you. Romance, a legend of an old brocade, a prince who tells a country maid, I love you. Now where this whimsy comes from, I don't know. For when it comes, it's just a bomb to go. Romance, a flower that will bloom a while, with sunshine from a lover's smile, that lover's tears bedew.
Very lovely idea, Margot. But life is romantic only for the dreamers. Yes, only for the dreamers.
Pierre, where have you been? Your father and I have been so worried.
Oh, I was out picking wildflowers.
Wildflowers? What kind of a son have I?
Governor Baribeau.
What is it, Paul?
We have the Red Shadow, I'm sure of it.
Congratulations. We're here in my palace.
Yes, we will.
Where is he?
He's somewhere on the palace grounds.
Somewhere here in my palace?
Yes, we were miles behind, but we saw him ride through your gates.
The Red Shadow within our gates? How ghastly. Why, we might all wake up to find our throats cut.
Pierre, I wish just once you'd do one thing that would make me proud of you. Why don't you go out and fight the Red Shadow?
He might hurt me.
Ah, come on.
I'll see you later, Margot.
Well, I'd better go to my room. Margot, do you think you'd better stay here alone? After all, the Red Shadow is on the loose.
Oh, I'd welcome the Red Shadow. He's the only romantic, adventurous figure in Morocco.
I think you're right. Well, goodbye, Margot.
Romance. I open my
like a breeze rushing by. When life is great, I have a way to keep it gay.
Good evening, mademoiselle.
You?
The Red Shadow, your servant.
Yes, in a mask and a cloak, just as they told me. I heard you were in the palace. Oh, but I didn't believe it.
I heard you say you would welcome me.
Where were you?
In the shadows. Come with me tonight, into the desert. Come with me and you'll never want to return.
You're very sure of yourself.
No, not of my...
Master! The horses are waiting just outside the gates as you ordered.
Oh, Margot, the governor said, Hattie.
Benny, my friend. Come, we must go quickly. The horses are waiting.
Oh, no, not horses.
Are you coming, Margot? Or shall I pick you up and carry you off?
If you come a step closer, I'll fire.
Well, a gun. All right. Hassie, if this young lady should be brave enough to kill me, it is my order that you do not harm her. Aim steady, my lady. There is your pistol, and here is my heart. Blue heaven and you and I and sand kissing a moonlit sky. All right, I've got her. Come on.
Benny, if you let out one peep, I'll shoot you in the back.
Peep? Who peeps?
Quiet now. We don't want anyone to hear us. Heaven and you and I and sand kissing a moonlit sky, a desert breeze whispering a lullaby.
You can't get away with this, you renegade.
I love you. Oh, give me that night divine.
They'll come after you tomorrow, and they'll kill you.
The desert song calling its voice and calling will make its voice will
During the year just closing, the railroads have been kept busy, just about as busy as they have ever been in peacetime, hauling the major part of the tremendous output of our farms and factories, our forests and mines. The job has called for the utmost skill and efficiency, for the railroads, like the rest of us, have not been able to get all the new equipment, all the new freight cars they needed. They have done their best to make up for this by doing more work with the cars and locomotives they do have. So, in 1948, the average freight train on the railroads turned out more transportation service than ever before. To make possible even better transportation and greater efficiency in the future, the railroads spent on improvements $1,250 million in 1948. And that $1.25 billion was railroad money, for railroads provide their own roadways and terminals and signals with their own money. It is not done with the money of the taxpayers. As for the new year about to start, the railroads are looking ahead, planning ahead, working ahead to provide still better service for you and for the country. And now back to the Desert Song, starring your host, Gordon MacRae, Nadine Connor, Clark Dennis, Francis X. Bushman, and Sterling Holloway.
Lonely as a desert breeze, I may wander where I please, yet I keep on the longing just to rest a while. So, this is the castle of Ali Ben Ali, huh? Some dump.
Ali Ben Ali is coming, Master.
Yes, I hear, Hassie.
Down on your knees, Benny.
Down on my knees. All the way down there?
Quickly. Ali Ben Ali kills reporters on sight. Does he not, my master, huh?
Oh, well, ooh.
My good friend, the Red Shadow.
Once more, exalted Ali, I beg your kindness and shelter.
Should I not protect the protector of my race? Huh. What did you do this time, eh? Burn down a prison, kidnap a tax collector, blow up a dam so the farmers could have water?
No, it's a little different this time. Benny, don't stay down there on your knees. Get up.
Get up and drop dead?
Who are you?
I am Benny, the Red Shadow's shadow.
His yellow one.
I don't know. I'm colorblind.
Now, Benny, go and help the men tether the horses.
May I kick one?
Not if you want to live. Now go.
Okay, Red. Yes, Master.
Where shall we take the Frenchwoman, my master?
Frenchwoman? You have ridden off with a Frenchwoman?
Yes. She is the guest of General Mirabeau.
You brought her forcibly against her will?
Yes.
Oh, my friend, you have been a great leader of men. There are many women who would love you. Do not waste any hours with one who does not. Our lives are short, and the hours go fast. Let Seed tell you what.
Love blossoms, love's fire to consume. One love alone, one love alone is not for
I have heard all that you have been saying, and I know that's your philosophy. Yet, I must still...
This would be a magic world to me. If she were
Take the Frenchwoman back, my friend. I beg of you. The French will never forgive the thing you have done. And you've put us all in danger by bringing her here.
If you will forgive me, my master, it is a wise thing to do.
Hassie, Ali Ben Ali, are you not my friends?
I am an Arab before I am your friend. As an Arab, I beg you, send this woman back, or there will be more bloodshed.
I've risked my life for you many times. This is the first time I've asked even anything in return. I'll not send this woman back. I'm going to win her for my own. Hassie, see that the men are comfortable.
I hear, master.
We will rest here only a few hours, Ali Ben Ali.
As you will.
Yes, Master.
Send me one of the horsemen immediately, Algieri. I want to send a message to General Mirabeau.
Go away.
Margot,
You savage, you ruffian. Why did you bring me here?
to teach you to love me.
Do you think I'd live with you on the desert and have a price set on my head, too?
As mad a dream as it sounds, I have been willing to risk my life to win your love.
But I love Paul.
You don't love Paul.
Well, maybe not. But there is someone I do love.
Who?
You don't know him. He's General Mirabeau's son, Pierre.
Pierre? You love him? That milksop?
Yes.
Why, you wanted romance.
Well, not anymore. I want the quiet life, the gentle, sweet life I would have with Pierre.
All right. I'll send Pierre to you.
You what?
I'll send Pierre to you at once.
You've captured him?
He is here. And if Pierre can win you, why then, my sweet, I swear by all I hold sacred to send you back his bride.
No, wait. Oh, let me think.
Margot. You love me,
I am sure of that now.
I'm afraid of you.
Oh, give me that night divine.
Let my arms in yours entwine.
The desert song calling. His voice enthralling will make you
Come, he is here.
Ali Ben Ali, Hassi, Seed, what does this mean?
This is Ali Ben Ali's doing, Master, not ours.
Come in, General Beribo. Here is the Red Shadow, and here is the girl.
General Beribo.
Margot, are you all right?
Yes. Yes, I am, General Beribo.
Now, Governor, you can see that my people are innocent. The Red Shadow alone was responsible for seizing this girl.
Ali Ben Ali, as you know, when I received your messenger, I came here alone with him. I trust now to your promise that you will not interfere.
I will not interfere. This is your fight.
Mr. Red Shadow, I've come from Argo. In my younger days, I was a good swordsman. These men have told me that if I can defeat you in a single combat, you will no longer be their leader, and you must release her. Well, sir, I'm going to kill you, or you'll have to kill me.
Oh, no, Governor Beribo. Please don't do this.
Step aside, Margot. Draw your sword, sir.
Master, answer him. I cannot.
Oh, this is the famous Red Shadow, the myth that has frightened all Morocco.
Master, be warned. If you refuse to fight by the law of our tribe, we must turn you out into the desert to die.
I know.
Oh, he's drawing his sword. He's going to fight.
Master, what are you doing?
I surrender my sword.
You surrender your sword. Well, well. I've won an easy victory, but I cannot call it a very proud one.
Men, take this coward you have called the Red Shadow to the edge of the desert. Leave him there and count yourself well rid of him.
Here is the edge of the desert, my master. Here we part.
We had no choice but to follow the law of our tribe. You must be sent into the desert without food, without arms. Your only weapon is this broken sword.
It is the will of Allah. Hassi, Seed, you'll say farewell to the men for me.
Oh, not one Arab on the desert, if he knew the truth, would say your father's life is worth yours.
But I am French, and I know it is. Farewell.
Allah be kind to thee, my master.
We turn our backs now towards Mecca and pray. Pray as you start into the desert. May Allah go with thee.
This final week of the year is the traditional time for taking stock of what's happened during the past 12 months. So let's take a look at the work and progress of our American railroads during the year just ending.
First, what about freight service?
During 1948, the railroads hauled a load equivalent to moving 12 tons of freight a mile for each one of you, for every man, woman, and child in the country, during each and every day of the year.
And how about passenger service?
During the year, the railroads carried an average of nearly 2 million passengers each and every day. That service amounts, on the average, to a trip of almost 300 miles for every man, woman, and child in the country.
And what about improvements?
During 1948, the railroads spent on improvements alone, not including work on maintenance, an average of nearly $3.5 million a day for new streamlined trains, more efficient locomotives, better track and yard facilities, better signals and shops. During the year, more than 100,000 new freight cars were bought, all the builders could deliver, and another 100,000 additional cars have been ordered. In 1948, the railroads hauled a ton of freight a mile for less average revenue than they got in 1921 after the First World War. And they carried passengers for considerably less than they did a quarter of a century ago, when wages and prices were less than half what they are now. To keep abreast of the needs of the nation, to make the improvements in service they are planning, the railroads need to make earnings more nearly in line with today's costs. That would be your best assurance that America will always enjoy the most efficient, most economical, most dependable rail transportation in the world. The Railroad Hour show train will return after a brief pause for station identification. And now back to the third act of The Desert Song, starring your host, Gordon MacRae, Sterling Holloway, Clark Dennis, Francis X. Bushman, and Nadine Connor.
Lonely are the desert breeze. I may wander where I please, yet I keep on longing just to rest a while.
Yeah, I know just how you feel, Margot.
Benny.
You know, the governor sent his men into the desert as soon as we got back tonight, and he told them to shoot the Red Shadow on sight. I don't think that's fair. They might kill him.
I know. Oh, Benny, if there was only something we could do.
I'm afraid there is nothing. It is fate, Margot. A man does what he must do, and then goes out to die. Kismet. Kismet. Oh, Margot, I'm getting so sort of red shadowish, you know what to say? One alone to be my own. I alone to know her. If you'll pardon the expression, caress. Oh, shucks. I don't know. The desert has done something to me. I can see where I might be completely irresistible to an intelligent girl like Susan. One to be eternally the one who's worshiping. Get a load of this soul.
Oh, Benny, please don't sing that song.
Torturous, isn't it?
Oh, here you are, Margot.
Hello, Governor.
My son Pierre has disappeared again.
Oh, well, he was at the camp of Ali Ben Ali yesterday.
He was? Are you sure of that?
Why, of course. The Red Shadow boasted of it.
I didn't see him.
By heaven, if any harm has come to my boy. Benny, you look so uncomfortable. Sit down.
I'd rather die.
May I request a moment of your time?
Ali Ben Ali, what are you doing here?
Mademoiselle, yesterday the bravest man in the world went out to die for you. I, may Allah forgive me, thought he was a coward. But I have since learned that he had the courage enough to play the coward.
I'm afraid I don't follow you.
Governor Birabeau, where is your son, Pierre?
Well, that was what I was going to ask you. Margot tells me that yesterday he was in your palace.
Precisely, he was. But no one saw him arrive, and no one saw him go.
What do you mean?
One of my women, Azuri, saw the red shadow without his mask yesterday. She solved the riddle for me, and I am endeavoring to solve it for you. Will a son kill his father?
Will a son? Oh, no. You can't mean...
Pierre, the red shadow. Pierre?
Precisely, mademoiselle. Pierre, the red shadow.
My son. Oh, my son.
Listen!
The red shadow is dead! The red shadow is dead! The red shadow!
They've killed him! They've got him!
It is a great tragedy.
Catch him, General Birabeau. The red shadow is dead.
Oh, no.
Paul, who killed him? Which of your soldiers?
I killed him. I'm the man who put an end to the red shadow.
Pierre! Pierre!
You see, Father, you never thought I was brave.
My son, you were bravest at that moment when you refused to fight.
Why, Father, you know.
I know, and I'm proud of you. Men, you've done your work. Back to the square. And double rations of food and wine for you all. Dismissed. Pierre is general at this post. I know nothing beyond the fact that the red shadow is no more.
Then you forgive me?
You've done nothing wrong, my boy. You seem to understand these people better than I do. Perhaps if we can work together, there'll be no need of a rift. Robin Hood.
Thank you, my father. Thank you.
Pierre, I thought you were my friend. As the red shadow, you turned me into the saddle sore of the desert.
No, Benny. As the red shadow, I give you my cloak and my mask, and you can be the romance of the desert.
Wow, that's better. A blue heaven, and you and I.
Oh, no.
I hate the horse, and the horse hates I.
Now I know why I could not decide between Pierre and the red shadow. I had need and love for them both. Oh, my darling, I am as much in love with the desert now as you are.
Margot.
This would be a magic world to me. If she were
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Well, next week, the show train will arrive on the same tracks at the same time. On board will be the star comedian, Mr. Eddie Cantor, and Miss Eileen Wilson to join me in bringing you his greatest stage hit, Whoopee. Well, it looks as though we're ready to say goodbye. So next week, we'll see you then.
The Desert Song has been presented by special arrangement with the Tams Whitmark Music Library. Gordon McRae appeared by arrangement with Warner Brothers. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Transcribed.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents Victor Herbert's charming operetta, Orange Blossom.
starring Gordon MacRae and his charming guest, Evelyn Case. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and the music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroad. The same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is our star, Gordon MacRae.
Thank you, Marvin Miller, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In Victor Herbert's charming operetta, Orange Blossoms, I play Roger Belmont. And lovely Evelyn Case is Kitty, the girl who gets kissed in the dark.
Oh, that kiss in the dark was to him just a lark, but to her 'twas a thrill supreme.
You're my lawyer, Brosick. Do something.
Well, Roger, what do you want me to do?
Well, it's spring, and I'm in love. I want you to help me.
Well, they didn't teach us about these things in law school.
Brosick, there's only one woman alive in the whole world, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, who is it this time? Ruth?
No.
Mary?
No.
Sheila?
Absolutely not. Helen. Oh, I thought I'd been in love before, Brosick, but Helen topped them all.
It's true that I'm susceptible to ladies. It's true that I've a weakness for their charms. I have always found it simple to succumb to just a dimple or an ankle or a lovely pair of arms. But now my mad philandering is over. Those maids of just one charm have left my mind. For my new love's a complete thing. I have found the only sweet thing who has all the other charmers' charms combined. Though I've always played about, I can say without a doubt, this time it's love. For the thumping of my heart seems to whisper from the start, this time it's love. She has made this weary world a fairyland, and the skies are blue above. I have felt this way before in my small affairs of yore, but this time it's love.
Though he's always played down, he can stay without a doubt.
This time it's love.
'Cause the thumping of his heart seems to whisper from the stars.
This time it's love.
She has made this weary world
a fairyland, and the skies are blue above. I have felt this way before in my small affairs of yore, but this time it's love.
Brosick, I want to marry Helen, but, well, there's a problem. Maybe we can solve it legally.
Let's get all this down on paper. What's her full name?
Helen de Vaquet.
Oh, a divorcee, isn't she?
Yes. Aunt Mary and I both met Helen on the Riviera. I loved her immediately, and Aunt Mary loathed her. So she said if ever I saw Helen again, she'd disinherit me.
But you saw her anyhow?
No. No, Helen left the Riviera a few days later. I would have followed her, but Aunt Mary became ill, and naturally, as her prospective heir, my place was by her side.
Naturally.
By the time Aunt Mary died, I had forgotten.
You had forgotten Madame de Vasquez?
Oh, no. I'd forgotten her address. Anyhow, I saw her again, never saw her again until I met her by chance last week. Now we're engaged to be married.
I see.
Brosick, my aunt left me $17 million. A sum I have the greatest respect for.
Well, almost as respectable as $18 million.
But in her will, she says that I can only inherit that money if I marry within the year, and if I do not marry any woman who is the divorced wife of a Brazilian subject.
Helen's former husband was a Brazilian?
Yes. What can I do, Roderick? I don't want to lose Helen, and I don't want to lose the money.
Well, why not marry someone else? Just temporarily, a marriage of convenience. At the end of a year, you can get a divorce and marry Helen.
Where can I find a woman who'd do that?
I know just the lady.
All right. I'm in your hands.
I can't say that I care very much for the idea.
Well, Kitty, I have to have someone I can trust, and after all, you are my godchild.
That isn't necessarily a guarantee that you can trust me.
Well, you can use the money.
Yes.
Well, then what's the matter?
Oh, nothing really. It's just that, like every other girl in the world, I've had my own dreams of spring and love and orange blossoms. In every girl's heart, there is a dream, a golden dream of orange blossoms. She always longs to start upon her way with that bouquet of orange blossoms. So until her favorite Romeo falls a victim to there'll always be a dream of orange blossoms in
We are all in love with you.
You had better run along and play.
You are sweet as morning dew.
I won't listen to a word you say.
Kitty, darling, please be fair with us.
You are just a pack of flirt.
We are after you, dear.
You are after anything in skirt.
Don't you like the way we play?
I think you all should marry.
That's a blow, you know.
But this is so. In every girl's heart, there is a dream, a golden dream of orange blossoms. She always upon her way with that bouquet of orange blossoms. So until her favorite Romeo falls a victim
Here are the papers, if you'd like to look them over, Kitty.
If you say they're all right, I'll sign them.
Well, there's a clause stating that if anything develops of a personal nature between you and the gentleman, you forfeit the settlement. His fiancée insisted on that, and she's quite a jealous woman.
She doesn't have to worry about anything of a personal nature developing under circumstances like these. There, that's signed.
Oh, come in.
I'm sorry I'm late. My car stalled in traffic.
Roger.
Why, you've met.
Why, I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
I'm sorry. For a moment, I thought we had.
Well, this is the young lady. Kitty, may I present Roger Belmont. And Roger, this is my godchild, Miss Winthrop. If you wouldn't mind waiting in the next room, Roger, we're just completing the arrangement.
Why, of course. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Winthrop.
So that's the man.
What's the matter, Kitty?
Of course he wouldn't remember. Why should he? I was just a schoolgirl.
Forgive me. Of course I remember now. We were both such children that I had almost forgotten.
Well, that's all right, Roger.
Oh, that was love in all its power, yet today it seems like a sweet but fleeting hour in the land of dreams. There we parted in the dawn. You played a part, but the memory lingered on in my trembling heart. Oh, that is in the dark. But to me, 'twas a thrill
We'll return for the second act of Orange Blossoms in just a moment. Hear 'em? The whistles of the freight train? Well, maybe I'm just imagining it, but it does seem to me that in that familiar sound there is an added note of pride. Anyhow, today's freight trains have good reason to be proud. For in 1951, the average freight train set a new record in serving you by hauling more tons of freight and hauling them faster than ever before. The railroads set that new efficiency record while doing the second largest job of hauling they have ever done in peacetime. And the important point is, you could not have lived as well as you did. The nation could not have had the goods and materials needed for commerce and defense without the kind and quantity of railroad service performed in 1951. Now, the reason the railroads have been able to do these bigger jobs and do them better stems largely from the fact that since the end of World War II, they have spent over $6 billion on improvements. That money, an average of over $1 billion a year, has bought the new and better equipment and facilities that have given the nation continually better railroad service. However, while the railroads hauled a near record volume of traffic with record-breaking efficiency in 1951, their net earnings were way down. And the reason is that the wages, prices, and taxes they must pay have gone up so much more than the rates they can charge. That's why, as the railroads carry on with their essential improvement programs, it is so important to all of us that they be allowed adequate freight rates. Only then will they be able to keep on raising the money needed for the continued improvement that can alone give America the transportation it needs for commerce and defense. Now for the second act of Orange Blossoms, starring Gordon MacRae and his guest, Evelyn Case.
Oh, that kiss in the dark was to him just a lark, but to her it was a thrill supreme.
So Kitty and I were married. I rented a house for her, and she lived there alone. I hardly ever saw her. Since Helen was my fiancée, she naturally resented any display of affection on my part towards my wife. However, I did go out to see Kitty with my attorney on the day before she was to file for divorce. I wasn't nearly as happy about the whole thing as I thought I would be. And I left the room so Kitty could talk to the lawyer alone. Out on the veranda, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Yet, well, you know how it is when they're talking about you.
Well, Kitty, are you happy?
Why should I be happy?
The year is up. Now you can get your divorce, collect your settlement, and live the way you want to live.
The way I want to live. If I could live the way I really want to live, I'd live here with Roger. It's only a loneliness. I'm lonely and uncaressed. There's no one to bring me cheer when days are clear, who kiss me and call me dear. But someday I'll cease to pine. Oh, someday my eyes will shine when someone has come and blessed this loneliness of
Kitty, I didn't know you felt that way. I had no idea. I'm no good for you. I'm a philanderer, a heel. I'm a bum.
I know it. You're no good at all.
Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say that.
As a matter of fact, I don't like you at all. I just want to stay married to you.
Kitty, you'll be a free woman tomorrow. You'll meet lots of attractive men.
But how could anyone be as attractive as you are?
Well, you're right about that.
It doesn't matter to you how I feel, does it? All that matters is how Helen feels.
No, that isn't all that matters. Kitty, you've got to find a man and be happy, too.
Why, any man would fall for you.
Tell them all to run along and play.
You are sweet as morning dew.
I won't listen to a word you say.
Kitty, darling, to yourself be fair.
Men are all a pack of flares.
You'll find one for whom you care.
Men are after anything in return.
Don't you like the way men play?
I ask them not to tarry.
Then they'll go, you know.
I wish it so.
You're not yourself today.
Now, Kitty, everything's going to be all right for you. I'm sure of it.
Well, living here alone has probably made you over-sentimental. I'm sure tomorrow you'll feel a great deal differently.
Are you?
I'm positive. You tell her that, Roger. You can make her understand.
Kitty.
These days are trying, but they can never last. Worry will soon be buried in the past. So, though we know it is hard for us to bear, bravely we'll face this night time of despair. Then comes a dawning of morning so splendid, tomorrow when sorrow is ended, the darkest hour must come and go before the dawn begins to glow. And so, though our troubles seem double in gray light, they disappear in the clear sunny daylight. The very darkest hour must pass along. Then comes the dawning, and life is like a song. Then comes the dawning of morning so splendid, that fair tomorrow when sorrow is ended. The darkest hour must come and go before the dawn begins to glow. And so, although our troubles seem double in daylight, they disappear in the clear sunny daylight. The very darkest hour must pass along. Then comes the dawning, and life is like a
Roger, don't you know? I love you.
Well, I must say, this is a pretty picture.
Helen. Helen, this is my wife. Kitty, this is my fiancé.
How do you do? You've broken the terms of your agreement, you know, Roger. It is stated in the contract most clearly nothing of a personal nature is to develop between you two.
All right. I forfeited the settlement. You can keep your money. I wouldn't touch it anyway.
Kitty.
Don't worry. I won't spoil your little romance. I never want to see you again. Is that clear, Roger? I hope you're both very happy.
Kitty.
Go away.
No, not going away at all, Kitty.
You're not.
After all, this was a modern marriage, a marriage of convenience. You know as well as I do, a fellow can't get along without modern conveniences. Evelyn Case will be back in just a moment. Now, thanks to Isabel Jewell, Howard McNair, and to our entire company. Orange Blossoms, with music by Victor Herbert and book and lyrics by Fred de Greysock and B.G. De Silva, was dramatized for the Railroad Hour by Gene Holloway. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by the American Railroad. Last year, Americans lived better and America grew stronger as the nation's productive might swelled. And your railroads, an essential part of all production, whether for commerce or defense, did their part, setting a new record for efficiency and hauling a near-record peacetime volume of freight. Despite that fact, railroad earnings continued to fall as expenses went up faster and farther than railroad rates and revenues. Today, as the railroads carry on with their billion-dollar-a-year program of investment in better facilities for better service, it's important to all of us that they be allowed to earn the money they need for that program. Now, here again is charming Evelyn Case.
Thank you, Gordon. Tell me, do you have this trouble every week on the Railroad Hour, trying to decide which girl to marry?
Well, Evelyn, it seems as if every story in the musical theater was written to be played on just one instrument, the triangle. No, Carmen, not the musical triangle, the eternal triangle.
Who are the corners of your triangle next week, Gordon?
Well, one corner is the devil, Mephistopheles himself, for I'm going to play the author of Faust, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. And the prettier corner of the triangle will be the gracious star of pictures and Broadway, lovely Patricia Morris.
It must be Franz Lehar's delightful Frederica.
Well, that's right, Evelyn. Will you listen to see if I get the girl?
No, I already know. But I'll listen anyway. Good night, Gordon.
Good night, Evelyn. All aboard. Well, friends, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so until next Monday night and Frederica, this is Gordon MacRae saying good night.
Orange Blossoms was presented by special arrangement with the Tams Whitmark Music Library. Gordon MacRae can be seen starring in Warner Brothers' Starlift. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. This is Marvin Miller saying goodbye until next week for the American Railroad. Now keep tuned for your Monday night of music on NBC.
The preceding was transcribed. Hear Barbara Gibson on the telephone hour next on NBC.
Mademoiselle Modiste, who sold ladies' hats. And here is the Mademoiselle Modiste of the Railroad Hour. Is a Fifi we all take our hats off to. The glamorous star of the Metropolitan and San Francisco opera companies, lovely Dorothy Kirsten.
Very tall hats play a part in history for good or ill. Clothes perhaps may make the man, but since first the world began, hats have made the woman, and they always will.
Large hats, small hats, flat and very tall hats play a part in history for good or ill.
Clothes perhaps may make the man, but since first the world began,
hats have made the woman, and they always will.
Very pretty, Mademoiselle Fifi.
Oh, thank you, Madame Cecile.
But I am paying you to sell hats, not give concerts in my shop. Why must you always be singing?
Oh, perhaps I am in love. Or perhaps it's because someday I hope to become a singer.
You mean you are thinking of leaving me? After all I have done for you?
Oh, please don't think I'm ungrateful, Madame Cecile. It's just that I want to become somebody.
Well, then, suppose you go in the back room right now and become somebody helping the hat trimmers.
Oui, Madame Cecile. Just as you say.
Never seen such a girl.
Madame Cecile.
Oh, it is you, Monsieur Brent. I was hoping it would be a customer.
Well, you don't look very glad to see me. You know, I don't think you like me.
I have to like you. Your mother comes from Philadelphia every year to buy her hats here. I just don't like the way you take up my best salesgirl's time.
Hell, Fifi never told me you thought she was your best salesgirl.
Naturally. You think I would be fool enough to tell her? She's independent enough as it is. But, she'll get over that once I am her mother-in-law.
Her mother-in-law?
Yes. I have decided Fifi shall marry my son Gaston. After all, your intentions toward Fifi were not serious. Were they?
Well, I don't really know.
Oh, I'm sure you would not be foolish enough to think of marriage with anyone before finishing college.
No, it isn't that. It's just that I want to be absolutely sure before I get married. You know, when one makes a mistake on an examination, one can always rub it out. But when it comes to marriage, the races are a little expensive.
Yes. And being a bachelor has so many advantages.
Oh, how do you know?
My late husband used to remind me of it all the time. And I can tell, you are no different from the rest. You like to be free to do what you want.
Though fools may prate of the married state and the evils of bachelor life, I'm happier far than the married men are, who are cursed with a shrew of a wife. I drink my fill if I have the will with friends who are tried and old. And oft when the company's good I stay. I may not come home till the break of day. But if dinner is waiting and I am away, there is no one to nag me or scold. For I want what I want when I want it. That's all that makes life worth the while. For the wine that tonight fills my soul with delight on the morrow may seem to me vile. There's no worldly pleasure myself I deny. There's no one to ask me the wherefore why. I eat when I'm hungry and drink when I'm dry. For I want what I want when I want it. I want what I want when I want it. For I want what I want when I want it. That's all that makes life worth the while. I can find, if I will, lots of good fellows still who will give me a welcoming smile. So there's no worldly pleasure myself I deny. There's no one to ask me the wherefore why. I eat when I'm hungry and drink when I'm dry. For I want what I want when I want it. I want what I want when I want it.
Well, it's nice to know you value your freedom so highly. I will tell Sissy just how you feel.
Oh, I'll tell her myself, if you don't mind. She here?
No. I sent her on an errand just a few minutes ago.
Well, all right, then I'll be back. I want to wish her all the luck in the world. By the way, what sort of man is your son, Gaston? Is he handsome?
Well...
Good build?
Well...
Intelligent?
Well...
He is a man, though.
Technically, yes.
Well, I'll see you later, Madame Cecile. Au revoir.
Your pardon.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't see you coming in.
Oh, that is all right. I am used to having people walk all over me.
Gaston?
Gaston, I was just thinking of you.
And I have been thinking of you, ma mère.
Yes, I know what that means. Money. Well, if you want another sou from me, you will have to do as I say.
What do you say?
I want you to marry Fifi.
Fifi?
Yes. Fifi is absolutely invaluable to me. She could go to one of my rivals and get 3 times the wages I pay her. So, before someone with brains gets her, I want her to marry you.
And how much will you pay me to bind the bargain, eh?
Not a sou.
If you don't give me some money, Mother, I swear I will jump off the Eiffel Tower.
Promises. All I get is promises.
Madame Cecile?
Yes. What can I do for you?
My name is Brent, Hiram Brent. I'd like to speak to the young lady you have employed here. I believe her name is Fifi.
Fifi? Oh, yes. Gaston, go get Fifi.
Oui, Mother.
If you don't mind, Madame Cecile, I'd like to speak with her alone.
Oh, yes, of course. I will step into the other hall.
Yes, Mademoiselle, thank you. I'm Richard Brent's father. I understand you're the modiste he's been visiting.
Oh, he's been doing much more than visiting.
Yes, I can imagine. Mademoiselle Modiste, in case you have any illusions about this friendship between you and Richard, I thought it might soften the blow if I were to tell you nothing could ever come of it.
What do you mean?
Someday, my son will marry a girl with position and money.
Well, someday I shall be just as well off as you are, Monsieur Brent. You see, I have a voice, and I can act.
Well, now, is that so? What sort of roles would you play?
Any role?
If I were asked to play the part of simple maiden light of heart, a village lass in country clothes, as to and from her work she goes, I'd sing a melting strain and gaily dance to this refrain.
Much like yours. She's pretty and she's talented, but she's as proud as she is poor. What do you think I ought to do?
You are asking me for advice, monsieur?
Yes, to me, a few thousand francs is nothing, but just think what it would mean to her. Do you think she'd accept a loan?
She'd be foolish not to, monsieur. When she became successful, she could pay it back.
Then that's what I'll do. You pick out the hats and wrap them up while I write her a little note and enclose the money. You can deliver it for me along with the hats, if you will.
I'll be happy to.
You, don't think she'll refuse this?
I shouldn't think so, monsieur.
You wouldn't, would you?
Oh, monsieur.
Well, I hope she'll be as sensible as you are. All right, there we are. Just slip this note with the address and the money order under the hat box ribbon and bill me for the hats. Goodbye, mademoiselle.
Goodbye, monsieur. Ah, me.
What, Sissy? What is the matter? You look sad.
I have just had some very bad...
You have not heard anything yet. Mother wants me to marry you and blot out my past.
Oh, she's not using me for a blotter.
Hello, Fifi.
Richard.
I came over earlier to ask for a date, but now I guess all I can say is congratulations.
Congratulations. For what?
Oh, you're married to Gaston.
I am not marrying Gaston, Richard.
You're not? Well, that's wonderful. I've got 4 days left in Paris before I head back to Yale. We can make the most of it.
4 days for you to have fun at my expense. And then after it's all over, you can tell me the same thing your father told me this afternoon.
What?
That someday you'll marry a woman with background and money.
He had no right to tell you that. I'm old enough to make my own decisions.
You're still in school.
Look, if we wanted to get married, I'd quit school and go to work.
No, Richard. I could not let you work to support me.
Then marry me, Fifi.
No, Gaston. I couldn't let myself work to support you.
Did I hear you refuse my son?
Without a struggle.
You will marry my son or you will leave my shop. What have you to say to that?
Goodbye, Madame Cécile.
Ah, Fifi. Let's not get excited. Let's be reasonable. You know you can't leave me. I'll raise your wages. I'll do anything.
You needn't bother, Madame Cécile. I'm leaving your shop forever as soon as I deliver these hats to...
Oh. Fifi, how dare you rip open someone else's personal letter? What does it say?
It says, Mademoiselle Fifi, you are the little girl to whom I referred. Kindly accept the enclosed 500,000 francs to be used as your needs may require. With sincerest hopes for your success as a singer.
A singer? Ha! I'll get down on my knees and beg before you ever sing for me.
You certainly will.
But, Fifi, you just can't walk out like this. You don't become a singer overnight. Why, this is your home. You're leaving your friends.
Alas, to part, how great the sorrow, to leave the friends grown fond with years, to know perchance that on the morrow, for love and smiles come doubts and tears.
But in dreams so fair, visions beyond the compare, out of this world of chaos I've wandered into a land of heart, hope as my guiding star, hope as my star, hope as my star, perfect love, to feel an immovable
But in dreams so fair, visions beyond compare, out of this world I've wandered into a land of
Hi, Dad. Mother's not home.
Richard, what are you doing here? We didn't expect you back from Yale for another 2 days.
Oh, finals were over, so I thought I'd head home. I guess I'm a little tired.
Richard, you've been a little tired all year. You haven't been the same since we came back from Paris. Are you ill?
No.
I think what you need is a girl.
Well, I'm not interested in girls.
You're not ill, you're dead. Richard, my boy, I really believe it's time that you got married and settled down. And you couldn't find a better place to live than right here in Philadelphia.
Well, it's the time and the place, all right, Dad. If I only had the girl.
I wonder if Cupid is silly or stupid, or if the little rascal cannot see. For loving and wooing are all of his doing, and yet he makes it painful as can be. He mixes the stations, he changes relations, for all your little schemes he sets a snare. And though you have planned it, and both understand it, he'll fix it so your sweetheart is not there. For the time may be morning or evening, the place may be distant or near, and the maiden demure may have made you feel sure that she'll be there without any fear. But there's always a hitch in it somewhere, and the thought sets your brain in a whirl. For seldom, if ever, you'll find them together. The time and the place and the girl.
There's always a hitch in it somewhere. The thought sets your brain in a whirl.
For seldom, if ever, you'll find them together. The time and the place and the
All right, son. I don't need a doctor to diagnose your condition. You're in love. Now, who is she?
Oh, she's a girl.
You couldn't have made a better choice. Does she have a name?
Well, you might as well know, Father. It's Fifi.
Fifi? You mean Mademoiselle Modiste? Son, I know she's pretty and colorful and all that.
Well, I want some color in my life.
Well, you've got money. Buy yourself a paint set. Fifi's forgotten all about you by now.
Well, what makes you so sure?
Well, for one thing, she's become a famous singer. She went to England with some money I loaned her and became a sensation.
With money you loaned her?
That's right, my boy. And she tracked down my address and paid me back every cent. If it hadn't been the way she proved the honesty of Frenchwomen, I probably never would have gone into business with Madame Cecile.
Now, wait a minute. You're going into business with Madame Cecile?
Yes, and a chap named Edward Carlton. I've never met him, but he read about our plans in the London papers and put up the rest of the money.
Well, when does all this start?
In 2 weeks, we're holding a big charity bazaar and fashion show in Paris to introduce Madame Cecile's new hats.
Well, then I could go with you. You'll need someone who speaks French to help you, and while I'm doing that, I can try and find Fifi.
Well, that shouldn't be too difficult. They're packing the concert halls to hear her voice.
I don't wonder. Everywhere I go, I hear it.
Once a young nightingale fell to repining over a star which so brightly was up in the sky, cold and so high, taking no thought of the poor little nightingale. Still every evening he'd sing to his
Richard?
Why, yes, I haven't seen Gaston since the day Mademoiselle Fifi left your shop.
Oh, don't mention that horrible girl's name. Let's talk about more pleasant subjects.
Yes, Richard. Why don't you go into this tent and have your fortune told?
All right. Anything for charity. Well, this looks interesting. Dim lights and a veiled fortune teller.
Oh.
Well, go ahead, madam. Get the cards out and tell me what the future holds in store.
You do not believe in fortune tellers, monsieur?
Well, that depends on how much you can tell me about the past.
Ah, your past. Let me look at the cards, monsieur. I see queens, nothing but queens.
Well, I'm afraid there's only one queen in my life.
And who is she?
Oh, wait a minute. You're the fortune teller. You're supposed to be telling me.
Wait a minute. I see a glamorous singer who sold hats once.
Hey, how do you know this?
Do not interrupt. You are in love with this woman.
That's right, I am.
But there is someone who stands in the way. I see a man. Your father. He wants you to marry someone with money and background.
Madam Fortune Teller, I know a gentleman never rips a veil from a lady's face, but this is once I've got to forget I'm a gentleman.
My veil!
Fifi! Oh, you didn't forget me.
And if I can believe you... My Richard, if I can believe you, you didn't forget me.
Oh, how could I ever forget you, Fifi? This time I won't have to take all summer making up my mind. Oh, Fifi, I want to marry you.
Fifi, excuse me. The soldiers are outside the tent. And in appreciation for your coming to sing for them, they made you mascot of the regiment.
They have never seen my face, and they're making me their mascot. Richard, what a wonderful compliment.
Well, I don't know. We've got a mascot out here with a face like a bulldog.
Oh, Richard, come on. I've got to go out and see them. Thank you, gentlemen. I'm proud of each and every one of you. Hark the drum, here they come on parade. At their side hangs their cry, trusty blade. And they all fire, they swing into line. 'Tis no wonder the enemy's afraid. They would die the trifler do. Never one to dishonor would stoop. And the tongue of the map and the girly laugh on the mustache of the truth.
Hark the drum, here we come on parade. Side hang our tribe, trusty blade. And did no wonder the enemy's afraid.
They would die the trifler do. Never one who dishonor would stoop. And the tongue of the map and the girly laugh on the mustache.
How dare you, Fifi, taking our money under false pretenses. Our corporation hired Madame Bellini. I won't agree to paying you a cent.
Well, I have a vote in this corporation, and I will.
Well, Edward Carlton won't, and he has the final vote.
On the contrary, I think Edward Carlton will.
You, Fifi, how do you know?
I happen to be Edward Carlton.
Now, Fifi, how could you be Edward Carlton?
I read in the paper that unless a third partner went in with your father and Madame Cecile, they'd have to give up their company. So I established an account in London under the name of Edward Carlton and joined them.
You did this for me?
It was at least this little I could do after what Mr. Brent did for me.
And to think I said I'd get down on my knees and beg before you ever sang for me.
Well, are you going to get down on your knees and beg?
Fifi, if I could ever get up again, I certainly would.
Well, Richard, you finally found your Fifi.
Well, Dad, it was such a surprise, I hardly know what to do.
You don't know what to do? Just ask her what song she sang for me the day I made my investment in her.
What song did you sing, Fifi?
Kiss me again.
See what I mean?
Safe in your arms.
Far from alarms, daylight shall come, but in vain.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents Noel Coward's operetta, Bittersweet, starring Jeanette MacDonald and your host, Gordon MacRae. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gordon MacRae ringing up the curtain on Noel Coward's romantic operetta, Bittersweet. In writing the book, Lyrics and Music for Bittersweet, Mr. Coward fashioned an operetta of rare charm, created characters both warm and real, and gave them some of his most beautiful music to sing. As the composer Carl Linden, I'm supposed to have written most of those melodies, and in teaching them to charming Sarah Millick, we fall in love and marry. We first meet Sarah tonight as a very lovely old lady who treasures within her heart the story of a great romance. And here she is, in the person of our guest star this evening, the First Lady of the Screen, Miss Jeanette MacDonald.
No matter how many years you live, the past is only a memory away. I'm over 70 now, but whenever I see young people hand in hand with a light on their faces, I see Carl and myself again, and I live once more the memories that are bittersweet. Tonight we had a party in my London home in Grosvenor Square. I gave it to celebrate the engagement of one of the young ladies of the neighborhood to a very nice young man. During the evening, I walked into the room accidentally and overheard a conversation.
Oh, Vincent, I'm so utterly miserable.
Well, don't cry, Dolly. After all, you're going to marry a rich man, have rich friends. Maybe someday you'll be able to engage my orchestra to come and play for you.
How can you be so hard?
Well, I've got no money. Nothing to offer you. You'd look fine singing my songs in some cheap cabaret.
Oh, what am I to do? What am I to do? Oh, Vincent, kiss me for the last time.
Darling.
Oh, your ladyship.
Your fiancé has asked me to look for you. If the moment is inopportune, I apologize. Young man, you're the piano player in the band, aren't you?
Oh, I'm the leader of the band.
What a pity. Not a very good band.
But
your ladyship, let me explain. I love Vincent, and he loves me.
Are you sure he loves you? Would he live for you, die for you?
You're laughing at us.
I laugh at almost everything now. It's only when one is very old indeed that one can see the joke all the way round.
What joke?
Life and death and happiness. Here, sit down a moment and let me tell you something. You say you're in love. I find it very hard to believe you. Your romance could not live the length of a day. You hesitate, analyze, betray your love with compromise, till glamour fades away. And all too soon you realize that there's nothing left to say. there is a call that echoes sweetly when it is spring and life is in the air. Whatever befall, respond to it completely, for it may bring you sadness and despair. What a lovely song. Yes. It was written for me many years ago by my singing teacher. It was spring, and it was the springtime of my life. I remember how I stood beside the piano in this very room, singing it. My lessons had run well over the hour.
Sang that beautifully, Miss Sarah, except that you took the high note too much at the back of your throat.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Linden.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters but just these very few moments.
Why do you say that?
Because it's spring and I...
Yes?
I fear I am talking nonsense.
Perhaps a little.
You know, when I was a youngster, we used to have festivals in the spring in my country. And the young boys and girls dance, and the old people sit around under the trees watching and remembering when they, too, were young and in love.
In love?
Yes. As you are in love with your handsome Sir Devon.
Oh, you. Yes, of course. Well, tell me more about your country, Mr. Linden.
There's nothing to tell, really. It seems so very far away, I've almost forgotten.
You're homesick, though. I can see you are.
Can you?
Perhaps the climate here in London is depressing.
Yes, a little.
Oh, there may be beauty in this land of yours. Skies are very often dull and gray. If I could but take that little hand of yours, just to lead you secretly away. We would watch the Danube as it gently flows, like a silver ribbon winding free. Even as I speak of it, my longing grows. Once again my own dear land to see. If you could only come with me. If you could only come with me.
Oh, Mr. Linden.
Will you forgive me, Miss Sarah, when I tell you that I shall be unable to play at your wedding reception tomorrow?
Oh.
I must go away to Brussels.
To Brussels?
Yes, a concert. I have to play at a concert. It's very important.
Then this is the last time we shall meet for ever so long.
Why, no. Tonight. I'm playing tonight for your dance.
Oh, but that's different. There'll be so many people.
Yes, this is indeed the last time we shall be alone together.
Yes.
We'd better run through your exercises once more.
Yes. All right.
Now, Miss Sarah, if you please, sing a scale for me. Take a breath and then reprise in a different key. All my life I shall remember knowing you. All the pleasure I have found in showing you the different ways that one may phrase the changing light and a changing shade, happiness that must die, melodies that must fly, memories that must fade, dusty and forgotten by and by.
Learning scales will never seem so sweet again, till our destiny shall let us meet again.
The will of fate may come too late when I'm recalling the hours we've had. Why will the foolish tears tremble across the years? Why shall I feel so sad?
Treasuring the memory of these days, I'll see you again whenever spring breaks through again.
I may lie heavy between, but what has been is past forgetting. This sweet memory across the years will come to me. My world may go awry. In my heart will ever lie just the echo of a sigh.
Child, your lesson should have been over a quarter of an hour ago. There's so much to be done.
Oh, Mother.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Millick.
Oh, Mr. Linden, you know my fiancé, Sir Hugh Devon.
Yes, of course.
Good afternoon, Lyndon.
Good afternoon.
Your mother and I have been overlooking at some chairs, Sarah. Papa's giving them to us as a wedding present. They've been in the family for generations.
Oh, that's nice. Are they comfortable?
Sarah, my dear, one never sits in them.
Now, you two darling children mustn't stand here chattering. You have a fitting at 4:30, Sarah.
Well, I must be going.
Oh, Mr. Linden, I'm sure Sarah will resume her lessons with you when she's settled down in her new home.
Mother, please.
It will be an occupation. I always believe in young married women having an occupation.
I should have thought being married would be quite sufficient.
Well, naturally, Sarah will want something to occupy her mind.
Yes, you're absolutely right. But I'm afraid she will have to take her music lessons from someone else. I shall be far away in my own country.
Oh?
But each year, when spring comes round again, I shall remember what a charming pupil you were, Miss Sarah, and how, although you sang your top notes from the back of your throat and your middle notes through your nose, you always sang your deep notes from your heart.
Well, really?
This is goodbye, Miss Sarah, except for tonight when there will be so many people. Too many people.
But a thoroughly unpleasant young man.
Oh, it's the weather. I'm sure it's the weather.
I'll see you again whenever spring breaks through again.
Now, Sarah, get up from that piano. Didn't you hear me say you had a fitting?
Yes, Mother.
Then let's get on with it, Sarah. And do stop dreaming.
Yes, Mother.
Across the years will come to me.
I could hear Carl's music singing through me as I walked with my mother and my fiancé out into the street. And a cloud had come across the sun. And in my heart there was an echo of a sigh as I remembered the sound of his voice, whispering.
Maybe it's because none of us now living can remember when we didn't have railroads that so many of us are inclined to take them for granted, almost as if they were a fact of nature. As a matter of fact, it's hard to realize all the work and the money which have gone into their creation and their daily operation. There are almost 230,000 miles of railroad line in the United States, and each mile represents an average investment of more than $125,000. That money has come from the savings of millions of our people. They are not the sort of people who can be cartooned as big, fat men with long, fat cigars in their mouths and dollar marks on their vests. They're just people, all sorts of people, people you know and like, probably you yourself. For even if you are not one of the hundreds of thousands who own railroad stocks or bonds directly, you almost certainly are one of the millions of insurance policy holders and savings bank depositors and beneficiaries of endowments which have invested in railroad securities. So, in all probability, you have an indirect interest, but a very real interest, in railroads and their earnings. Of the money invested in railroads, about $89,000 per mile has gone to create tracks and bridges, signals and stations, shops and yards, and the other fixed facilities that are necessary for the running of trains. And another $36,000 per mile is invested in the cars and engines which make up the trains. Running these trains and working in the yards and shops, the stations and offices, there are more than 1,300,000 railroad men and women. And it takes all these people and all this work and all this money to create and to operate the American railroads, the system which many of us are inclined to take for granted. And now the second act of Bittersweet with your host, Gordon MacRae, and his guest star, Miss Jeanette MacDonald.
Yes, no matter how many years you live, the past is only a memory away. Strange, I can hardly remember what you looked like, but I remember that Carl had the kind of eyes that no girl could ever look away from, and the kind of smile that went straight to your heart, and the kind of arms that could shut out the whole world or gather it in. The night of my engagement party, I remember standing there in my blue brocade beside Hugh, looking at Carl and saying to myself, exactly as you said tonight, what am I to do? Oh, what am I to do? Carl sang a song that night. Not at all the kind of song for the occasion or the company. It was a song he had written about himself and about love and happiness.
Life is very rough and tumble for a humble chanter. One can betray one's troubles never, whatever occurs. Night after night, have to look bright, whether you're well or ill. People must laugh their fill, you mustn't sleep till dawn comes creeping. Though I never really grumble, life's a jumble indeed. And in my efforts to succeed, I've had to formulate a creed. I believe in doing what I can, in crying when I must, in laughing when I choose. Hi-ho, if love were all, I should be lonely. I believe the more you love a girl, the more you give your trust, the more you're bound to lose. Although when shadows fall, I think if only somebody splendid really needed me, someone affectionate and dear, tears would be ended if I knew that she wanted to have me near. But I believe that since my life began, the most I've had is just a talent to amuse. Hi-ho, if love
Would you care to dance, Sarah?
Yes, Hugh, I suppose so. Carl has a beautiful voice, hasn't he?
Carl?
Mr. Linden.
I don't understand you, Sarah. You've been acting strangely ever since your music lesson.
Are you glad you're going to marry me, Hugh?
After all, you have your future position as my wife to consider.
And do you love me?
Sarah.
Well, do you?
Well, of course I do. What's the matter with you?
Don't look so solemn, Hugh. I'm in love.
My dear girl, that's all very well, but you really must restrain yourself.
What a stupid tune, Mr. Linden. So dismal.
Sarah!
Oh, play something gay, please, immediately.
Sarah, you must not speak like that. Have you taken leave of your senses?
Oh, leave me alone.
Perhaps this will suit you better, Miss Sarah.
Yes, that suits me much better.
Play something gay for me, play for me, play for me, set me free. I am in a trance tonight. Can't you see how I want to dance tonight? Madly, my heart is beating, some insane melody possessing me. In my brain, thrilling and obsessing me. How can I leave it to call in vain? Is it joy or pain? Tell me what is wrong. Is it some consuming flame? Part of the moon, part of the sun, part of a dream barely begun. When is the moment of breaking, waking? Skies change, nothing is the same. Some strange magic is to blame. Voices that seem to
what is love? Is it a consuming flame?
Heart of the moon,
Heart of the sun,
heart of a dream barely begun. When is the moment of breaking, waiting? Step into echo round the end above. Tell me what is
Sit here with me, Hugh.
If you wish, Sarah.
I'm very sorry I was unkind and silly. Will you please forgive me?
There's nothing to forgive.
Oh, Hugh, must you be so polite? Are you always going to be like this after we're married? I mean, cold and unbending?
I enjoy being high-spirited as much as anyone.
Do you?
But there is a time and a place for everything.
Then I can look forward to our being very high-spirited when we're alone, when no one is looking. Or maybe you'll wear a funny hat at breakfast.
Are you laughing at me?
No, but I'm looking at you just as though I had never seen you before.
You, dear.
Yes, Mrs. Millick.
Your mother's waiting for you downstairs. The carriage is at the door.
Thank you, Mrs. Millick. Good night, Sarah.
Good night, Hugh.
Oh, will you drive with me tomorrow in Regent's Park?
Thank you. That would be delightful. Good night, Hugh. I remember as though it were yesterday how I stood there watching Hugh leave. I felt stifled, trapped. And suddenly I wanted desperately to be young and carefree. So I went into the next room where my bridesmaids were watching the musicians put away their instruments. And with almost hysterical abandon, I forced them into a game of blind man's buff.
You're it, Sarah. Here, take my handkerchief and tie it around her eye.
Well, not too tight. Can you see anything?
No, not a thing. All right, spin her around. 1, 2, 3.
Good night, young lady.
Watch out, Mr. Linden. We're playing blind man's buff.
Oh, Sarah, be careful. You're going straight for Mr. Linden.
Oh, Sarah, darling.
He's kissing her. Oh, Carl. Carl, I've waited so long for you to hold me in your arms.
Darling,
Sarah, you're forgetting Hugh.
come with me.
Now?
Yes, now tonight. I love you, darling. I'll take care of you, live for you, die for you.
And I'll love you always.
But, Sarah, you're marrying Hugh tomorrow. Are you out of your mind?
Perhaps, but I'm happy. Can't you see I'm really happy?
Mr. Linden, I appeal to you. What are your prospects? Have you any money?
Why, no, none. But I can earn enough.
How?
I'll sing.
Sarah.
Yes, Sarah will sing and I'll play my music, and we'll make a living. Come, Sarah.
I'll get your hat and cape.
Thank you, Gloria. Oh, Carl, thank you. Thank you for coming before it was too late.
Ring far behind you the chains that bind you, that love may find you in joy or strife. Though fate may cheat you and defeat you, your youth must answer to the call of
Just after the first act of Bittersweet, we were talking about the way a good many people are inclined to take railroads for granted. Well, one reason for that is the way railroad service goes on in all seasons in almost any kind of weather. This dependability is an outstanding characteristic of railroad service, so common, in fact, we're likely to overlook the effort, the organization, and the expense involved in maintaining it. When snow must be removed from railroad tracks, the railroads don't call on the taxpayers to clear it away. railroad men and railroad equipment tackle the job. When floods carry away a bridge, it's railroad forces and railroad money which build a new one. When storm knocks out railroad signals, the railroad's own maintainers turn out to restore communication. And always, no matter what the trouble or the interruption, railroad men and railroad organizations are at work to keep supplies moving, to keep things going. So because we are accustomed to relying on this railroad way of meeting situations, we are likely to accept it all without much thought of the men and the organization back of it. The Railroad Hour show train will continue in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. And now the third act of Bittersweet with your host, Gordon MacRae, and his guest star, Miss Jeanette MacDonald.
I'll see you again.
After we were married, Carl and I were ideally happy until we went to Vienna to work at Herr Schlick's cafe. Carl led the orchestra, and I was engaged both as singer and as one of the hostesses. I remember moments of blinding happiness. I remember laughter and music and tears and terror.
Oh, Fräulein Sherry, I'm glad you came early this evening. I must have a little talk with you.
Oh, yes, Herr Schlick.
Fräulein, you are losing me one of my most valued clients.
Why, I don't understand.
Captain August Lute tells me that you have repeatedly refused to dine or dance with him.
Well, I am married, Herr Schlick.
Fräulein, if one wishes to retain one's position in any establishment, one must be nice to the guests. Captain Lute is here, and he insists that you dine with him tonight. I have assured him that you will.
Sarah, darling, you better get ready. Sing in a few minutes.
Oh, I wanted to talk with you, Carl.
I will see you after your song, Fräulein Sherry.
Well, Herr Schlick is all excited. There's lots of officers here tonight.
Oh, Carl, I hate this place. Let's go away.
Why, darling, what's the matter?
I'm frightened, Carl. I don't know why, but something horrible will happen if we stay here. I know it. I feel
I'll
it.
take it. It's all right. We'll go away then tomorrow. I hate Schlick in this place as much as you do. We'll go to Budapest and start our own little cafe.
Then tonight will be our last performance here.
Yes, our last. Now, you'd better get ready, darling. I've got to go back to the dining room and start the show.
All right, dear.
All right, men. You've been asking for this song all evening. Now let's all sing it. Tokay, the golden sunshine of a summer day. Tokay, bear the burden of your cares away. Here's to the love in you, the hate in you, desire in you.
Light of the sun that will walk you along, lifting you high on the wing of a song.
The dream in you, the flame in you, the fire in you.
Okay, okay. So while forgetfulness we borrow, never minding what tomorrow has to say.
Okay, the only call we all obey. Tokay, tokay, tokay.
Sunshine of the summer day. Okay, will bear the burden of your cares away.
Here's to the love in you, the hate in you, desire in you.
Light of the sun that will walk you along, lifting you high on the wing of a song.
The dreams in you, the flame in you, the fire in you. Okay,
okay. So while forgetfulness we borrow, never minding what tomorrow has to say.
Okay,
the only call we all obey. Tokay, tokay, tokay.
Oh, Carl, that was beautiful.
Fräulein Sherry.
Oh, yes, Herr Schlick.
Captain August is at that corner table. He is asking for you.
Oh, Well, it's time for me to sing my number.
Very well, then. After your number, I will take you to his table. Tonight, he will tolerate no excuses.
Don't look like that, darling. Remember, this is the last evening.
I know it's foolish, but I'm frightened.
Come on now. Let's do your number.
Gentlemen, the song I'm about to sing is the latest composition of my husband, Herr Carl Linden. It is the story of a lovely flaxen-haired princess who fell in love with a gypsy, a zigeuner.
Once upon a time, many years ago, a fair princess, hating to confess, loneliness was torturing her soul. Then a gypsy came, called to her by name, wooed her with a song, sensuous and strong. All the summer long, her passion seemed to tremble like a living flame. Lay to me beneath the summer moon, zigeuner, zigeuner, zigeuner. All I ask of life is just to listen to the songs that you sing. You're married like a bird on the wing. Your melodies adoring, soaring. Play to me with some barbaric tune, zigeuner, zigeuner, zigeuner. Now you hold me in your power. Play to me for just an hour.
Good evening, Fraulein Shari. I believe this was our dance.
Captain August, I'm very tired. Will you forgive me just this once?
No, Fraulein. You have evaded me quite long enough. After all, a dance is a very small favor.
Oh, very well, Captain.
My thanks, Fraulein. Oh, you dance beautifully, Fraulein.
My husband's music sounds wonderful, doesn't it, Captain?
I am not dancing with you in order to discuss the merits of your husband. Come, unbend a little. This dance does not belong to your husband. It belongs to you and me.
Captain August, I must insist.
Don't be such a little silly fool, Fraulein. Let me hold you close, like this. Closer,
No,
closer.
no, let me go, Captain. Oh, Carl! Carl!
Take your hands off her, you filthy drunken swine!
Carl!
No one speaks to me like that, Mr. Orchestra Conductor. Get yourself a sword and prepare to defend yourself.
No! Oh, no, Captain, I beg of you. My husband is a musician, not a soldier.
Sarah, please be still. If someone will be so kind as to lend me a sword, I will answer this gentleman's insult.
Someone give him a sword.
Carl, please!
You may use my sword, Herr Linden. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Orchestra Conductor. En garde! I will show you what it is to insult an officer, Mr. Musician. There!
He's running through.
Someone call a doctor, please, quick.
Carl. Carl. Carl, can you hear me, darling?
I hear you, Sarah. Don't cry, darling. I'll see you again. Whenever spring breaks through.
Oh, no. No, you mustn't. You mustn't.
Sarah, my sweet, my love. Sarah.
Carl. Oh, Carl. I love you till I die. Goodbye. Oh, your ladyship, that's the most romantic story I've ever heard in my whole life. Vincent, I love you. Darling, do you still want me to go away with you?
What a melody. Lord, what a melody. Do you mind if I try it with my band, your ladyship?
No, not at all.
Vincent.
That's really a great tune.
He's forgotten all about me for a song.
Then go after him, child. Be there waiting when he turns away from the piano. He needs you. If you've found love, don't let it go away from you. For it only comes once. Only once.
Thank you, your ladyship. I'll do exactly that. Oh, Carl.
Whenever spring breaks through again, all my love may go wrong.
How sweet was my youth. How bittersweet my memories. I shall love you till I die. Goodbye.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Jeanette MacDonald will be back in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is your host, Gordon MacRae, giving a big vote of thanks to our excellent supporting cast, Jerome Cowan, Sam Hearn, Barbara Eiler, Jack Edwards, Peter Rankin, Myra Marsh, and Colleen Collins for their fine performances in Bittersweet, which was adapted for radio by Gene Holloway. And now, here's Jeanette MacDonald.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm so glad the Association of American Railroads invited me back to do Bittersweet. It's one of my favorite operettas.
Well, Jeanette, you've chosen one of my favorites for your next appearance, The Merry Widow.
Well, I'm looking forward to doing it with you, Gordon. And next week, I'm certainly going to be listening to Patrice Munsell and Pinky Lee and Rudolph Frimmel's operetta, Rosemary.
And don't forget, on February 14th, Jane Powell and Walter O'Keefe will join me in Victor Herbert's operetta, Sweetheart.
I'll be listening. Good night.
Good night, Jeanette.
All aboard!
Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. So until next week, goodbye.
Bittersweet has been presented by special arrangement with the Tams Whitmark Music Library. Jeanette MacDonald is currently starring in the new Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Technicolor production, The Sun Comes Up. Gordon MacRae appeared by arrangement with Warner Brothers. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by 132 railroads of the United States. Each one of them has its own operations and services. Each one competes keenly with others for business. But all of them work together through the Association of American Railroads for the improvement of all railroading and for better service to you.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Transcribed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the sparkling musical comedy Girl Crazy, starring William Bendix, Doris Day, Joan Edwards, your host Gordon MacRae, and the music of Carmen Dragon's orchestra. Yes, tonight another great musical comedy is brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gordon MacRae helping to bring you another in our series of musical successes. Tonight, the Railroad Hour Show Train presents the gay George Gershwin hit, Girl Crazy. When Girl Crazy opened on Broadway, it features such stars as Ginger Rogers, Ethel Merman, Alan Kearns, and Willie Howard. Tonight, playing those same star parts, you'll hear Doris Day, Joan Edwards, yours truly, Gordon MacRae, and in the comedy role of Skeeter Mulligan, the New York taxicab driver, that lovable lug, William Bendix.
Dear Eloise, I take my typewriter in hand to write you this letter explaining how come I didn't keep our engagement in Brooklyn on the night of last June 29th. I was in my cab at Broadway and 48th Street, when all of a sudden a young fella throws a couple of suitcases in the back and says,
Holland Tunnel, driver. Head west and keep going.
Okay. Well, buddy, if this ain't the town you're looking for, you're out of luck, because I'm out of gas.
Now, relax, Mulligan. This is it. See that sign? Custerville, Arizona. Population male 58, female 0.
No women. No wonder the place looks dead.
Now, while I ask those cowboys over on the hotel veranda where we can get some gas, why don't you sort of mosey around and take a look at the sights?
What sights? When you've seen one grain of sand, you've seen them all.
I'll be right back.
Oh, okay, boy.
Howdy, boys. Howdy. Where's your gas station?
Ain't got one. Horses eat hay.
Are you, sure this is Custerville?
Sure, I'm sure. You, stopping overnight?
Yep. A good long night. 2 years, to be exact. My father owns the Churchill Ranch out here, and he decided I should have some interest other than girls.
Oh.
And with no women in this town, I see why he picked it. What do you fellas do here, anyway?
Oh, mostly we just bide our time. Right, boys?
Bide your time?
Yeah.
You call that doing something?
Yes, sir, I sure do, brother.
I'm biding my time, 'cause that's the kind of guy. While other folks grow dizzy, I keep busy, biding my time.
Come on, Churchill. If you're going to be here 2 years, you might as well get used to it.
Well, I'll try. I'm biding my time, 'cause that's the kind of guy I'm. Beginning on Monday, right through Sunday, biding my time. Next year, something's bound to happen. This year, I'll just keep on napping and biding my time. That's the kind of guy I'm. There's no regretting when I'm setting, biding. There's no regretting when I'm sitting here and biding my time. Sitting and biding my time.
Hey, what's that? Sounded like somebody got shot. Another sheriff, probably.
You mean somebody killed the sheriff?
Yeah, it happens around here pretty regular. Hey,
Looks like they caught the feller that done it this time. There, here comes the mob.
Oh, wait a minute. Let go of me. Who you shoving? Get your hands
Why,
off
it's
me.
Mulligan. Oh, this ought to be good. It will be. Lank Sanders is a tough customer to tangle with.
Well, what are we waiting for? 3 or 4 of you guys get on this rope and string him up.
Now, wait a minute. This is all a mistake. I'm innocent. I didn't shoot the sheriff. Look at my face. Is it the face of a murderer? Wait a minute. Let me put it another way.
That's enough. String him up.
Look, just let me say one more word. If I could only think of a word to say.
Stop.
That's the word. Thanks, boys.
I'm, sorry to spoil you fellas' necktie party, but my taxi driver couldn't have shot your sheriff. It's less than 10 minutes since we blew into town.
Well, if that's the case, I reckon I owe him a round of drink.
No, you're talking. I don't mind hanging so long as it's over a bar. Come on, boy.
Hey, Mulligan, you better stick to ginger ale.
Hello, Jake.
Hi, Molly. Well, this explains it. There aren't any women in this town, only angels.
Well, Molly don't live here. She just works here in the post office.
And here's a letter for you, stranger. I take it you're Danny Churchill.
That's me. A letter from Sam Mason. He wouldn't have written it if he'd known it would introduce me to the prettiest gal in Arizona. Hey, that's a thought. You deliver all the letters I get?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to have everybody in New York write to me. Tell me.
Is New York a very wild town?
Oh, New York's the most wonderful place in the world. Tell me, you manage to keep busy?
Yes, I managed to keep busy.
Well, not too busy to go to a dance once in a while or play a game of tennis, I hope.
Yeah, you got plenty to learn about the West, Churchill. Well, so long.
Jake's right. Jake's right, Mr. Churchill. You must think your father's place is one of those dude ranches.
Dude ranch? Say, that's an idea. I never thought of that.
What do you mean?
Why, I'll turn Dad's place into a dude's ranch. Girls, cocktails, dancing. Oh, you just watch what little Danny's going to do for this town. And you... Now I'm the chappie to make you happy. I'll shine your shoesies and chase your bluesies. Oh, lady, would you, tell me, could you use me?
Nope.
I'd shake the mat out, put the cat out. I'll clean the garret and feed the parrot. Oh, lady, would you, tell me, could you use me? Do you realize what a good man you're getting in me? I'm no elf or mason or woodman who gets home at 3. Now the gals who see me go soft and dreamy, but I'm a gander who won't philander. Oh, could you use me? 'Cause I certainly could use you. What do you say, Molly? What do you say?
Sorry, Mr. Churchill. But you're no cowboy, you're soft and howboy. I feel no muscle to fit the tussle. I must refuse you, I cannot use you. Excuse me.
Well, now, give me a chance.
No nightlife for you, the birds would bore you, the cows don't know you, a horse would throw you. You silly man, you, to ask me, can you use me?
Wait a minute.
Though at love you may be a wizard, I'm wanting to know, could you warm me up in a blizzard, say 40 below?
I think so.
Your ties are freakish and these are weakish. Go to New York pub, stay in the store club, though you can use me, I certainly can't use you.
And so help me, Eloise, as sure as I'm writing you this letter, in 2 months, Danny had turned the old Churchill place into a dude ranch. Made me into a cowboy. Even had me wearing them fancy chaps. Darn near froze to death until I found out you were supposed to wear pants under them. Then one day, just before the grand opening, a swell-looking dame walked up to me and said,
Well, hello there, handsome. You the boss?
No, he's inside. I'll take you to him.
Say, you don't talk like a Westerner. Where are you from?
Brooklyn.
So you like Brooklyn better than Arizona, huh?
Oh, yeah. Things is peppier, and people don't waste words when they talk like they do here.
Waste words?
Yeah. Out here they say, hi, what's cooking? In Brooklyn, you just walk into a friend's apartment and say hi. You can smell what's cooking. In here. Hey, Johnny, lady to see you.
Okay. Well, what can I do for you, miss?
My name is Frisco Kate. I heard you needed a singer for this place and someone to run the gambling room.
You want the singing job, huh?
And the gambling room.
Hey, that's a new idea. Never thought of women as gamblers.
Why not? We marry men, don't we?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Hey, a lady croupier might be a novelty at that. I'll try it for a week and see what the boys think.
Probably the same thing they always think. But I can take care of myself.
Okay, Kate. Mulligan will show you to a room.
Now, this way, miss. I'll take your bag.
I think I'm gonna like it here.
Well, don't look at me, lady. I'm the answer to a Brooklyn maiden's prayer.
Well, hello, Danny.
Oh, hello, Molly.
Have you heard the news, Danny? They shot another sheriff.
You know, that's beginning to get monotonous. But sit down, Molly. I want to talk to you.
What about?
Our future.
Our future?
Mm-hmm. Got it all arranged. A swell little house in Long Island. A kitchen where you can... Say, can you cook? No, never mind. No use spoiling things before we get started.
Oh, Danny, don't you ever take life seriously? I wonder what would have happened to you if you'd lived when men earned their living by the sweat of their brows.
Well, I'd have sold handkerchiefs. And you're wrong, Molly. I could be serious about you if you'd let me. Embrace me, my sweet embraceable you. Embrace me, you irreplaceable you. Just one look at you, my heart grew tipsy in me. You and you alone bring out the gypsy in me. I love all the many charms about you. Above all, I want my arms about you. Don't be a naughty baby. Come to Papa, do. My sweet embraceable you. I've never felt like this about any girl before. Molly, will you marry me?
Oh, now you're just being silly.
No, I'm not. I mean it. Please marry me, Molly. Just this once.
Oh, Danny. Embrace me, my sweet embraceable you. Embrace me, you irreplaceable you. In your arms, I find love so delectable, dear. I'm afraid it isn't quite respectable, dear. But hang it, come on, let's glorify love. Ding dang it, you'll shout encore if I don't be a naughty baby. Come to baby, do. My sweet
Before we hear the second act of tonight's show, here's a sound I'm sure you'll recognize. Yes, that's the sound of the locomotive whistle, one of the friendliest, most familiar sounds in all the land. The next time you hear that sound, soft and low across the distance, you might remember that even to blow the whistle costs money. Not much, of course, just a fraction of a cent for each toot of the whistle. But small as the amount is, it costs just about twice as much now as it did before the war. And what's true of even so small a thing as the cost of whistling is true of the cost of almost everything else about running a railroad. Since 1939, wage rates, which railroads pay, and prices of things they buy and use have practically doubled. That's more than twice as much as the increase in railroad rates. The events of the war and of the peace which has followed it have shown us all that the defense of this country and its agriculture, commerce, and industry demand efficient, adequate, dependable rail transportation. Good and adequate transportation depends upon adequate earnings, the sort of earnings which come when revenues are in line with costs. Such earnings will justify and encourage continued investments in improved equipment and facilities, which are the foundation of better service at the most economical cost. And now back to Girl Crazy, starring Doris Day, Joan Edwards, your host Gordon MacRae, and William Bendix.
Looks like this is going to be a long letter, Eloise. But I got to tell you what that gangster cowboy Lank Sanders did the day before Danny opened his new dude ranch.
Churchill, I want to talk to you alone.
And I'll wait outside, boss. No, stick around, Jake. Well, speak up, Lank. What's on your mind?
I hear you're opening up a gambling room.
That's right, tomorrow night.
Well, I'm not going to let you get away with it. This place of yours will just about ruin my place in Custerville.
Good.
I suppose you heard the new sheriff was shot?
Yes, I did.
That means there'll be a special election tomorrow. I'm the only man running. And this place of yours won't have a chance after I'm elected.
Well, then I'll get somebody else to run against you.
Why, there ain't a man in this county dares run against me. It's too unhealthy a job to get. Think it over.
Well, sounds like he means business.
Well, that's a good idea you had, getting somebody to run against him, but who?
I don't know. Anybody who'd do it would have to be out of their head. A nincompoop. A dope.
Hi, fellas.
Oh, Mulligan. The very man. Mulligan, how'd you like to be a policeman?
Oh, I get it. You want me to be the house detective here. Well, I'm sorry, but I ain't built right for a job like that. I'm too tall for keyholes and too short for transoms.
Well, it ain't that, Mulligan. How'd you like to be sheriff of this county?
Sure. Say, that might be fun.
Good. I'll be your campaign manager. We'll go into town tomorrow, and you can spend the whole day making speeches.
May I have your undivided up attention, please? As you all know, I am running for sheriff today on a reform ticket. And believe me, reform is one subject I'm well schooled in. Crooked politicians have been robbing you fellas long enough. It's time you gave me a chance. Now, I want you folks to get out and vote. Exercise your franchise. Exercise it. Don't be seen walking around town with a flabby franchise. How am I doing, boss?
Oh, you're doing great. Uh-oh. Here comes Lank. Get ready for trouble.
So, Mulligan, you're trying to beat me out of the sheriff's job, huh? Well, I warn you. If you're elected, I'm going to kill you. You still want to be sheriff?
No. On second thought, it don't sound like a steady job.
Well, boys, have you heard the news? Election's over. Let me shake your hand, Sheriff Mulligan.
Uh-oh. Sheriff, huh? Now get this, Mulligan, and get it straight. I'll give you just 20 minutes to get out of town. If you don't, the next time I won't be pointing my gun up in the air.
As my friend Chester A. Riley would put it, what a revolting development this is. Well, Eloise, A weaker man than me might have left town, like Lank said. But did I? No, sir. I hid all day. That night I sneaked back for the grand opening of the Dude Ranch. Danny had a big crowd on hand, and that Frisco kid sure knew how to keep them entertained.
Days can be sunny with never a sigh. Don't need what money can buy. Birds in the trees sing their day full of song. Why shouldn't we sing along? I'm chipper all the day, happy with my lot. How do I get that way? Look at what I got. I got rhythm, I got music. I got my man who could ask for anything more. I got daisies in green pastures. I got my man who could ask for anything more. Oh, man, trouble, I don't mind him. You won't find him around my door. I got starlight, I got sweet dreams. I got my man who could ask for anything more. Who could ask for anything more?
I got rhythm, I got music. I got my gal who could ask for anything more. I got daisies in green pastures. I got my gal who could ask for anything more.
Who could ask for anything more? Who could ask for anything more?
Oh, man, trouble.
I don't mind him. You won't find him hanging around my front or back door. I got starlight, I got sweet dreams. I got my man who could ask for anything more. Who could ask for anything more?
I got rhythm, who could ask for
Well, hiya, Katie. How's the party going?
Mulligan!
Not so loud. I'm wanted for murder.
Who've you killed?
Nobody. Lank wants to murder me. But I had to see how Danny's party was going. Hey, that was some number you just sung. What a voice. You got some sostenuto. And the timbre of your vibrato is allegro fortissimo.
Why, Mulligan, what talk?
What's the matter? Did I say something vulgar?
Well, Kate, how's everything at the table?
Well, I'm raking it in as fast as the suckers can shell it out.
Oh, good. Oh, excuse me, Kate. There's Molly just coming in.
Okay, boss.
Mulligan, you better get out of sight in case Lank shows up. Go someplace where nobody can see you.
No, okay. I'll go in the bar. Everybody in there is half blind.
Hello, Molly. Glad you came tonight.
So am I. It's been most enlightening, Mr. Churchill.
Mr. Churchill. Molly, well, what's the matter?
I've just had the pleasure of meeting an old friend of yours from New York, Mr. Sam Mason.
Sam Mason?
Yes, and he told me some very interesting things about you, Mr. Churchill. Mr. Mason informs me that there's a young lady waiting for you in New York who also expects to occupy that little house on Long Island.
Oh, now, Molly, that's not true. Tess used to be Sam's girl, and I dated her a few times. That's why he's trying to get even with me. Don't you believe me, Molly?
No.
But you must.
And why must I?
Because I love you. For the first time in my life, I know what it means to be really in love. Am I not a man who's normal, my dear? You don't need to be so formal, my dear. There's just one way to cheer me. Come to Danny, do. My sweet embraceable you. What do you say, Molly? Let's get married tomorrow.
I'm sorry, but I won't be here tomorrow.
Why? Where are you going?
To Mexico. Sam's driving me to the races at San Luis.
You can't go to Mexico with Sam Mason. I know his tactics with women.
Well, they don't seem to be much worse than yours. Goodbye, Mr. Churchill.
Molly!
Watch it, Molly! Out of my way, boss. Frank Sanders is after me.
Well, go in the closet in my office and put on an Indian costume you'll find there. Lank will never know you. But hurry, we're driving to San Luis.
Yeah, okay, boss. Thanks.
Oh, Mulligan. Have you seen Danny? I've taken in over $6,000, and he'd better put it in the safe.
Yeah, well, here, give it to me. I'll be seeing him in a couple of minutes.
Okay. Thanks, Mulligan.
All right. Now, let's see. Which closet did he mean? Oh, here it is, right here. Blanket, feathers, everything. Oh, better put it on. Oh, those feathers tickle, baby. Oh, no wonder they're supposed to go on my head. Oh, well. There. Say, I look like a genuine Navajo. Uh-oh.
Mulligan! Now, where'd that guy go? Hey, Chief, you seen Sheriff Mulligan?
How?
Oh, can't speak English, huh?
How?
Too bad. Somebody ought to warn Mulligan I know he's here and I'm aiming to ventilate his vest.
And how?
I'll just hide in this closet, and when Mulligan shows up, I'll let him have it.
Ugh.
Everything okay, rain in the face? Go get the car started, will you?
Ugh.
What's the matter with you?
Ugh. Acid clay.
I know you found the suit in the closet. What about it?
Pale face. Lanky pale face in the acid clay.
Now, look, I haven't time for any more clowning. Kate told me she gave you $6,000 to give me. Where is it? Will you talk English, Mulligan?
That did it.
Oh!
Lank!
Look out of my way, Danny.
Stop running around that desk, you coward! Why don't you get shot like a man?
This is no time to get reclassified.
Toss me that Tommyhawk, Mulligan. Go round again.
Okay, here you are, boss.
No.
That was nice going, boss, but what happened?
Your Tommyhawk. I scalped him. Now let's get my car and get going.
Hey, look. There's Molly. She's getting ready to leave in Sam Mason's car.
Hurry. Molly, wait. You're not going to Mexico with Sam, Molly. You're going with me.
That's what you think.
That's what I know.
Sorry, but I promised Sam, and I keep my promises. Let's go, Sam.
Molly. I had to go girl crazy over someone who could not be true. My own embraceable you.
Today you will hear folks talking almost as much about high prices as they do about the weather. And when it comes to having to pay higher prices, railroads are just like other folks. I'll take for one example the one item of cross ties. To a railroad, cross ties are as essential as bread is to your family. More than 40 million of them have to be put into the tracks every year. Before the war, a cross tie on the track cost about $2. Now it costs around $4, just about twice as much. And that's typical of what has happened to the prices railroads must pay all along the line. Increase in prices, whether they're the prices of the things you buy for your family or the prices of the things railroads need, did not start with higher railroad rates. When the war ended, railroad freight rates were no higher than when it began, and in many cases they were lower. Prices had already gone up more than 50% before the first post-war increase was made in railroad freight rates. And the total increase in railroad rates since 1939 has been only one-third as much as the average increase in the prices of all the things you buy. No, railroad freight rates have not led the way to higher prices. Instead, they have lagged behind, way behind. Our nation needs railroads which are strong and healthy. That's the only kind of railroads which can produce adequate transportation at the lowest possible cost in time of peace, and which can meet national needs in time of war. And the only way to have railroads which are strong and healthy is to have railroads whose revenues keep pace with increased costs. 12-hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. And here's the last act of Girl Crazy, starring Doris Day, Joan Edwards, your host Gordon MacRae, and William Bendix.
Hang on, Eloise. I'll finish this letter up in a couple of more pages. But I got to tell you about that trip we took to Mexico. When Danny and I arrived at the hotel in San Luis, Frisco Kate met me in the lobby.
Well, Mulligan, I see you got here all right.
Yeah, Kate, but the way Danny drove, it's a miracle. All the way down here, my entire life kept flashing before me.
Were you scared?
No, I was having too much fun looking at the pictures.
Well, Molly had me go with her and Sam to chaperone, and what a ride that was.
Yeah?
Sam kept hugging the curves all the way, only they were Molly's. The poor kid's disgusted already, wishes she hadn't come.
Well, what about you?
I think I'm going to have a wonderful time. Just think, Mulligan, we're alone together, you and I.
Yeah, well, don't try nothing. I know how to protect myself.
Don't be like that. Say something nice to me.
All I got to say to you is hasta luego, adios, auf Wiedersehen, and a slight touch of au reverie.
But all that means goodbye.
Blunt, ain't I?
Look, Mulligan, wouldn't you like to settle down with someone who'd be your constant companion, never leave your side, worship you?
Oh, I got a dog that does all that.
But could your dog cook breakfast for you?
No, but would you bark if there was a burglar in the house? Look, Kate, you don't want me. There's insanity in my family. Yeah, honest. Why, I even got an uncle that thinks he's a racehorse.
Well, just thinking he's a racehorse isn't so bad.
Well, maybe not to you, but the family always bets on him to win, and he keeps coming in second. Now, leave me alone. Go on, scram, beat it.
What a man. Treat me as rough as you like, Mulligan. I love it. Treat me rough, muss my hair. Don't you dare to handle me with care. I'm no innocent child, baby. Make me woolly and wild. Treat me rough, pinch my cheek. Kiss and hug and squeeze me till I'm weak. I've been pampered enough, baby. Keep on treating me rough.
Treat me rough, muss my hair. Don't you ever dare to handle me with care. I am no innocent child, baby. Make me woolly and wild, baby. Treat me rough, pinch my cheek and hug and squeeze me till I'm weak. I've been pampered enough, baby, so keep on treating me rough.
Treat me rough, muss my hair. Don't you dare to handle me with care. I'm no innocent child, baby. Make me woolly and wild. Treat me rough.
Treat me rough.
Pinch my cheek.
Pinch my
Kiss
cheek.
and hug and squeeze me till I'm weak. I've been pampered enough, baby, so keep on treating me rough.
Treat me rough, don't care what you do as long as you treat me rough.
Okay. You don't know where Molly is, do you?
She's in the coffee shop, Danny, trying to quiet her nerves. Shall I tell her you want to see her?
No. She evidently doesn't want to see me, and if that's the way she wants things, it's okay.
Well, you're the boss, but if you ask me, that's not the way she wants things. See you later.
That's the way to treat women, boss. Be tough. Look at me. I got Frisco Kate biting the hand that's feeding her.
Forget it, Mulligan. By the way, you'd better give me that $6,000. I'll have the clerk put it in the hotel safe.
Okay, boss. Here you are. Uh-oh. Here's Molly.
Oh, hello, Danny. I guess you're pretty angry with me, aren't you?
No, I'm not angry. But your boyfriend Sam will be if you leave him flat. Mulligan, I'm going to get our bags out of the car. The whole trouble is, Molly, I took too much for granted.
Oh, Mulligan. Mulligan, what can I do? Now that I found out that I'm really in love with Danny, it's too late.
Well, crying ain't gonna help. He won't like you any better with a red nose. Come on, can't you smile a little?
There's nothing to smile about, Mulligan. They're writing songs of love, but not for me. A lucky star above, but not for me. With love to lead the way, I found more skies of gray than any Russian play could guarantee. I was a fool to fall and get this way. I hope last and also lack a day. And though I can't dismiss the memory of his kiss, I guess he's mine.
They say the West is swell, but not for me. It's great for Digger Odell, but not for me. I'm gonna make my will, 'cause back in Custerville, those guys are out to kill a sap like me. It's such a healthy spot, but not for me. This job is much too hot, and not for me. Each sheriff wears a vest of lilies on his chest, and boy, that's not for me.
He's knocking on a door,
but not for me.
They dug a 6x4,
and that's for me.
The climax of a plot should be a marriage knot.
But there's no knot.
Oh, what a spot for me.
Mulligan.
Jake, what are you doing here?
Well, right after you left, Lank got in his car and followed you.
Lank is here? Ooh, I'm going to dig a hole and disguise myself as a gopher.
Molly! Come quickly, everybody. Danny's lying out by the cars. Someone's attacked him.
Danny?
Right then, Eloise, I realized what a dumb bunny I am. It was Danny and his 6 grand that Lank had followed, not me. Fine sheriff I turned out to be. I was too ashamed to face him, so I slipped out, headed for the edge of town, and hopped a freight train. I was all set to ride out of town when the train bumped, and I knocked my head against the side of the car. Then I realized the train wasn't going nowhere. It was just hooking on cars. I was about to scram when the car door slid open, and in crawled the last person I wanted to be caught in a boxcar with, Lank Sanders. I tried to be very quiet, but just then the train bumped again.
Who's there? I said, who's there?
Moo.
Cow. Bunny, this didn't look like a cattle car.
Moo.
That reminds me, ain't had anything to eat since I left Custerville. Sure could go for some nice fresh milk.
Moo.
Here, bossy. Nice bossy. Where's that fool critter? I can't see a thing in the dark.
Move any closer and I'll let you have it.
Mulligan, is that you?
Well, it ain't William Bendix.
Well, ain't this chummy? I hated the thought of leaving this town without getting rid of you.
Don't do it, Lank. Think of my poor old white-haired mother.
Stop kissing my hand. I'm letting you go.
Lank. Lank, are you hurt? Well, what do you know? He's out cold. It's a good thing he bumped his head against the side of the car. I might have had to get a little tough with him. Please, that's enough. I appreciate all the celebrating in my honor, but let's quiet down. I'll be hoarse for a week.
Oh, Mulligan, I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, me too, Kate.
And for capturing Lank and getting back Danny's $6,000, I'm gonna let you marry me.
What an honor.
I should have known that you'd taken after Lank to recover my money for me, Mulligan. I shouldn't have doubted you. I guess I just couldn't think straight.
Oh, don't worry, darling. From now on, you're gonna have a wife to do your thinking for you.
Oh, Molly.
You got it easy, Molly. Why, I've got to bark if there's a burglar in the house.
Kate!
I love all the many charms about you. Above all, I want my arms about you.
Don't be a naughty baby. Come to Papa, do. So, Eloise, I'm afraid you lost your boyfriend to Kate. Very truly yours, Skeeter Mulligan.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gordon MacRae giving a special vote of thanks to our guest stars, William Bendix, Doris Day, and Joan Edwards, and to Alan Reed and Jess Kirkpatrick for their fine performances in our production of Girl Crazy by Guy Bolton and Jack McGowan, with lyrics by Ira Gershwin, music by George Gershwin, and adapted for radio by Mr. Bill Demling. Next week, the show train will arrive on the same tracks at the same time, and on board will be Miss Dinah Shore and Mr. Leon Errol to join me in bringing you Jerome Kern's Sally.
All aboard!
Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out, and so until next week, good night.
Girl Crazy has been presented by special arrangement with the Tams Whitmark Music Library. Gordon MacRae appeared on this program by arrangement with Warner Brothers. William Bendix will soon be seen in the Paramount picture, The Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court. Doris Day appeared through the courtesy of Michael Curtiz Productions. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by 132 railroads of the United States. Each one of them has its own operations and services. Each one competes keenly with others for business. But all of them work together through the Association of American Railroads for the improvement of all railroading and for better service to you. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the Fritz Chrysler Victor Jacobi operetta, Apple Blossom, starring Jeanette MacDonald and your host, Gordon MacRae. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and the music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads whose essential transportation service is one of the foundations of America's high productive power and of your high standard of living. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On stage tonight is one of the most tuneful of all musical shows, Apple Blossoms, with the beautiful melodies of Fritz Kreisler and Victor Jacobi. You know, Apple Blossoms presents quite an acting chore for me, for throughout most of it, I have to pretend I'm a man who doesn't enjoy being married to our lovely and charming guest star, the screen's first lady of song, lovely Jeanette MacDonald.
Nancy, I want to see you alone. Can't you get rid of these people?
Oh, but Dickie, we're having a little farewell get-together. Our ship docks tomorrow, you know.
That's why I must talk to you. Once we arrive in New York, you'll walk out of my life forever to become Mrs. Philip Campbell.
I know, Dickie, but it's not as though I were marrying Phil from choice. Uncle George arranged it just as he's arranged everything for me all my life.
A practice I disapprove of highly.
Well, you really shouldn't. After all, I couldn't have met you on the boat coming from Europe if Uncle George hadn't arranged to send me to Europe.
I still don't approve. He had no right to demand that you come home, just when you were having the best time of your life.
I know. When his letter came, I could hardly believe my eyes. I read it over and over, hoping I'd misunderstood what he meant. But no matter how many times I read it, the meaning was always the same.
Well, read it to us. Maybe we can translate it for you.
Very well.
I've made up my mind at last to tell you what I planned for you to do. The time has come when you must look ahead, for now you're old enough to think of life and what is best for you.
Sounds to me as though he wants you to come back home. Isn't that what you gather, folks?
Well, you needn't be so happy about it.
Oh, it's a very sad surprise. I hardly could believe my eyes. Oh, why does life demand so much we hate to do? Why should my uncle interfere just when I am so happy here? And though I want to stay, I have to say adieu.
So here's an end to all your fun. The many joys of youth are done. And what the future holds for me, no one can tell. But though we go our different ways, we'll not forget these happy days. You'll never know how sad we feel to say farewell.
But though we go our different ways, I'll not forget those happy days.
You'll never know how sad
I feel to say farewell. Oh,
Nancy, you may be marrying Phil Campbell, but that won't alter your love for me, will it? You've got to go on loving me, just as I'll go on loving you.
But don't you think we might find that a little difficult?
Your marriage will make absolutely no difference to me.
What about my husband?
He has nothing to do with it.
Well, I understand he'll be at the wedding.
Oh, yes. Well, that won't matter. I'll always consider you mine, even if you have 100 husbands.
Dickie. After all, I'm not a polygamist.
My dear, 100 husbands is just a figure of speech.
Well, the figure's too high. Oh, somehow this isn't working out the way I'd always dreamed my marriage would be. Oh, I know Uncle George will arrange everything perfectly. Beautiful bridesmaids, handsome ushers, wonderful presents, and apple blossoms.
Not apple blossoms, orange blossoms.
No, that's much too conventional. I've always wanted apple blossoms at my wedding. Somehow, everything nice that has ever come to me has happened when the apple trees are in bloom.
Oh, it all sounds very unlucky to me.
And may I add my congratulations, Phil, my boy?
Thank you, Uncle George.
Where's Nancy? I've never attended a wedding yet that I didn't kiss the bride.
She's still inside. The line is already formed for the kisses.
Then I'll wait and kiss her out here. I can always do better when I'm not being rushed. Well, my boy, how does it feel to be a married man?
Well, it's a little early to tell, isn't it? As far as I know, I feel exactly as I did before. At least my attitude is the same.
And just what attitude is that?
Well, I'll tell you. Where is the man who is glad to bow to the plan that he give up all of his life to his wife from his wedding day? Why should he try when he can forget with a sigh all his old loves? Ask any man for the truth and he will say, I love the girls, girls, girls just the same. And being wet cannot kill the flame. There is the same old charm invitation with a maid half afraid. And when she looks at me with a smile, I know it's girls make life worth the while. Now I must leave them, forget them, but love them, husband I. Little girl, goodbye.
I love the girls, girls, girls just the same. And being wet cannot kill the flame. There is the same old charm invitation with the maid half afraid.
And when she looks at me with a smile, I know it's girls make life worthwhile. Now I must leave them, forget them, but love them. So leave us girls,
I'm afraid that attitude will change, my boy, when you settle down to a steady married life. Now bundle Nancy into the car and get to your wedding reception before you're mobbed. Go on now, hurry off.
Look here, Nancy.
Yes, Phil.
I realize that you didn't want to marry me any more than I wanted to marry you. We have been sacrificed on the altar of big business.
I know. Our family's decided that your coal mines must marry my steel mills. Well, now the wedding's over and the stockholders are happy.
Even if we live miserably ever after. Well, personally, I don't intend to be unhappy.
Neither do I.
We must rise above industry and not let it affect us.
I agree. But I warn you, I have my faults.
Well, I doubt if even I am perfect. What's wrong with you?
Well, coming back from Europe, I made a friend on the boat. A man.
Well, there's nothing wrong in that.
At first, we just spoke of the places in Europe we'd both been to.
Mm-hmm.
And then he began to notice the stars at night. And then he told me that he loved me.
And then what happened?
The boat docked. We swore to love each other forever and then separated. Of course, I'll never see him again.
Oh, now that's ridiculous. Of course you'll see him whenever you want to. Why, do you think I want him to call me a jealous husband?
How beautifully you look at it. Now that I've told you my greatest fault, suppose you tell me yours.
Perhaps I'd better before you hear it from someone else.
Oh, so you have a romance, too.
Well, not half as thrilling as yours. Simply an old friend.
Old?
Well, 25.
Married?
A widow.
A widow. Very pretty, I suppose.
Well, not exactly bad looking.
What's her name?
I didn't ask the name of your friend.
Well, makes no difference to me anyway.
I quite understand that.
You're perfectly free to do as you please.
And I give you the same freedom.
Sounds delightful.
Free as the birds in the air, flying with never a care.
Wandering about like the evening breeze through the trees where we please.
Follow our whims while we move in the happiest way.
Fortune has smiled from the sky above, for neither of us is in love. Love is just a game that two are playing. Love is nothing but a game of chance. For the one who chooses very often loses. Love is never sure to be romance.
Danger always lurks in Cupid's arrows, but he never aimed at you or me. Thinking of some other girl to love. You may always know that you are free.
Then it's agreed. You'll have your friends, and I'll have my friends.
Don't you mean we'll both have our friends and fiancés?
Exactly. Do we shake on that?
We shake on that.
If you're thinking of some other one to love, you may always know that you are
Any mail today? That's a question most of us ask many times a week. And chances are, if there was any out-of-town mail for you today, it came to your community by railroad. For the railroads carry more than 99% of all the intercity mail, including everything from parcel post packages to penny postcards. And if you count just the first-class mail, the railroads carry more than 94%, and the airlines less than 6% of the intercity mail in the United States. Carrying this 94% of intercity first-class mail, the railroads are paid less by the Post Office Department. In fact, 1/3 less than the airlines are paid for carrying the other 6%. The Post Office Department's payments to the airlines for carrying domestic mail averaged last year more than 5 cents for each piece. Now, how much do you suppose the railroads are paid by the Post Office Department for carrying your letters from town to town, or for that matter, from coast to coast? Well, the Post Office Department has figured that out, too. And it's not the 3 cents you pay in postage. It's not 2 cents. It's not even 1 cent. It actually averages less than 1/5 of 1 cent. So the railroads are not only the great carriers of the mail, they're such economical carriers that on the first-class mail moving by rail, the Post Office Department earned last year a surplus revenue of more than $100 million, a substantial sum that goes to help support other valuable postal services. And now to Act Two of Apple Blossom, starring Jeanette MacDonald and your host, Gordon MacRae.
Girls, please, remember now, I'm a married man.
Oh, Phil, I hate to interrupt this wholesale flirtation, but I must have a word with you.
Yes, Nancy?
Are you sure it was right for me to invite Dickie here to our wedding reception?
Not a thing in the world wrong with it. Well, I should think you'd welcome the chance to see him again. Or are you afraid he may not be as glamorous in a drawing room as he was in the shadow of a lifeboat?
Don't be silly. Besides, you keep talking of Dickie as though he were the one great love of my life.
Ooh, you mean he isn't?
I'm very fond of him, of course, but...
But he's really more like a brother to you.
Oh, good heavens, no. I haven't used that one since I was in boarding school.
Well, I'll wager half the guests here today still use it. How about it, girls? Ever get caught in the middle of a kiss and have to pretend he was only your brother?
Oh, it seems to be a universal custom.
When your mother says that you can't go out with any certain man.
Did you obey, or did you go on and play?
Why, of course I thought, till I hit upon any simple little plan. Then down the street, away from home we'd meet.
Then sad but true, you say your brother met you. There are hundreds of brothers who'd look strange to their mothers.
Every girl must have one or two. Some may have 3.
For there's many a sister says 'twas brother who kissed her.
But no such bliss as that kiss belongs in the family.
There are hundreds of brothers who look strange to their mother. Every girl must have one or two.
For there's many a sister says 'twas brother who kissed her. But no such bliss as that kiss belongs in the family.
I'll get it. It's undoubtedly your Prince Charming of the promenade deck.
Please, Phil.
Oh, Mrs. Campbell, please.
Won't you come in? I'm Mr. Campbell. And, why, you're Dickie Stewart.
Yes, I am. Well, it's nice to know you.
Dickie, do come in. It's awfully sweet of you to come.
Well, I shan't bother you too further. I'm expecting a friend of my own.
I keep feeling this is all highly irregular.
I love a woman who's prompt.
Phil, darling.
Anne, come in. I'd like you to meet my wife, Nancy, and this is Dickie Stewart.
How do you do?
Dickie, how nice.
You know each other?
No. Yes. I mean, we're old friends.
Rather more than old friends, wasn't it, Dickie, dear?
Well, now, isn't this charming? I've told Nancy all about you, Anne.
Oh, not all, I hope.
Well, I trust you found my history interesting.
Oh, yes. Quite like some of the books I've read.
Imagine you reading such books. Well, if you'll excuse me, I think I'd better be going.
Oh, don't run on my account, Dickie, dear. You never used to.
You'll
do well to beware of Dickie, Nancy. He's notoriously dangerous to young married women.
Anne speaks as an expert, Nancy.
I can easily imagine that her advice is based on years of experience.
Rather say a great deal of experience crowded into a few short years.
Well, I suppose I shall learn as time goes on, just as you did.
Well, let us hope so for your sake, my dear. I've never noticed that men particularly care for simplicity and innocence.
How could you?
Oh, that's beautiful. I mean, excuse me. Come, Anne, let's go into the library. That is, if you think my wife will be safe with Dickie.
Oh, I'm sure she will. Quite safe.
Well, I certainly didn't expect married life to begin like this.
It's those apple blossoms. I told you apple blossoms were unlucky.
Oh, nonsense. I can't understand what he sees in her.
Oh, Anne? Well, she's very pretty.
Oh, she is she? So that's the type you like?
No, I don't like her. You're the only girl I can see, Nancy. You believe me, don't you?
Well, I don't know.
And you still love me, just as you did. You must.
I don't know that either, Dickie. You know, at certain stages, it's very difficult to distinguish between love and infatuation.
Nancy!
There's none who can tell all the world knows the way. Yes, there's none who can
Nancy.
Uncle George.
Phil, come in here.
Yes, Uncle George.
Phil, this is preposterous. Will you kindly explain what's going on here?
Going on?
I drop in on your wedding reception, and what do I find? Nancy entertaining a boyfriend in here, and you in the library with another woman.
Well, what's wrong with that?
I can't believe it. It's monstrous.
I don't see why. Phil's nothing to me.
Your husband?
Well, I meant nothing important.
Phil, darling.
Yes, Anne?
Oh, but don't forget we have a cocktail date at 5.
Phil, who is this young woman?
This is Mrs. Ann Merton, my fiancée.
Charmed, Uncle George.
Why, now look here. My ideas may be prehistoric, but I know how a marriage should be conducted.
And I have a few ideas myself. After all, when a modern husband finds that his wife is in love with another man, he must take it philosophically. If he has any sense of gallantry at all, he'll do exactly this. Take his hat, his cane, and his gloves, and leave them alone with their loves.
I don't understand this.
Well, it's quite clear, isn't it, Nancy?
Nothing could be more so.
Exactly.
I love the girls, just the same. And being wed has not killed the flame. I cannot leave them, forget them. I love them, a husband I. Dearest wife, goodbye.
Phil, my boy, aren't you being hasty?
Why not at all, Uncle? Nancy and I have a pact that gives either or both of us complete freedom. Isn't that what you understood, Nancy?
Quite.
Love is just a game that two are playing. Love is nothing but a game of chance. We may be regretting, should we be forgetting. Love is never sure to be romance.
Danger always lurks in Cupid's arrows. Love is only luck, you take a chance. It's so will the world, you see, for we ship that belong to be free.
It's just the way of the world you
At last we both
Ready, Anne?
Ready and waiting.
Au revoir, dearest wife.
Nancy, do you realize your husband just walked out of here with another woman?
Why not? They've been engaged for 6 months.
Back of the postman who brings your mail, there is a vast organization at your service, the United States Post Office Department. Working with and for that organization, and likewise at your service, is another vast organization, the Railroads of the United States. These two are bound together in the sure performance of a service essential to the nation and to all its people. The service they render together is universal, reaching more than 40,000 railroad stations, to and from which mail is handled. It is dependable, with more than 8,000 mail-carrying trains completing their scheduled trips every day. It is fast, with 15,000 railway mail clerks busy in 3,000 railway post offices on wheels, advancing deliveries by sorting out the mail as it rolls on the rails. And it is economical, with first-class mail sent by rail, providing more than $100 million a year of surplus revenues, which help support other valuable services of the Post Office Department. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. And now, Act 3 of Apple Blossom, starring Jeanette MacDonald and your host, Gordon MacRae.
Come, Nancy, why aren't you dancing?
Uncle George, this is scandalous of you.
Ma'am?
Giving a masquerade for Phil and me and inviting Anne and Dickie.
Well, I found that opposing you two didn't do any good, so I'm trying the other method. I'm arranging for your divorce, so you can marry Dickie.
What are you talking about? I'm not so sure I want a divorce.
No? Are you falling in love with someone else? Your husband, perhaps.
Phil, don't be ridiculous. He's the last person I'd ever fall in love with. I think.
Masquerades are very romantic affairs. Remember, the first time you met your husband was at a masquerade. You were a Spanish senorita.
And he was a toreador. Yes, I remember.
Many years ago at a masquerade sang a Spanish lover a serenade. When I heard him sing, I knew I loved him true, but quickly I forgot as old fair maidens do. The song to his mate is love to be, and this the song he sang to me. Oh, love star, shine down on the beautiful maid. Hark to the strains of my glad serenade. Bring her many lovers to her. You know that your magic commands are the kind that must be obeyed. For lovers to be happy are under your care. Smile, don't keep them ever away from despair. If you do, they will always remain true. As all the world we've been told loves a lover, they all love you. Oh, star of love, way up in the sky,
pretty sentiment, my dear, but don't be carried away. You're not in love with your husband, you know. Ah, there's the music. Run along, my dear, and find Dickie. I'm sure he'd love having this waltz with you.
Very well, Uncle George, if you insist. But I'm warning you, my heart isn't in it.
Uncle George.
Now, don't you start on me. I've already explained to Nancy that I'm not the fuddy-duddy you seem to think I am. If I wish to give a party for you two and your sweethearts, I should think you'd be the last to object. Ah, here's the third member of our mixed quartet. Good evening, Dickie.
Good evening, sir. Say, look here, Phil. You picked up my cape by mistake. This one is yours.
What difference does it make? This one fits all right.
Oh, I've worn that purple and red cape to every masquerade for years. It has a very romantic reputation.
Well, if you've made this cape so famous, I'd like to see how it works.
What's going on here tonight, anyway?
We're celebrating the first step toward the divorce. Phil will soon be free to marry Anne, and just that soon, Nancy can become your wife.
Now, just a minute.
You're absolutely right, Phil. I'm not so sure I want to marry Nancy. I think I like her better as your wife.
Yes, so I've noticed.
Well, at any rate, you'll soon have the freedom you wanted so badly.
Who asked you to manage our affairs anyway?
But you said you loved Anne, and she loved you.
A man doesn't marry every woman he loves.
No. In fact, the percentage is very small.
Yes, and besides, Anne isn't the marrying kind. She's a hopeless flirt.
I beg your pardon, she's nothing of the sort.
Why, she'd flirt with anyone, even you. Try it and see.
Well, she'd know who I was. I told you my cape is famous.
Ah, but I'm wearing your cape. You take mine and find Anne.
Okay. But if Anne flirts with me, don't blame her. Any girl would.
I'll see you later, Uncle George. I want to find out how many girls will swoon at the sight of Dickie's purple cape.
Oh, Dickie.
Uh-oh. My wife.
Dickie, I've been looking for you. There's something I want to tell you. When I saw you just now swaggering across the room in that red and purple cape, I realized I didn't love you, Dickie. No, don't speak. Let me finish. It isn't easy to tell you this, Dickie, but I must. For, well, I suddenly realize I'm in love with someone else. It's my husband. Yes, strange as it seems, I've fallen in love with Phil. There, now I've told you. Well, Dickie, aren't you going to say anything? Wish me happiness? If I've hurt you, I'm sorry. Goodbye.
Nancy. Darling Nancy. In love with her husband. Very old-fashioned, but music to my ears.
She speaks to me of love with words I prize all else above. Yet hardly I believe my senses now, for that the past she may redeem. I stand as in a dream. I'm in love with a one girl for me. I'm as happy as man e'er could be. She's divine, she's mine. Now at last I discover that I am her lover. There's nothing can keep us apart, for I know she's a girl of my heart. Now I'll quickly forget all the others I've known, for the girl that I love alone, with the girl that I love for my own.
man, you can't know me. I changed capes with Phil, so you wouldn't recognize me.
Dickie Stewart, I'd know you in a suit of armor with all the blinds down. I'm too familiar with your technique.
Well, if I alter the technique and ask you to marry me, what will you say?
Oh, I always say yes.
Oh, Anne!
Careful, here's Nancy.
Oh, and me in Phil's cape.
And I think it's only fair to tell you I have no intention of divorcing my husband. And if you can't resist practicing your wiles on him, kindly do so when I'm not present.
Well, I can hardly be to blame if he prefers me to you. However, that's all past. He'll probably tell you so himself.
Well, go ahead, Phil. I'm listening.
Pardon me, are you talking to me?
Dickie! Oh, I thought you were Phil.
It's this cape. I forgot I was disguised as your husband.
But where is Phil?
Here I am, darling. Dickie, I don't know what you found in that cape.
Well, I found a wife.
So did I.
Well, even with my broad-minded new outlook, partners keep switching awfully fast around here.
Uncle George, you've got to stop that divorce at once.
I had no intention of starting it, my dear.
I knew those apple blossoms would be lucky.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jeanette MacDonald will be back in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is your host, Gordon MacRae, giving a vote of thanks to our excellent supporting cast, Francis X. Bushman, Betty Lou Gerson, and Jerome Cowan for their fine performances in Apple Blossoms, which was adapted for radio by Bill Demling. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by 132 railroads, which are members of the Association of American Railroads. Each of these railroads is an independent business with its own operations and services. Each one competes keenly with others for business, working by itself. But all of them work together for better service to you. And now, here's Jeanette MacDonald.
I'm almost beginning to feel like a regular on the Railroad Hour. This is my fourth appearance, you know, Gordon.
Yes, and that's the record for the season, Jeanette. Why, we've almost gotten to look on you as our own sort of personal guest star.
Well, thank you. By the way, what are you going to do next week?
Next week, we'll conclude our regular season of shows, Jeanette, with Victor Herbert's Fortune Teller, with that lovely young lady of the Metropolitan Opera, Miss Patrice Munzel.
The last one? Well, I won't miss that. Well, then what happens? Vacation?
Oh, I'm afraid not for me. 2 weeks from tonight, Lucille Norman will join me for our summer series, Jeanette, on which we'll pay tribute to most of the composers whose works we presented during the past season.
It sounds wonderful. I'll be listening. Goodbye, everybody.
And now, before we leave, folks, here's an important reminder from Marvin Miller.
Friends, many thousands of our listeners have asked for the informative 64-page booklet, Quiz on Railroads and Railroading. If you have not yet sent for this interesting booklet, you can get a copy without charge by writing to the Railroad Hour, Transportation Building, Washington 6, D.C. I'll repeat that address, the Railroad Hour, Transportation Building, Washington 6, D.C. All aboard!
Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so until next week, goodbye.
Apple Blossoms has been presented by special arrangement with Tams Whitmark Music Library. The book and lyrics are by William LeBaron, with music by Fritz Kreisler and Victor Jacobi. Jeanette MacDonald is currently starred in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Technicolor production The Sun Comes Up, with Lloyd Nolan, Claude Jarman Jr., and Lassie. Gordon MacRae appeared on this program by arrangement with Warner Brothers, producers of My Dream Is Yours, starring Jack Carson and Doris Day. This is Marvin Miller saying goodbye until next week for the Association of American Railroads.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents a memorable musical hit, Victor Herbert's Sweethearts, starring Jane Powell, Walter O'Keefe, and your host, Gordon MacRae. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, along with all the Valentines you may have received today, you can add one more. For the Association of American Railroads. It's a great Broadway show with a great musical by Victor Herbert. And we call it Sweethearts. If you've ever been in love, we're sure you'll enjoy tonight's show. For musical comedies are like fairy tales that everybody wishes could come true. The prince is always handsomer than any movie star, and the princess is just as lovely as, well, even Jane Powell, if that's possible. Jane's with us tonight in the role of Sylvia, and we have one of the favorite comics of Broadway and radio, Mr. Walter O'Keefe. He plays Mikel in Sweethearts. I'll be Franz. And Verna Felton is the owner of the Laundry of the White Geese. Just about the most romantic laundry that ever ripped a button off his shirt.
The whole thing through is iron, 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 iron. There are things we'd rather do, but we must iron, iron, iron. When we finish what we've got to iron, 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 iron. Someone brings another lot, and then we iron, iron, iron. It becomes an awful bore to simply iron, iron, iron. But I suppose that's what we're for, to eat and iron, iron, iron. Oh.
Girls, get to work. This is the laundry, not a singing society. Iron!
Yes, Mama. Oh, I never saw so many clothes to be ironed.
Ooh, how I hate to iron shirts.
Oh, I don't mind. If it's a military shirt like this one.
Oh, don't iron that shirt. Not yet.
Well, why not, Sylvia?
Well, that shirt belongs to Franz. And if we get his laundry all ready for him, then he won't be in again for a whole week.
Oh, I think our little Sylvia's got a crush on a certain officer named Franz.
Well, I think he's very nice.
Are you in love with him or his uniform?
I'm in love with his uniform when he's in it. And when he's marching with his company,
Here they come now.
Long parade, every pretty maid loves a military best. But I'm afraid without gold braid, they are marched like all the rest. While on parade, every pretty maid loves a military vest. But I'm afraid without gold braid, they are marched like all the rest.
you little white geese. Is my laundry ready?
Name, please?
Oh, come on, Sylvia. You know my name by this time. I've been coming in to get my laundry 3 times a day, just so I can talk to you.
Rule number 2, don't flirt with the customers.
What's rule number 1?
Don't let the customers flirt with you. I'm sorry, Franz. Your laundry isn't ready yet.
Good. I'll wait.
But it might not be ready until tomorrow.
Well, that's even better. I'm used to waiting for things. And by the way, how long do you think I'll have to wait for you to fall in love with me?
Well, it takes longer to fall in love than it does to start your collar.
Oh, sweetie, you're wrong. You can fall in love as fast as you can scorch a shirt. Only this time, I'm the shirt.
When love would have stood as my master, when love would have led me apace, my heart never beat any faster, and I only laughed in his face. Girls fair as the rarest of flowers, girls all very charming to see, I've wooed in the fairest of bowers, still you find me happily free. For every lover must meet his fate, so for that my heart will wait, as all surrender would defy to tempting kisses tender, so will
Well, you know I like you, Franz. I like you very much, but...
No buts. I'll settle for a maybe.
All right, maybe.
For every lover must meet her fate, so for that my heart will wait, as all surrender you must agree.
Tempting kisses tender,
So
And is this the way you get the ironing done?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mother.
Get back to work, and don't let me catch you chit-chatting with the uniform.
Yes, Mother.
My dear madam, what do you have against a uniform?
Nothing, except I married one.
A handsome, dashing chap who won your girlish heart, no doubt.
Huh. Not so handsome. Here, I have his picture in this locket. Take a look if you can stand it.
Oh, my goodness. This is your husband?
Was, thank goodness.
Well, what happened to him?
He was a soldier of fortune, with very little fortune. And he ran off and left me with $7, the bum. Now, go away, I've got work to do.
Okay, if that's the way you feel about it.
I beg your pardon, sir. Can you direct me to the laundry of the White Goose?
Geese.
Goose. It all comes out in the wash. I just want... Why, Your Highness.
Shh. Nobody around here knows I'm the Crown Prince of Zelania. Mikkel.
Shh. Nobody around here knows I'm the Prime Minister of Zelania. I'm in disguise.
As what?
As the Prime Minister of Zelania.
What kind of a disguise is that?
Look, I ask you, what Prime Minister would be dumb enough to disguise himself as a Prime Minister? It's foolproof.
Mikel, what are you doing here in Belgium?
I lost control of the government.
But I heard you'd regained control.
That was yesterday.
Oh, Mikel, all these revolutions. My poor native land.
You've got no idea how poor it is. Don't forget I was also Secretary of the Treasury. Your Highness, how would you like to be restored to the throne?
Oh, Mikel, to see my native country again. The rolling hills, the rippling streams.
Prince.
The magnificent landscapes.
Prince, chum, tourists, we can kid, but you and I, we've been to Zelania. Let's face it, it's a gopher hole. But, Your Highness, if you say the word, I can put you back on the throne of Zelania. Like that.
Are you sure my people want me?
We'll have an election, and I'll count the votes myself.
Mikel, I won't have anything to do with your crooked plans.
Look, Sam, you aren't the only heir to the throne of Zelania.
But the other royal house died out.
I wouldn't be too sure, laddie. When the monarchy was overthrown by the first revolution, I slipped out of the country with a babe.
Well,
a little babe. Only a few months old. And I left her right here beside this laundry 20 years ago. Now, if there's a pretty young girl in here, in her early 20s...
Oh, brother, have you got a surprise coming?
What do you mean?
We'll go out in the laundry, find out for yourself.
All right, I will. Is there a pretty girl in here in her early 20s?
Oh, yes, indeed.
I never had astigmatism so good. Feel like the janitor in the YWCA. Tell me, do you all belong to one family?
Why, yes. They call us little white geese.
Well, quack, quack. Look, is one of you an adopted daughter?
Yes, but Mother never told us which one was adopted.
Well, I guess I'll have to hang around here until I find out. Girls. Look, please keep your hands out of my hair. Oh. The television will be better, you know. The torture I go through for Zelania. None of you girls are married, I hope.
Oh, no, we can't get married because we wear wooden shoes.
Naturally, wooden shoes. Can't get married, wooden shoes. There must be something my father didn't tell me.
I guess you don't know the legend of Jeanette and her wooden shoes.
Enlighten me, child. I'm listening all over.
The lively Jeanette, a sprightly coquette,
who lived just for jollity,
had plenty of suitors, had only to choose, and being a Dutch girl, she wore wooden shoes. When she stole out at night, all the town knew the news, when they heard the pit-patter of her wooden shoes. Then the lads half asleep, oh, how jealous they get, and they'd say to themselves, who is out with Jeanette?
Jeanette, who is out with Jeanette?
Clippity-clop, clop, clippity-clop, clop, over the tiles. Her feet were petite, but you heard her for miles. With her pitter-pitter-patter, clip-clop, clop, gossip pursued. The secrets betrayed by Jeanette's wooden shoes.
All that kid needed was a pair of sneakers.
Oh, and she really got into trouble when she eloped with the prince.
Oh?
It was in the middle of winter.
Yes.
And the king sent out his guards to bring back the two lovers.
Don't tell me. I can see it coming.
Clip-clop, there in the snow. Her feet so petite showed them which way to go.
With her pitter-patter-patter, clip-clop-clop, they found the clue. And Jeanette lost her prince through the print of her shoes.
It's enough to make a girl spend the rest of her life barefooted.
Iron! Do you hear me? Iron!
Oh, Mother's coming. We'll have to get back to work.
Well, hide me someplace. Where can I hide?
Quick, jump in this hamper of dirty clothes.
Don't forget I'm in here. And when you're sorting this, remember, I'm the one without the laundry mark.
Quick, get in here. Here comes Mama.
Now, that's right, girls. Iron.
Yes, Mama.
Didn't I hear a man's voice in here?
Oh, no, Mama.
That clothes hamper looks a little bulgy. Is anybody hiding in that clothes hamper?
Nobody in here except us bloomers.
Well, that's good. Get to work, girls. Iron.
Girls, do you know who I think that man is in the clothes hamper? Who do you think it is? Papa. Papa?
What makes you think so?
Well, it must be Papa. Why else would he want to hide from Mama? And besides, he looks just like the picture in Mama's locket.
Hey, Sylvia.
Are you back again, Franz? Your laundry isn't ready yet.
Well, I'm looking for something you can't wrap up in a package and tie with a string.
Well, what's that? As if I didn't know.
It's something you can never find by looking for it. And all of a sudden you glance around and there it is. Right out of your own back window.
You're right, Franz.
If you ask when love is found, the sort of love that's fond and true, I will bid you look around. It may be very near to you.
Sometimes love is very trying, but you really must not mind it. If it comes not to your sighing, there is always one place you can find it.
Seek the dwelling of two happy sweethearts. You will find it there.
Sweethearts make love their very own. Sweethearts can live on love alone.
When love light opens the gates to paradise.
All other love is doomed to fade. It is like sunshine veiled in the shade. Sunrise of life as love imparts are all of them yours, all other love is doomed to fade. It is like sunshine veiled in the shade. Sunrise of life as love imparts are all of them yours.
In his inaugural address on January 20th, President Truman spoke of the value to the peoples of the world of what he described as America's imponderable resources in technical knowledge. Agreeing with what the president said and commenting upon it, the New York Times cited the tremendous upsurge of wartime production in America as an example of what has been accomplished by this know-how of our people. But, the Times went on to say, and I quote, "It did not require war to demonstrate American supremacy in the field of applied technology and mechanical skill. A classic example is furnished by comparing the development of railroading in this country with that of other nations. Such a comparison reveals that American railroads excel in virtually every respect, ranging from wages paid to efficiency of operation and freedom from accidents." End of quotation. Continuing its comment, the Times emphasized what it called, and again I quote, "the fundamental reason for our superiority in this sphere. For it is no accident of history or geography. It reflects the fact that where the railroads of most countries are state-owned and managed, ours are privately owned and operate in competition not only among themselves, but with other forms of transportation. End of quotation. The efficiency of which the New York Times spoke reached a record high on American railroads in 1948. To mention just one example, in the year just closed, the average freight train turned out more transportation service per hour. That is, it hauled more tons of freight, more miles than ever before. And that record is typical of the year's performance of what the Times rightly calls the most efficient railroads in the world. We're ready for the second act of Victor Herbert's Sweetheart, starring Jane Powell, Walter O'Keefe, and your Railroad Hour host, Gordon MacRae.
Are you still in there? Are you still in the clothes hamper? Are you all right?
I didn't mind hiding in there, but you didn't have to leave the lid down all through the commercial.
You know, we know who you are.
You do? Well, quick, tell me.
Welcome home, Papa.
Papa?
Now, there's no use trying to deny it. We all knew you're our father.
I'm the father of 7 girls?
Yes.
Cantor'll never speak to me. Well, gooselings, or I should say geeslings, why don't you all line up and each one give Papa a big hug and a squeeze to welcome him home? Kiss me, my little daffodil.
Welcome home, Papa.
Oh, Daddy. Now bust me, my little buttercup. Now you, my little daisy. Is there a dandelion in the house? Hooray for dandelion.
Hey, this is a fine way to run a laundry.
When you figure out a better way, let me know.
How does a customer get some service around here?
This kind of service we don't waste on the customers.
Mikel, what's going on here?
Girls, go wash clothes. Papa has to explain to the gentleman.
Papa?
Sure, Papa. You see, I had to figure out a way to stick around here. I've got to find out which one of these daughters is an heir to the throne of Zelania.
Well, which one do you think it is?
The prettiest one, naturally.
Well, how are you going to tell which one's the prettiest, Mikel? You know, powder and paint makes a girl what she ain't.
Who's complaining?
By the way, Sylvia, is my laundry ready yet?
No, don't be silly.
Come back later.
Well, you bet I will, Mikel. And by the way, Daddy, while you're bouncing back and forth between the buttercups and the daisies, don't be too fatherly with this orchid.
All right, wet wash, go hang yourself up to dry.
I'll remember, Mikel. No tricks.
Oh, you got to be nicer to him, Papa.
Why? You're not in love with him, are you?
Well, I might be.
You don't act very lovey-dovey.
Oh, you must never do that. Remember, if you want to catch a husband, you've got to be very cold to him until he proposes.
I'll remember that if I'm ever a girl.
Papa, tell me, where have you been all these years?
I have been in and out of Zelania.
Zelania? What's that?
It's a little country here in Europe. Don't you know where it is?
No. How do you find it?
Well, it's right there on the map, as big as life. Well, not quite as big as life. It's more the size of Newsweek.
Oh. Well, it must be a very, very small place.
It is so small, dear. Look, I'll tell you. Whenever the prince went out back of the palace to wash his hands, he had to clear customs.
Oh, Papa, you're so clever.
When you come right down to it, you know I am. My wit is so keen and so clever my ways that I am much sought as a guest. The things that I say keep me laughing for days. Ha! Ha! For instance, here's one of my best. This one is going to assassinate you. I went to the circus one day with a crowd, and I sat me outside in the fence. When asked why I did so, I said right out loud, because the heat in the tents is intense.
Exceedingly amusing.
I thought so. Oh, I don't know how I do it, but I do. I don't know how I've said it when it's said. As a melancholia killer, I'm a genuine Joe Miller. I really knock 'em dead. I don't know how I say the things I say. I don't know how I've said them when they're said. I only am aware that all the people stare and ardently declare, what a head! What a head! What a head! I'm a panic.
You're a panic, all right. What's the idea of turning up after all these years?
Sylvia, is this big laundry bag Mama?
Well, don't you recognize her?
Of course, Mama. I'm home. Kiss me.
I'd rather have a nerve killed.
Mama, you're not a widow any longer.
No, I knew it was too good to last. Well, if you expect me to support you, you've got to do some work. Lift that laundry bag, tote that bale of dirty clothes.
Yes, Snookums.
And iron. Everybody iron!
Hello. Guess what I want?
Your laundry isn't ready yet.
As a matter of fact, it is.
Oh, heck.
Here it is, Franz.
Thanks, Sylvia. Hey, just a minute. I brought in 4 handkerchiefs and a shirt, and now there are 5 handkerchiefs.
Look again. One of those handkerchiefs has a sleeve. Now, get out of here. We've got work to do, Your Highness.
Your Highness?
I mean...
He means...
What do you mean? Franz, I thought you were just an ordinary soldier. Why would he call you Your Highness?
Well, Sylvia, you may as well know the truth. I'm really the Crown Prince of Zeleny.
Oh, Franz. Oh, I mean, Your Highness.
Well, what's the matter, Sylvia? What difference does it make?
Well, a plain girl in the laundry, she can't marry a prince.
Marry? Would you marry me? Would you, really?
I can never marry you now.
Sylvia, come back. Sylvia!
The Angelus. Well, at least I can kneel here and pray. Maybe I'll find out what I should do.
So
Sylvia.
Oh, please, Your Highness, go away.
When you love somebody, what does it matter who you are? Oh, Sylvia, listen to me.
For every lover must meet his fate. My father has all surrendered. Who would defy to tempting kisses tender? So
One way to measure the efficiency of our railroads is to do what the New York Times did in the editorial we were talking about a few minutes ago. That is, to compare their operations with those of the railroads of other countries. But there is another and a tougher standard by which to measure them, and that is to compare the post-war operations of American railroads with their own records in the peak pre-war year of 1939. In the year 1948, the average freight car carried the highest load of any peacetime year. Each day, this average freight car produced transportation service equivalent to moving more than 1,020 tons of freight 1 mile, as against less than 600 ton miles in 1939. And here's a striking fact about fuel efficiency. Last year, freight locomotives moved a ton of freight 1 mile on only 2 ounces of coal, or a tablespoonful of oil when burned in a steam engine, or on a teaspoonful of oil when used in a diesel locomotive. That's a lot of figures about railroad performance, and there are many more in the records. But they all add up to just this, that the American railroads are turning out transportation service for the people of this country not only more efficiently than any other transportation system in the world, but also more efficiently than their own previous records. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. Now for Act 3 of Victor Herbert's Sweetheart, starring Jane Powell, Walter O'Keefe, and your host, Gordon MacRae.
Yes, Snookums. A fine business. The leading politician of Zelania pressing ruffles in a petticoat.
Iron!
Yes, Mama, Papa is ironing. Why? Come to think of it, why is Papa ironing? I'm not even Papa. I'm crazy.
Iron!
Iron your own petticoats. I'm getting sick and tired of this laundry.
All right, then get out.
All right, I will, on one condition.
Anything.
Tell me, Mama, which one of our daughters is adopted?
You're their father. You ought to know.
You know she's got a point there? You have a point there, Duchess, but I confess I am not your husband.
Thank heaven. Well, then, who are you?
I'm the guy who left that little baby in your tulip garden 20 years ago. And now I want her back again. She's the heir to the throne of Zelania.
My little Sylvia, a princess.
Well, this ought to make our gal Sylvia pretty happy. She won't have to ask the question, can a young girl from a laundry in Belgium find happiness married to Zelania's most famous crown prince?
Oh, what a surprise this is. Sylvia, Franz, come in.
Yeah, come on in, kids. We got some good news for you.
Oh, what kind of good news?
What is it, Papa?
Don't call this old windbag Papa. He isn't your father.
He isn't.
No, Sylvia, you were adopted.
Why, then Sylvia must be the other heir to the throne of Zelania.
Yep. Ain't it convenient how these things work out here?
Then you won't have to worry about marrying a prince, because you're a princess.
Well, I just can't believe it.
Hey, kids, Your Highness. When the two of you get restored to the throne of Zelania, I happen to know of an unemployed prime minister who is between engagements. Has wardrobe, will travel, doubles and brass.
Oh, no. Not a chance, Mikel. You'll never get a job in my government.
No. Our government, darling.
Oh, yes. Of course, my sweet.
I really think we ought to be able to find some kind of a position for a man who used to be my father.
Well, all right. We'll make him third assistant secretary of agriculture, in charge of corn.
Now, that's gratitude for you.
Franz,
Yes, my princess?
sometimes I'm an awfully moody person. Do you think you can love me, whatever mood I'm in?
Oh, of course, darling. For I'll make love to you to suit your mood. The game of love has so many plays. Whenever you are pursuing, you must adapt your ways to the mood of the girl you are wooing.
For instance, if I play a coquette?
Then this is what you'll get. You little flirt, you're too good to be true. Trifle with me if you dare. Give me one kiss or I'll take it from you. What's that? You dare me? Well, there. But when she strikes the romantic mood, mid-sentimental environs, she must be gently wooed with the sonnets you've copied from Byron's. A moonlight night, a wandering breeze, and some such words as these. Come, lovely maid, to some heavenly glade, 'neath the cerulean skies. There we will live on the love that is laid deep in the depths of your eyes. But suppose I find you're a martial maid whose cheers are ever so merry, following each parade with your heart on the gay military. Then I would don a uniform gay and court you in this way. As I go marching, my heart fills with joy when my own sweetheart I see. A man surrender to your soldier boy and march away here with me.
As I go marching, my heart fills with joy.
My sweetheart I see.
A man surrender to your
soldier boy and march away here with
Do we have to wait till we're king and queen to get married?
No. Let's get married tomorrow.
Tonight.
Right now. Oh, I love you, my darling.
Oh, my sweetheart.
How do you like that for the ending of a fairy tale? Hans Christian Andersen, the Grimm brothers, even St. Valentine. I'll give them cards and spades if they can top this one.
Sweethearts make love their very own. Sweethearts can live on love alone.
When love light night opens the gates to paradise.
Love is doomed to fade. It is like sunshine veiled in shade. to you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. This is Gordon MacRae saying thank you to Jane Powell, Walter O'Keefe, and Verna Felton for joining me in Sweethearts, with book by Harry B. Smith, lyrics by Robert B. Smith, and music by Victor Herbert, and adapted for radio by Lawrence and Lee. Say, Walter, we never did get to visit Zelania, did we?
Gordon, did you ever try to get a round-trip ticket to a mythical kingdom?
Well, it's tough, you know.
What's next week, Gordon?
A great old favorite, Janie, Lady Be Good, starring Groucho Marx, complete with mustache and eyeglasses. And the week following, the first air performance of the Song of Norway, with Marina Koschetz and members of the cast of the original operetta.
We'll be listening, Gordon.
Oh, at our house, we always listen to the Railroad Hour. Just like having a big Broadway show in your own living room.
All aboard!
Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so until next week, goodbye.
Sweethearts has been presented by special arrangement with the Tams Whitmark Music Library. Jane Powell appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture The Sun Comes Up, starring Jeanette MacDonald, Lloyd Nolan, Claude Jarman Jr., and Lassie. Gordon MacRae appeared on this program by arrangement with Warner Brothers. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by 132 railroads of the United States. Each one competes keenly with others for business, but all of them work together through the Association of American Railroads for the improvement of all railroading and for better service to you.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the romantic operetta Naughty Marietta, based on the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer motion picture with Victor Herbert's beloved music, and starring Jeanette MacDonald and your host, Gordon MacRae. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is your host, Gordon MacRae, bringing up the curtain on one of Victor Herbert's most melodic and popular operettas, Naughty Marietta. In the character of Captain Dick Warrington, I meet and fall in love with Naughty Marietta in New Orleans, when Louisiana was still under the rule of Louis XV of France. But the story of Marietta begins much before that, and no one is more familiar with it than that lady herself. So may I introduce her to you in the person of our lovely and charming guest star this evening, known and loved by all as the Naughty Marietta of the screen, Miss Jeanette MacDonald.
I heard that melody one night in a dream and lived with the memory of it ever after. I remembered only the beginning of that unexplained song, and somehow I felt that if I could complete it, I could find the answer, not only to the mystery of life, but to the mystery of my own unhappiness as well. It was spring in the court at Versailles, and my royal uncle had informed me that the King of France had commanded that I marry a fat, elderly member of the royal house of Spain named Don Carlos. The thought was intolerable to me, so I arranged to take the place of one of the maids in the castle, a Marietta Franini, on a bride ship bound for New Orleans. And that very night I stole away from the castle and set sail on the adventure of my life.
Oh, Marietta, isn't the sea beautiful? I wish we weren't landing tomorrow.
Why, Julie, I thought you were looking forward to this brand new world and the fine, handsome young cavalier who would claim you as his wife.
Well, suppose it isn't a fine, handsome cavalier. Suppose it's a fat, ugly one.
Well, you don't have to accept him. You'll have the pick of all the men in New Orleans.
What kind of a husband do you want, Marietta?
I don't intend to marry.
Oh, but you have to. You accepted the king's dowry. A casket of gold and a grant of land to each girl who will go to the colonies and marry.
Well, the king can keep his grant and his casket.
Then why did you come on the bride ship?
Oh, for many reasons, but mainly because of a song.
A song?
Yes, a melody that became a sort of challenge to me.
Oh, it's beautiful, Marietta. Oh, please finish it.
Oh, I can't, Julie. Perhaps I never will be able to finish it.
Well, when you sing, it makes me forget how frightened I am, Marietta.
Well, then I'm afraid it'll have to be another song, Julie. Oh, there's a little prayer I learned as a child. Will that do?
Oh, yes, yes.
All right, then. One song for one smile. Is that a bargain?
Oh, yes, Marietta.
King of the earth and sky and sea, guide us upon our way. Gladly we place our trust in thee, day by day. Forever in heaven, forever with thee. Father of all who guide our children across the sea. Dear Father in heaven, oh Father of all, guide us here by thee. Ruler of all, we fervently call thy name. Father in heaven, forever with thee. Show us the way, O heavenly
Thank you, Marietta. I feel ever so much better now.
To your stations, men. There's a pirate ship approaching from starboard.
Oh, pirates!
Straight across the stern. Return fire.
All right, my little pigeon, stop that sniffling. You've been captured by pirates. You might as well make the best of it. We'll camp here on the shore for the night. In the morning, we'll figure out what's to be done about you.
In the name of the King of France, I demand that you set us free.
Well, do you now, my pretty?
Now, don't you dare come a step closer to me.
I like redheads. The more peppery they are, the better I like them.
Why, you...
Well, I'll have a kiss for that slap, my lady. What's that?
That's the song of the governor's men, Captain. They must be looking for some word of the bride ship.
Captain Dick Warrington's men, huh? Well, no point in fighting two battles today unless we have to. John, out with that campfire.
Yes, sir.
All right, now you women get down on your faces and keep quiet. Ah, good. Good, they're passing by.
Help! Help! Soldiers, help! Shut up! Help!
Come on, men. We found them.
Captain Warrington, I certainly want to thank you, your men.
Careful. You're tipping the canoe.
If you hadn't come along just when you did, I don't know what might have happened to us.
Well, that's what the governor of Louisiana pays us for. Personally, I never approved of you women being shipped over here in the first place. The minute women arrive any place, there's trouble. Why, look at my men. Even in the moonlight, you can see the silly expressions on their faces. They're not used to having women in their canoes.
Judging from your manners, I wouldn't say you were either.
Huh? Well, my manners were all right when I was saving your life.
Didn't you say you get paid for that sort of thing?
Well, I'll wager my next month's salary that you weren't any poor little milkmaid on a farm.
Oh, would you?
You don't have the manner born, my lady. Whoever your mistress was, she taught you to put on too many airs. Blue eyes.
My eyes are green, and my name is Marietta.
Nevertheless, I'll call you Blue Eyes. So you had to come all the way to New Orleans to catch a husband, eh? Well, don't look at me.
You fancy yourself quite a lady killer, don't you?
Oh, I am. I don't know whether it's my looks or my voice. By the way, what did you think of my voice, Blue Eyes?
When I heard it, my mind wasn't exactly on musical matters, Captain Warrington.
That's right. Too bad. It's a nice voice. Care to hear it again?
No, thank you. Might spoil the effect of that lovely moon up there.
Oh, on the contrary, it'll help it. Why, I'll sing you a song about our southern moon if you like.
Fine. I'm a little bit tired anyway, so if you don't mind, I'll just take a little nap while you're singing.
Careful. You might...
It was the furthest thing from my mind.
Captain, there are the lights of New Orleans up ahead.
New Orleans?
New Orleans, that's right, Blue Eyes. With your new husband waiting for you on the dock. Come on, men. Let's give them our song and have the whole town turn out to greet us. Let's see that these ladies get a rousing welcome from New Orleans. Tramp, tramp, tramp along the highway. Tramp, 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 the road is free. Blazing trails along the byway. Courrier de bois are we. Tramp, 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 now clear the roadway. Room, 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 the world is free. With planters and Canucks, Virginians and Kentucks, Captain Dixon Infantry, Captain Dixon Infantry.
Tramp, tramp along the highway, tramp, 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 the road is free. Blazing trails along the byway, Courrier de bois are we.
Tramp, 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 now clear the roadway. Room, 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 the world is free. With planters and Canucks, Virginians and Kentucks, Captain Dixon Infantry, Captain Dixon Infantry.
Casket girls! Welcome, casket girls!
Well, you came here to get married. You signed the agreement.
But, mademoiselle, you must marry someone. It is the law.
It says in your credentials.
No, I don't want to marry anyone.
Here. What's the meaning of this, young woman? I'm told you are refusing to marry.
Very true, monsieur. And who are you?
I am the governor of Louisiana.
Oh, well, then will you please tell these gentlemen that I don't have to marry them?
Oh, but you do, mademoiselle. It says in your credentials...
Then I shall tear up my credentials.
Stop that immediately. Young woman, what is your name?
Marietta Franini.
Well, Marietta Franini, something has to be done about you.
Yes, Your Excellency.
I don't want to have to put you in jail.
Governor!
Oh, Captain Warrington. Dick, my dear boy.
I couldn't help hearing your conversation with this young woman. I feel a sort of responsibility for her myself. After all, it's my fault in a way that she's here, and I'm willing that you put her in my custody for the time being. I'll see that she has lodgings.
Well, an excellent suggestion, Dick. And if she doesn't get some sense in her head, we'll just have to ship her home to France.
Come along, Blue Eyes.
Where are you taking me?
You are now about to enter one of the main thoroughfares of New Orleans. Charming, isn't it?
What brought about this sudden interest in my future, Captain Warrington?
Well, I feel sorry for you.
You feel sorry for me.
Yes. You're so beautiful and so dumb.
Oh, am I? Well, let me tell you something. You may not be as smart as you think you are, and I may not be as dumb as I look. Well, I mean, as you think I look. Now, kindly conduct me to wherever I'm supposed to find residence, and then...
Then I'll say au revoir.
Not au revoir, Captain Warrington. Just say a lasting goodbye.
Well, look ahead there. My friend Rudolfo, who runs the Marionette Theater. Hey, Rudolfo! Rudolfo!
Capitano Dick! Hello, my friend. Hello.
Hello, Rudolfo. Say, where's that plump daughter of
The
yours?
one who's a sing?
Yeah.
She got married. But monsieur, my Suzette, she sings it too. Come, Suzette, sing it for the gentlemen.
Well, it seems like everybody's getting married this day. Must be the season.
Perhaps.
Ah, nice voice, hasn't she, little ice lady? It's too bad you can't sing.
Really?
Yes, it gives a woman added charm. You might take some lessons, but of course, I'd never expect you to sing as well as Suzette.
Oh, that, monsieur. That's a matter of opinion.
The mandolin is playing sweet, the gentle song of loving beat. Oh, could I return, oh, joy complete? Nobody, mandolin is gay. Zing, 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 boom, boom, la, la, ha, ha, ha. Zing, boom, la, 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 ha, ha, ha.
Sing, 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 boom, boom, sing, 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 mandolin is gay. Sing, 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 boom, boom, la, 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 ha, ha, ha. Sing, boom, la, 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 ha, ha, ha. Sing,
Bravo! Sandor Patata Cacchito, Mademoiselle, your voice is beautiful.
Oh, thank you, Rodolfo.
Oh, if such a singer would only come to me, it would mean a new days for my marionette theater.
This lady's a prisoner, Rudolfo, and she isn't interested in helping you or anyone.
Oh, but that isn't true. Rodolfo, the governor has placed me in this gentleman's custody. But if he'll permit me, I'd be very happy to sing at your theater.
Oh, gracias, gracias.
You will see that she has lodgings and take good care of her?
I will. Hey, there's your man, Captain Dick.
Are you coming, Captain?
I'll be right there. Well, farewell, my lady.
Oh, no. No, please wait.
What? You realize what you're saying?
Oh, I'm sorry. For a moment, well, it was when you turned away from me. That moment, I thought I heard...
Come on, Dick. Take good care of her, Rodolfo. Goodbye, Mamselle.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Did you say au revoir?
Yes, I did.
Then au revoir it is.
Tramp, 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 roll and roll.
It's interesting to think of the way people lived in America in the time of naughty Marietta. Here was this vast continent with every natural resource it has today, and yet it could barely support 2 or 3 million persons. Now, a nation of nearly 150 million persons living on the same area produces not only enough for its own needs, but enough to aid half the world besides. What makes the difference? Well, for one thing, there was born in this land a new sort of freedom. It was not merely political freedom, but was the freedom of every man to use his native ability to make the most of every opportunity to better himself. Without that sort of freedom, political freedom could not long be maintained. And in that atmosphere of freedom, there blossomed mighty inventions, creating the machinery which multiplies many-fold man's power of production. And there developed a new sort of transportation, continent-wide transportation, binding the nation into a unit, low-cost, dependable transportation, which makes high-volume production possible, and also makes possible the widespread distribution and high-level consumption, without which large-scale production would be useless. This essential transportation is performed on the railroads, in trains of cars on tracks. These railroads handle goods on a scale undreamed of elsewhere, and they do it at rates which, in comparison with prices and wages, are lower than anywhere else in the world. And they are lower now in comparison than they were before the war, even here in America. And so it is that a continent which could barely support a mere handful of people has become the home of nearly 150 million who produce more and live better than any other people on the face of the earth. Now back to Naughty Marietta with your host, Gordon MacRae, and Jeanette MacDonald as his guest star.
For one fleeting moment, I had felt as though I knew what my dream melody meant to say. That moment when Dick Warrington smiled at me and said goodbye. And yet I considered Dick an arrogant, conceited, egotistical, impossible boor. I thought it was because he was the only man I knew in New Orleans that I was glad to see him when he arrived at the puppet show the next night.
Good show, Blue Eyes. Say, you can sing.
Thank you.
Come on, let's take a walk in the moonlight. I want to talk to you.
Haven't you anything better to do?
Well, if I had, I'd be doing it. Here, put this cape around you.
But it's warm out.
Put the hood up over your hair.
Why?
Well, let's just say it's too hot to look at red hair.
Now, if you're going to be insulting, I'm not going with you.
Oh, yes, you are. You're coming with me, and you're going to ride in my canoe out along the edges of the bayou, completely out of earshot of anyone on land. And then you're going to tell me why the governor has today offered a reward of 250,000 louis for the apprehension of one Marietta Frenini.
250,000 louis for me.
The governor sent for me this morning and asked me if I knew where you were. I told him you had gotten away from me.
Well, did he tell you why they sent for me?
No, but you're going to tell me as soon as we get in that boat.
Well, will it be safe to talk there?
Yes. My men are all through the bayou right now. It's the safest place in New Orleans for the moment. And this is the most dangerous. Now, come on.
Yes, sir.
Well, you know, I've never given an order to a woman before.
No, I've never taken an order from a man.
Well, let's talk that over when we have time, Marietta.
Yes, when we have time, Dick.
You do trust me now, don't you?
Well, if I can't trust you, then I have no one.
Come on.
Oh, sweet mystery of life, could I but find thee. The words repeated themselves within me urgently over and over as I followed Dick through the streets of New Orleans. And when he helped me into the boat and we drifted out on the moonlit water, it fairly thundered in my ears. But what the rest of the song was, or what it meant, I still didn't know.
Now tell me, Blue Eyes, why should they offer a reward of 250,000 louis for a giddy little redhead from Marseille?
Oh, please, let's not talk about it now. All this will end soon enough.
Blue Eyes, you're in trouble. I want to help you. The governor has all the troops in New Orleans out hunting for you. What did you do?
I ran away. Away from a man I didn't want to marry.
Who are you?
Oh, just someone.
Someone, huh?
Someone from somewhere.
Well, you know, I have a very strange feeling about someone.
No pain, I hope.
No. I have a very strange feeling I never felt before.
You're coming down with something, all right.
A grind of depression.
I wonder if it's catching.
I hope so. My heart's acting strangely. It feels rather sore. At least it gives me that impression.
My pulses leap madly without any cause. Believe me, I'm telling you truly. I'm gay without pause, then sad without cause. My spirits are truly unruly.
And if someone did love you?
Oh, Marietta.
I said if. Would you care what her past had been? Would you marry her without questions?
If you say you love me, that's the only question I would ask. And the only answer I am interested in.
Oh, I know now what it means.
Thee. Oh, that I know the secret of it all. Oh, the longing, seeking, striving, waiting, yearning, the honor.
Captain Warrington! Yes, Major? Bring that boat into shore. My men will fire on you if you don't.
Oh, please, Dick, do as he asks.
But Marietta.
Oh, please.
All right, Marietta, whatever you say.
Captain Warrington, I have a warrant for this lady. She's to be returned to the palace of the governor at once.
Why? What has she done?
It isn't what she's done, it's who she is. She is the Princess Marie d'Altena, a fugitive from France against His Majesty's wishes.
Princess? You a princess, Marietta?
Yes, Dick. I hoped you'd never know.
Permit me to help you from the boat, Your Highness.
Thank you.
The governor awaits you at his palace.
If you don't wish to go, Blue Eyes, I've a sword here that will see that you stay.
Men, advance and fall to.
Oh, no, please.
I have men of my own in this bayou. I have only to call out and they will be at your service.
No, I've put you in enough danger already. I'll go with you, Major. Shall I see you again, Captain Warrington?
There is only one answer to that, which I believe you know.
Company, march!
Come in.
Good evening, Your Highness. How charming you look. All dressed for the ball in your honor, I see.
Well, I'm afraid the last thing I want is to be presented to New Orleans society, Governor.
His Majesty is most provoked with you, Your Highness. As a matter of fact, another order just arrived, which I should like to read to you. And she shall be found and returned immediately under the custody of her uncle on his arrival. Anyone aiding or abetting her further escape shall be considered in treason to me and shall be given the extreme penalty. Signed, Louis XV.
How would you like to marry an old, fat Spanish don that creaks every time he walks?
I should be honored.
Well, then you marry him.
Oh, no, my dear. Oh, I could hardly do that. We'd better go down to the ball. You take my arm, Princess?
Thank you.
Oh, Princess, I thought you might be interested to know that I have ordered Captain Warrington and his men to start for Barataria today. He's a good soldier, and I should not like to be forced to carry out His Majesty's orders. But if he should attempt to help you escape...
I understand, Governor.
What's that singing?
Oh, Governor, I promise you I won't cause you any trouble. Oh, only please don't let anyone else suffer. I'll return to Versailles.
Very well. That, of course, makes my position much easier. Your ship sails at dawn.
I shall be aboard. I had known the secret, the answer to the mystery of my life and of my song for almost a full day. But as I walked down and took my place in the ballroom, I realized that to know the song and its meaning and to deny that meaning was almost unbearable. And yet it had to be denied forever. And then, late in the evening, I went out into the garden for a moment, and suddenly, there he was before me.
Your Highness.
Dick, you must go at once. You're in great danger here.
Danger? Do you think I'm afraid of danger?
Oh, but I can't really talk to you tonight with all these people here. The moment they find I'm gone, they'll be searching for me.
Out on the bayou, you started to sing a song for me. I'd like to hear it now.
Oh, please, this ball is in honor of my sailing. I should be back there.
Sailing?
You know.
What have they said about sailing?
Oh, sailing?
Yes. When are they going to try to take you away?
Oh, the day after tomorrow. I mean the day after that. Friday, I think.
Friday? Then I'll be back to hear your song right here tomorrow night. We'll be camped only about 20 miles from here.
Captain Warrington!
Governor.
Well, good evening, Your Excellency.
Didn't you receive my orders?
Oh, yes, of course he did. Oh, don't magnify something very silly, Governor. This officer saved my life, and I asked him to come here to say goodbye. Thank you again, Captain, and goodbye.
Princess?
Good night.
Good night.
Your Highness, everyone is pleading for you to sing for them. Would you do it? Would you honor us?
Oh, yes. Yes, I will sing for you. I knew I'd never see Dick again, and I had to let him hear my song. I went into the ballroom and saw Dick at the head of the stairway, just about to leave, so I sang my song.
Blue Eyes.
Oh, Dick.
Oh, sweet mystery of life, at last I found.
Who is that?
It's Captain Warrington.
There he is, up on the balcony. He's coming down the stairway.
Listen.
Oh, the longing, seeking, striving, waiting, yearning, the burning hopes, the joy and idle tears that fall. For 'tis love and love alone the world is seeking. And 'tis love and love alone I've waited for. And my heart has heard the answer to its calling. For it is love that rules forevermore.
Blue Eyes.
Oh, Dick, please go quickly.
Au revoir, my princess.
Goodbye. Oh, my darling. Goodbye.
A few minutes ago, we were talking about what freedom and invention and transportation have done in this country in making the way we live in America the marvel of the world. Let's pay a little more attention to the third of these mighty forces, transportation, and especially the backbone of our transportation system, our railroads. Production as we know it would not be possible without railroads to assemble the materials used, the fertilizers and farm implements, for example, for the kind of agriculture which is practiced in America, or the raw materials, the fuel, and the machinery used in industry. And not only would production on the American scale be impossible without railroads, it would also be useless without the widespread distribution and the high consumption of goods which railroad transportation makes possible. America finds use for other forms of transportation, but no one of them, nor all of them together, could take the place of railroads in furnishing the low-cost, continental-wide, all-season service, which is fundamental to the way we make things and the way we use them here in America. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. Now back to Act 3 of Naughty Marietta with your host Gordon MacRae and his guest star Jeanette MacDonald.
Now I had sung my dream melody, and I'd pledged my love with it, and at the same time said farewell to that love forever. I ran upstairs after I finished singing and stood at the window, listening to his men march through the empty moonlit streets, and I stood there thinking, he is with them, and they are marching away from me. Yes?
I just wanted to say good night, Princess. I hope you'll be quite comfortable.
Well, it doesn't matter now, Governor. Nothing matters. I'm going back to marry Don Carlos as the king commanded.
Sometimes it's very sad to be of royal blood, Princess. But life establishes the rules of our conduct by how we are born. And we must obey those rules.
Well, I hoped this was a new country where all those out-of-date precepts could be forgotten.
It's too bad, Princess, that we cannot make of the world what we dream it should be. Good night.
Dick. Dick.
Did you call me, Blue Eyes?
Oh, Dick. Oh, why did you come back?
I came for you. You wouldn't have sung that song to me if you'd ever expected to see me again, would you?
No.
When are you really sailing?
At dawn.
Why didn't you tell me?
Well, if you'd known, you never would have gone, and I'd have seen them lead you away to be...
What have I to live for without you?
Oh, what are we to do?
Get a cloak. My men are waiting at the edge of town. Now, hurry.
Oh, but we can't. The palace is surrounded.
I got in. I'll get out.
But, Dick, wherever we'd go, they'd only find us again.
Oh, not where we're going. We're heading west, Blue Eyes, into a new country, a new life, together. Will you come with me?
No, of course I will.
Then quick. Hurry now.
Princess! Princess!
Quick. Out on the balcony. Hurry.
Guard! Call the guard! Something's wrong! Warn the guard!
First, I'll jump over the balcony.
Are you all right?
Yes. Now jump. I'll catch you. Oh, there you are.
Halt where you are. Up with your hand.
Oh, I knew it. I knew it.
Hold those two.
We have them, Governor.
Bring them to my rooms. Don't let them escape.
They won't escape from us, Your Excellency.
Good.
Well, shall we march, gentlemen?
Oh, Dick, I knew it would all be for nothing.
We know quite a long way to the governor's office, Captain.
Yes, sir, through the woods. Kind of pretty.
Uh-huh.
Now you follow us. Right out through the castle gates.
Dick.
We're not safe yet.
But these soldiers, they're your men.
Of course.
Oh, my darling. How on earth did you manage that?
Easily. They changed places with some of the palace guards, who were very glad to get a night off.
The horses are just ahead. The men are waiting.
Well, here we are, Your Highness.
No more, Your Highness. From this moment, there are no titles left in the world.
Oh, yes, there are. Your new one.
What's that?
Why, Mrs. Warrington, naturally. Here, let me help you up. We have a long ride ahead of us, but there's a ship waiting, and a whole new country.
And a new life.
Ah, sweet mystery of life, at last I found thee. Oh, at last I know
ladies and gentlemen. Jeanette MacDonald will be back in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is your host, Gordon MacRae, giving a big vote of thanks to our excellent supporting cast, Earl Ross, Alan Reed, Sheila Stevens, Paul Frees, Polly Bear, and Bill Demling for their fine performances in Naughty Marietta, with book and lyrics by Rita Johnson Young, music by Victor Herbert, and adapted for radio by Gene Holloway. And now, here's Jeanette MacDonald again.
I just want to say how greatly I enjoyed appearing for the Association of American Railroads in this production of Naughty Marietta, one of my favorite roles.
We were honored to have you, Jeanette, and very happy, too, that you are to join us again very soon.
Oh, yes, the week after next, as a matter of fact, in another of my favorites, Noel Coward's Bittersweet.
And I'm certain that your fans will all be listening.
Oh, by the way, what are you doing next week?
Well, next week, the Metropolitan Opera soprano, Miss Patrice Munzel, and Mr. Kenny Baker will join me in presenting one of America's most beloved operettas, Blossom Time.
Oh, I'll certainly be listening to that myself. And I'll see you all again week after next in Bittersweet.
Au revoir, Marietta.
Au revoir, Captain Dick.
All aboard! Well, it looks as though ready to pull out. And so until next week, goodbye.
Naughty Marietta has been presented by special arrangement with the Tams Whitmark Music Library. Jeanette MacDonald's new motion picture is The Sun Comes Up, produced by Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, whose current hit is Words and Music. Gordon MacRae appeared on this program by arrangement with Warner Brothers. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by 132 railroads of the United States. Each one of them has its own operations and services. Each one competes keenly with others for business. But all of them work together through the Association of American Railroads for the improvement of all railroading and for better service to you.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. From Hollywood, here comes the star-studded show train. Tonight, your railroads, through the Association of American Railroads, present Rio Rita. In our star-studded cast, you will hear the host of our series, Gordon MacRae, and 4 famous guest stars, Margot, Marion Hutton, and Sweeney and March, with a great cast of Hollywood featured players, including Alan Reed, Elvia Allman, and Paul Frees. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Lubov, and the entire production is set to the music of Carmen Dragon's Orchestra and brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gordon MacRae helping to bring you another in our series of musical successes. Tonight, the Railroad Hour Show Train presents a show that was originally produced on Broadway by the great Florenz Ziegfeld at the Ziegfeld Theater. So let's ring up the curtain on Rio Rita, with book by Guy Bolton and Fred Thompson, and lyrics and music by Joseph McCarthy and Harry Tierney. In our performance this evening, I play the part of Jim Stewart, who falls in love with Rio Rita, played for us by Margot. Marion Hutton is Dolly, a cabaret dancer. Hal March takes the part of the lawyer Ed Lovett, and Bob Sweeney plays his client, Chick Bean.
Well, in every show there's a villain. And tonight, Mr. Alan Reed plays the part of a very bad hombre named General Esteban.
General Romero Joselito Tomas Miguel Armando Esteban, if you don't mind, senor. And if I am, like you said, the bad hombre, maybe we have the more fun that way, eh? Anyway, you come with me to Mexico, eh? From Texas, we crossed the Rio Grande and arrived pronto in the little town of San Luca, where I am head man, and where, for some strange reason, I own the Esteban Hotel, the Esteban Department Store, the Esteban Building, and the only floating nightclub in all Mexico, which is called the Club Esteban. It is getting dark pretty quick now, and I'm thinking of going into the Cafe Esteban for my supper, when down at the end of the Avenue Esteban, there comes a bunch of those Texas Rangers approaching on horses' backs.
When you roll, you're not alone. For when you belong to the Lone Star Rangers, and
They stop their horses in front of my hotel. One of the Rangers, he gets off his horse and tags a piece of paper onto a pole. Then, without he says one word, he gets back onto his horse and they all ride off down the street, singing, just like was in musical comedy.
we're all pals together, comrades, birds of a feather.
I go over and read the paper, and when I am finished, I notice a very beautiful girl which stands by the hotel. Then, all of a sudden, a man steps out from the dark shadows. You know who that man is? It's me. So I grab her by the arms to keep her from making the scrams.
Take your hands off of me, General Esteban. Take them off.
Bastante, you are the Spitfire, Margarita. I only wish to make conversation with you. Tell me, you seen the notice the Rangers just put up?
No, what is it?
It is a reward of $10,000 offered for the man who robbed the Texas State Bank of South Fremont last month.
Do they know who it is?
They only know he is the Kinkajou.
I am not interested in the Kinkajou.
See, you are only interested in this strange Americano, this gringo.
Gringo, all the time gringo. Do you not know that my father was a gringo too?
See, I know this. And I know also that you claim to be Americano. But that does not say you are half Spanish. Now tell me, what is the name of this gringo?
It is none of your business.
I know his name. It is Jim. What does he do here in San Luca?
You know everything, so you must know that.
No, that I do not know. But I am going to find out, and pretty quick. Me, General Romero Joselito Tomas Miguel Armando Esteban, am the head of this district. And I do not like the stranger which is mysterious.
And me, Rita Maria Dulcinea Maggie Ferguson, I do not like the people which do not like the people which I like. So, I go.
Wait, not before I have the kiss. Eh?
Let go of me. Jim!
No, he cannot hear you now.
Jim!
You're wrong, Butterball. Now back up and play nice.
Oh, Jim.
You call me names, huh, gringo? You make to me the insult, eh?
Insult? With butter at 90 cents a pound?
So you are the smart Alex, eh? Okay, smart Alex, I'm going to tell you something. Get out of San Luca. Hasta la vista, senorita. Think it over, gringo.
Oh, Jimmy, I am afraid of that man. He can do anything in San Luca.
As long as he can't make you love him, that's all I care about.
Oh, Jim, you know he cannot do that.
Then don't worry. In a few days, I'll be through with the job that brought me down here, and then...
And then you go back home?
Only if you go with me.
Oh, I want so much to see your so lovely house in Texas and your so lovely dog.
And don't forget the so lovely river that runs along the foot of the garden.
Is it nicer than the Rio Grande?
Oh, no river is nicer than the Rio Grande. Do you know why?
Yes, I know why. But I like to hear you tell me again.
Down by the river Rio Grande, on its silver sand, that's where I found you. And now my heart's at your command. Want to be near your hand, lingering around you. For love like mine, is there no one sight my heart.
Life is sweeter, Rita, when you are near. Life's no clearer, Rita, than you
Now all I ask from above is one day your lips will say I love you. Senorita, here is my heart. Here is my heart. Here To see my lovely Rita look at this gringo with the calf's eyes makes me very mad. So I walk away. And what do I see? Dolly Smith, a girl which dances for me in my cabaret, and a man named Chick Bean, which also works for me, driving up in an automobile which said, just married. I watch Dolly go upstairs in a hotel with bag, and I'm just about to go over and speak to Chick when that gringo lawyer, Ed Lovett, beat me to it.
Nice bundle of thread that just went upstairs, Chick. You know her?
Slightly. She's my wife.
Your wife? When did you get married?
About 15 minutes ago, and I'm still happy.
Now, look, Chick, I'm your lawyer, and you had no business getting married without consulting me. This Mexican divorce of yours is no good. I received this letter from your first wife's lawyers. Read it and weep.
Okay. What? Why, Ed, she calls me a bigamist.
And she's right. Of all the fools, you are the bigamist.
Well, what's the penalty for bigamy down here in Mexico?
The same as it is in the United States. 2 mothers-in-law.
Well, what am I going to do, Ed?
About 5 years in jail.
Well, I'll never be able to do that long.
Well, the law doesn't expect miracles, kid. Do as much as you can. Now, here's the situation. Until I can get the first Mrs. Bean to accept the divorce, you and the young lady you've just married must live as far apart as the poles.
Well, do I have to tell her now?
Yes.
Well, wouldn't tomorrow morning do?
No.
Oh, Chick! Chick, darling!
Here she comes now. Be sure to tell her the honeymoon's off. See you later.
Chick, who was that?
Mr. Lovett, my lawyer. He's a fellow lodge member. He wants me to go on a hunting trip with him.
Hunting? When?
Tonight.
On your wedding night, you're not going to go hunting?
Well, it would be original, wouldn't it?
Why, Chick Bean, how can you be so cruel? And on our wedding night?
Oh, I want time to think things over.
This is no time to think. You're always in my arms, but only in my dreams. In dreams, you're always near, sweetheart. We're always 'neath the palms, so happy then it seems, so near and yet so far apart. If I could only hold you, really,
tell you all my love sincerely. How I adore your charms. You're always in my arms, in dreams, but only in my dreams.
I decide there is no use wasting my time on Dolly, so I go see what Rita is doing. And where do you think I find her, huh? In Jim's arms.
You're always in my arms, but only in my dreams. In dreams, you're always near, sweetheart. How I adore your charms. You're always in my arms, in dreams, but only in my dreams.
The Placci is getting too deep for you, eh? For me, too. Because later I hear Rita's brother, Roberto, talking with the lawyer, Senor Lovett.
Senor Lovett, because my sister and I claim American citizenship, we have lost our rancho. I must leave here tonight, so I sold all our cattle.
How much did you get?
2,000 American dollars. Can you change it into Mexican money for me?
Well, let's see. $1 is worth about 4 pesos. That makes 8,000. Suppose I give you 5,000 pesos for it.
But I lose money, senor.
Well, a fella's got to live. Take it or leave it.
I take it.
I hear you are. Keep it in a safe place, my boy. There are dishonest men in this town.
Si. Gracias, senor.
Gracias,
Adios.
yeah. Not bad, not bad.
Un momento, Senor Lovett.
Huh?
Let me see that money.
Okay, Esteban. I'll hold on to what you just looked.
Just like I think. Those dinero are from the State Bank in Fremont, Texas.
So it's from the State Bank of... Hey! That's the bank the Kinkajou robbed. You don't think I'm the Kinkajou, do you, Esteban?
Who cares? The Kinkajou big hero in San Luca. But be careful, senor. Do not let the Rangers catch you with that money.
Gosh. What am I going to do with this money?
Hey, Ed, can you change some Mexican pesos into American money for me?
Chick, you're a very lucky man. It just so happens that I have about $2,000 with me.
Oh, thanks, pal. Here are 10,000 pesos for it.
Don't mention it, pal. The pleasure was all mine.
Well, this money's going to have to last me a long time, boy.
It will, pal. About 15 years. The Rangers. Well, let's scram out of here. Oh, well, it's too late now.
Here's the old song of the Ranger. It's called Get Your Man.
What's going on here?
Jim, what are you doing in a soldier's suit? I thought you were Rita's new sweetheart.
But I'm also Captain Jim Stewart of the Texas Rangers.
Oh.
Whoa, what do you know? Can I buy you a drink?
Thanks. Say, wait a minute. That money, where did you get it?
Well, see you around, fellas.
Hold that man.
Oh, what's the matter with this money?
It was stolen by the Kinkajou.
The Kinkajou? Well, hiya, Kinky.
No, you can't pin that on me. I just got it from Roberto Ferguson, Rita's brother.
Rita's brother?
Sure.
Then he must be the Kinkajou.
Gosh, Jim, you can't arrest Rita's brother.
Oh, yes, I can. Are you with me, boys? When the Rangers come to town to settle up or settle down, they're in their heyday.
Because it's payday.
There's a bottle, laugh, a joke, a heck of a night, and then you're broke because tomorrow
we'll have to borrow.
We'll find this consolation when we haven't got a dime. Our job's a big vacation and a darn good time. We're all pals together, comrades, birds of a feather, rootin' pals, tootin' pals, scootin' pals, shootin' pals, in rain or sunshine. We stand for law here, that's what we're for here. And
when we're about, you'll hear them shout. You better look out for the Lone Star Rangers, Texas way.
We're all pals together, comrades, birds of a feather. Rootin' pals, tootin' pals, shootin' pals, shootin' pals in rain or sunshine.
We stand for law here, that's what we're for here. And when we're about, you'll hear them shout.
You better look out for the Lone Star Rangers, 'cause we're the Rangers, man to man.
And so the curtain falls on the first act of Rio Rita. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment. Meanwhile, just a reminder that 30 years ago this week, this coming Thursday, the guns were quieted along the Western Front. No one who experienced it can forget that first Armistice Day. So this is a week for remembrance of those who brought us victory in 1918, and of the other men and women who in the Second World War once more fought to preserve the things that make America free. Many of these men and women were railroaders. Some of them, the 30-odd thousand men of the military railway service, were soldier railroaders in foreign lands. They ran during the war period the railroads in 19 different countries located on 4 of the 5 great continents of the earth. Others of these railroad men served with other elements of the transportation corps of the Army and with the transport services of the Navy to provide the worldwide movement of men and material and supplies so essential to victory. Still other railroaders had no connection with transportation during the war. They were soldiers, sailors, airmen in the armed services of their country. Altogether, from the ranks of the railroads, there went into the armed services of the nation more than 350,000 men and women, an army in themselves. To them, and to the millions of other Americans who were in the service of the country in the 2 world wars, the nation owes the grateful remembrance of which this Armistice Week is a symbol. We return now to Rio Rita, starring Margot, Marion Hutton, Sweeney and March, and your host, Gordon MacRae.
Tonight I am giving big party on my patio. I am working out big plans in my mind when Dolly comes out of the house with many of my guests, all laughing and having one swell of a good time.
Good evening, General.
I am glad to see you all enjoy my party. Where is Rita? You see her, Dolly?
No, not since dinner time.
Ah, there is the musicians. Let's waltz, eh?
Oh, now you can't waltz to that music. That's the kinkajou they're playing, the new dance they've named in honor of that bold, bad bandit.
How do you do it, Dolly?
Well, the principle of the thing is, don't let your left hip know what your right hip is doing. Now you watch. Senor, when you do the kinkajou, you'll dance before you think you do. You clown around, you're feeling oh so lazy, for you know you're shouting whoops-a-daisy. First you feel a kink or two, but here's the kick for you. Your one desire is to acquire each movement of this dainty dance. 'Twill thrill you through. Oh, I know it will entrance you when you do the kinkajou.
When you do the kinkajou, you dance before you think you do.
You clown around, you're feeling oh so lazy, for you know you're shouting whoops-a-daisy.
First you feel a kinkajou, but here's the kick for you.
Your one desire is to acquire each movement of this dainty dance. Will thrill you through. Oh, I know it will entrance you when you do the kinkajou.
You are wonderful, my little dolly. Come, give your old friend a kiss, eh? Once more, the encore.
Hey, hey, take it easy, General. Your good conduct medal is sticking me.
Hey, just a minute, General Esteban. Don't forget, that's my wife.
Why, Chick, I didn't think you remembered.
Well, look, Dolly, I haven't told you the truth about us.
Well, what do you mean? We're married, aren't we?
Well, that's just it, honey. You heard about the secret society of the Poison Fang, haven't you?
No, but I got a sneaking hunch I'm gonna.
Huh? I'm an honorary member, baby, and honorary members aren't allowed to marry until they get permission from the head tiger.
Oh, they're not, huh? Well, who is the head tiger?
My lawyer, Ed Lovett.
Well, then let me at him. Where is he?
Looking for someone?
Who are you?
Your husband's lawyer, Ed Lovett.
So you're the...
Hey!
Hold that tiger!
Hey!
Hold that tiger!
Tiger, what is this? Chick, have you been lying to this lovely girl? Haven't you told her yet that you have another wife?
Another wife? You've got another wife, Chick Bean? Why, you bluebeard, you!
Oh, Dolly, that's just a 5 o'clock shadow.
Don't you touch me, Chick Bean. I want to be a real wife, not a member of a syndicate. Goodbye!
Dolly! Oh, you're not a lawyer, Ed. You're just a fight promoter. Now, Dolly's just as mad as hops. Now, you got to do something.
I already have. I talked to your first wife, Katie, on the phone, and she's coming down here.
Oh, no. Not her, not Katie. Haven't I got troubles enough?
Don't get all excited. She won't be here for 2 days.
Oh, that's just dandy. Gosh, funny the fuss they make about a little wedding. Just a few words mumbled in the church, and you're married.
Yeah, just a few words mumbled in your sleep, and you're divorced.
I get tired listening to these people argue, so when I see Rita coming into other end of patio, I hurry over to meet her.
Where is Jim, General Esteban? You said in the note you sent me that Jim wishes to see me.
I think perhaps he does wish to see you, but not here.
I'm going.
No, Rita, wait. I want to tell you something about your gringo friend.
I do not wish to hear it.
Get out of my way. General Esteban, I want to talk to you.
Go ahead.
A servant of yours entered my room and ransacked my bag.
In this town, we do not bother with the search warrant when we deal with a suspicious character, Captain Stewart.
Captain Stewart?
See, my Rita, your friend, he is captain of the Texas Rangers.
Jim, is this true?
Yes, Rita.
Listen, Captain Stewart, I have always prided myself that I am the good host. And since you are in my patio, I treat you like the guest. But if you do not leave in the 5 minutes...
What will you do?
I go to give the orders now to shoot you. Adios, senor.
Go, Jim, please.
I can't, Rita. I'm looking for someone.
Who?
I can't tell you yet. But remember, Rita, no matter what happens, I love you.
Oh, no, you mustn't, Jim, please. There are too many people. You mustn't make love to me.
Well, then let's waltz.
Waltz?
Yes. That way I can at least hold you in my arms.
Okay, let's waltz.
If you're in love, you'll waltz. To waltz is but to dream, for there's a simple charm that holds you arm in arm, a pair of smiling eyes that love and sympathize. You'll laugh and you'll forget your faults. If you're in love, you'll waltz.
You're right, my Jimmy. It's so wonderful in your arms. I could waltz forever.
Not forever, Rita. Remember, you promised someday that...
Yes. Someday I'm going to be your wife.
Oh, let me hold you closer, Rita.
My heart to heart will tell life's sweetest story. Hold me in your arms. Hold me in your arms, for there's a simple charm that holds you arm in arm. Smiling eyes that love and
When I come back onto the patio, I see Rita in Jim's arms again. But I am very cool when I say, Rita, I cannot see you made the fool of by a gringo.
How did he make the fool of me?
This gringo, he is after your brother.
I do not believe it.
Ask him.
Jim, is it true?
Yes, Rita, your brother is the kinkajou.
The kinkajou? Oh, now I know you make the silly jokes.
He make the love to you, my Rita, so it can help him to get your brother.
You lie.
I prove it to you. Captain Stewart, if you wish to catch the kinkajou, you better make the hurry, because he is getting ready to run away.
Where is he?
At his ranch.
Jim.
I'm sorry, Rita.
Jim!
What did I told you,
Let go of me.
Wait, Rita. Do you love him more than your brother?
No, I hate him. But I must keep him from taking Roberto.
Do not make the worry, my Rita. Roberto is safe.
Where is he?
Inside, in my private office.
Oh.
And Jim will never bother you again. My soldados will take care of him. Soldados! Shoot the gringo who is just leaving.
No.
Get out of their way, Rita.
No.
Fire, soldados, fire!
I will not let you. I will not let you.
Rita! You do love him. You forced the guns up so they couldn't shoot straight.
Jim! Oh, you have killed him. Jim! Oh, thank heaven.
Before we bring you the last act of Rio Rita, I'd like to point out that the 30 years since the armistice of November 11th, 1918, which brought to an end the hostilities of the First World War, have seen amazing developments in every department of life. And in no field have there been more new developments or greater progress than in the field of transportation. This is true of transportation on the highways, on the water, in the air, and on the rails. Between the end of the First World War and the beginning of the Second, the railroads of the United States spent an average of $500 million a year on the improvement of their plant and facilities. Much of the improvement was undramatic, straightening out curves, cutting down grades, putting in better signals or communications, improving shop machinery and practices, as well as building and buying new and better engines and cars. But when the great test of the Second World War came, these undramatic improvements, made and continued year after year, paid off for the nation. For despite all the other developments, and even after all the billions of public funds which had been spent on other ways of transportation, when emergency came, it was to its railroads that the nation turned. It was the railroads which carried 90% of the war freight and 97% of the organized military travel. And nothing has happened since the war which in any way diminishes the importance, indeed the absolute necessity, of maintaining in full force and vigor these railroads, which in time of peace are essential to commerce, and in time of war are vital to victory. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. Now back to Rio Rita, starring Margot, Marion Hutton, Sweeney, and March, and your host, Gordon MacRae.
A couple of days they go by, and I see no sign of Captain Jim Stewart. Meanwhile, I keep Roberto out of sight at the Club Esteban, which is the floating nightclub I own in the Rio Grande. By this time, I am so sick of the women that when I see a gringo dame coming up the gangplank, I make the quick duck. So when she speaks to the lawyer, the Senor Ed Lovett, I am happy. Because she is not so good looking anyways.
Pardon me. I'm looking for a gentleman by the name of Lovett. They told me at the hotel that he was here at the Club Esteban.
Madam, you have the honor to be speaking to that broad-shouldered, irresistible chap right now.
Oh, really? Well, I'm Mrs. Bean.
Oh, you're the first Mrs. Bean. In other words, you're the has-been.
Mr. Lovett, I am not going to let Chick put anything over on me.
Now, Mrs. Bean, I suggest that you make arrangements to collect alimony from Chick and then go back home.
I don't want alimony, Mr. Lovett. My uncle just died and left me $3 million.
What? How much?
In the neighborhood of $3 million.
That's my favorite neighborhood. Step right into my office. Tell me, my dear girl, why do you waste your time on a jerk like Chick Bean? Don't you know how beautiful you are? Don't you know you have charm? 3 million charms? Listen, Sugar, just what advice did your lawyer give you before you came down here?
He told me to say no to everything.
Sounds like a very wise man, baby. Do you mind if I put my arm around your waist?
No.
Baby, you and I are going to have a lot of fun. If you're on the level about this. Do you mind if I...
Oh, Chickie, dear, look who's here. Ed Lovett and some woman.
Yeah, isn't she a frump?
What?
Oh, good gosh, it's my wife.
What?
I mean my ex-wife. Hello, Katie. How are you? This is Dolly. My future, meet my past.
Well, my dear, you certainly know a good thing when somebody else has it. Ha, ha.
Ha, ha. Do you want him back?
No, you can have him.
Oh, thank you, Katie.
He's nothing but an insignificant little runt.
Oh, now, wait a minute. He may be a runt, but he's not insignificant.
Oh, thank you, Dolly.
Mrs. Bean, there's something I want to ask you.
Yes?
How would you like to see your name on my tombstone?
Oh, will you take good care of me?
And how? You don't realize how valuable you are to me.
Oh, am I really, Ed?
Oh, you certainly are. And it isn't the 3 million I'm thinking about either. I'd love you if you only had 2 million. Not as much, but very nearly.
What's that?
They're firing at somebody. Look, it's Jim Stewart. He's headed this way.
Rita. Where's Rita? I've got to see her.
Okay, Jim, we'll find her for you. Dolly, you wait here.
Oh, you're crazy, Jim, to risk your neck like this.
Well, that's the way it is, Dolly, when you fall in love.
Why don't you practice my philosophy?
Well, what is it?
Well, when things look darkest for me, I just keep singing. I'll spend my days chasing after sunshine. Someday one ray may steal through. Can't change my ways, always hoping sometime someone else may learn to care as I do. There's only one beneath the sun that I've ever found. If he would smile on me a while, 'twould change things all around. Until then, I'll spend my days chasing after sunshine, following the sun around.
I think you've got something there, Dolly.
Well, now you try it yourself and see how much better you feel.
I'll spend my days chasing after sunshine. Someday one ray may steal through. Can't change my ways, always hoping sometime someone else may learn to care as I do. There's only one beneath the sun that I've ever found. If she would smile on me a while, 'twould change things all around. Until then, I'll spend my days chasing after sunshine, following the sun
I listened to that song waiting for Rita to show up, and sure enough, she does. I have them all trapped now. So I begin to carry out my plans while they talk.
Jim, oh, Jim.
Rita, darling.
Jim, General Esteban has many soldiers here tonight. They will kill you. You must go quickly.
Not till you tell me you love me.
I love you, Jim.
Gonzalez, place your men at the gangways.
Oh, Jim, he knows you're here. They will catch you. You cannot get away.
I'm not licked yet, darling, and I've got an idea. Look, try and keep Esteban busy for a couple of minutes. I'll be right back.
Rita, have you seen the gringo? One of my men tell me they see him come aboard this barge.
Then why you do not ask your man where he is?
Because I am asking you.
Oh, you're hurting
Tell me, have you seen him? Tell me.
Take your hands off my sister, Esteban.
Take them off. You dare to take the pokes at me? Lopez, shoot this Roberto. He is the Kinkajou.
That is not so, Esteban.
It is so. If I say it is so, it is so. Shoot him, Lopez.
Hold it. You can't shoot that man.
Ah, the gringo. He shows himself. Shoot him too, Lopez.
I'd recall that order if I were you, Esteban.
You are telling me what to do, huh? I am the head man of this district. I do what I please.
You're not the head man of this district, General. You're in Texas now.
Texas?
That's right. I cut the cables, and this barge has drifted across the river. We're in Texas.
He is right. This is Texas, and here come the Rangers.
Don't try to get away, Roberto. You're under arrest.
So it was for this you came back. Oh, I despise you. I hate you more than ever.
Rita, let me explain.
Do not speak to me. Not now. Forever.
Esteban!
What you want, gringo?
I want you, General Esteban. You're under arrest.
Arrest me? You make the talk like the crazy one.
I don't think the judge will think I'm crazy, Esteban, when I show him the proof that you are the Kinkajou.
Jim, is this true?
Yes, Rita. Esteban is the Kinkajou. I had to pretend that I thought it was your brother in order to get the proof against him. Arrest him, men.
You cannot do this to me. No, it cannot be did. Not to me, General Romero Joselito.
What?
Well, maybe it can.
Come, men. Take him away.
We're all pals together.
Well, anyways, I get a nice horseback ride out of it. But I have fun. I fool you, all the time? You do not guess it was me who was the Kinkajou, Oh, you did, Okay. Well, they will not hold me long, because the courthouse where they take me is named Esteban Courthouse, and I am very familiar with the judge, who is my cousin, Pablo Esteban, Jr. And maybe I still win Rita, too, because you know who rides with me by my side, out of Rita's reach? Listen.
Oh, Rita, Senorita, goodbye, dear heart.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this is Gordon MacRae giving a special vote of thanks to our 4 guest stars this evening, Margot, Marion Hutton, and Sweeney and March, and to the other members of tonight's cast for their fine performance in our production of Rio Rito, which was adapted for radio by Ed Gardner. Well, next week, our star-studded show train will arrive on the same tracks and at the same time. On board will be Dorothy Kirsten, Lucille Norman, and Francis X. Bushman to join me in bringing you Rudolph Frimmel's famous Vagabond King, with our chorus under the direction of Norman Luboff and the music arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. it looks as though ready to pull out. So until next week, goodbye. And remember, during the coming week, as always, the American railroads will provide for you the dependable low-cost transportation which is so essential to the American way of living.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes the star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the great Broadway musical hit, Music in the Air, starring Gordon MacRae and his charming young guest star, Miss Jane Powell. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and the music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another top musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now here is our star, Gordon MacRae.
Thank you very much, Marvin Miller, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we have music by Jerome Kern and a story by Oscar Hammerstein II. And so we're ready for adventure, romance, and music in the air. Our curtain rises on the picturesque mountain village of Edendorf, deep in the Bavarian Alps, where I happen to be a school teacher named Carl Rader. A mighty lucky school teacher, too, because my sweetheart is the petite and charming motion picture star, Janie Powell.
Why, thank you, Carl.
Oh, you're welcome, Sieglinde. That's Janie's name in the story, Sieglinde. But you see, I'm sort of a bashful schoolmaster, more at home with a multiplication table than with a girl. And every time I see the beautiful Sieglinde, I don't know, I get a lump in my throat, so I can't really say the things I feel inside me. I remember one day I was coming up to Sieglinde's house to bring something to her father, Dr. Lessing.
Hello, Carl.
Oh, hello, Sieglinde.
Well, you should have told me you were coming to see me. I'd have been home sooner.
Well, you see, I didn't exactly come to see you.
Oh?
I came to see your father.
Well, if you'd rather see my father than see
no,
me,
Sieglinde, you don't understand. I mean, I always say the wrong thing when I'm close to you.
Oh, Carl. Carl, don't be bashful. Tell me what you're trying to say.
I hear music when I look at you, a beautiful theme of every dream I ever knew. Down deep in my heart, I hear it play. I feel it start, then melt away.
I hear music when I touch your hand, a beautiful melody from some enchanted land. Down deep in my heart, I hear it say, is this the day?
I alone have heard this lovely strain.
I alone have heard this glad refrain.
Must it be forever inside of me?
I
song is
Is that you?
Yes, Father.
I've finished the words, Dr. Lessing.
So soon. That's wonderful.
Carl, did you write words for one of Father's compositions?
Well, I hope what I've written is worthy of the greatest composer in Edendorf.
Oh, Carl, I am the greatest composer in Edendorf because I'm the only composer in Edendorf. Let me hear your lyric, Carl.
I'll be out in the kitchen.
No, Sieglinde, stay. I want you to hear this, too, because even though you don't know it, you helped me write the words.
Father, a song like this, it's not right to keep it to ourselves in our own little valley.
She's right, Dr. Lessing. You should have it published.
Oh, I am no businessman.
Look, I'm going to Munich next week with the walking club. And, Dr. Lessing, if you came with us...
I should walk to Munich 60 miles? You think I'm a schoolboy.
Oh, we'll take our time, a week or more.
I have not been there for 20 years. My old school friend, Ernst Mahler, is a music publisher in Munich.
Why, then you must come and give him the song. And Sieglinde must come to sing it for you.
Oh, please, Father. Please, huh?
Somehow I feel this is a wrong thing to do. It will bring sadness to us.
Well, how, Dr. Lessing? It can only make you famous.
Oh, it'll be a wonderful holiday for all of us.
There's a hill beyond the hill, beyond the hill, beyond the hill. If you live beyond the song, follow along, follow along. There's a dream beyond the dream, beyond the dream, beyond the dream. If your heart is young and gay. Beyond the hill, beyond the hill, beyond the hill. If your limbs are young and strong, follow along, follow along. There's a dream beyond the dream, beyond the dream, beyond the dream. If your heart is young and gay. Follow along, follow along, follow along, away!
Oh, my goodness. What have they done to Munich in the 20 years I've been away?
Oh, goodness, everyone's in such a hurry. And look, everyone looks so mad.
Well, that's the way it is with city life.
Ah, look. There is the sign, Mahler and Company, music publishers.
Well, shall we go in?
I wonder if my old friend Ernst will recognize me. It has been so long.
May I help you?
We'd like to see Mr. Mahler, please.
Well, he's very busy. You'll have to wait.
And you can take your play and your music.
Now, Frida, let's not have another scene.
Who's making a scene?
Oh, my goodness.
I'm leaving you, Mr. Mahler. I'm leaving your wretched little opera company.
May I introduce myself?
Walk out on me, Frida Hutsfield, and you'll never work in musical comedy again.
I have a dozen offers.
Excuse me. Are you really Frida Hutsfeld, the great star?
You see, Mr. Mahler, here's a young man who appreciates my talents.
I saw you once in The Chocolate Soldier. You were wonderful.
How sweet of you to say so.
It is not possible. You are Mr. Mahler?
Yes.
You look like Ernst, but you should be older. We went to school together.
You're thinking of my father. He's been dead 10 years.
Ernst is dead.
Yes.
My old friend.
Oh, don't be sad, Father. I'm sure young Mr. Mahler will listen to your composition.
You see, I have written a song, and my daughter has come to sing it for you.
Everyone in the world has written a song and expects me to publish it. I'm sorry, I can't be bothered.
You can't treat my father like this. He's a great composer.
Well, this is a fiery little one, isn't she?
Bruno Mahler.
Oh, run along. I'm going to listen to this little angel sing.
That finishes it. I'm through.
That's right. You're through.
Oh! Young man.
Yes?
How would you like to take me to dinner?
Me? Have dinner with the immortal Frida Hutsfeld?
Oh, what a nice way of putting it. Young man, you should write.
Well, I have done a few lyrics.
Oh? Well, perhaps you'll write something for me. Come, we'll discuss it at dinner. Carl!
Now, Mr. Marler, about the song.
Oh, yes, the song. Yes, I'll listen to it. And then, Dr. Lessing, perhaps you'll let me have dinner with your daughter.
Are you having a good time, Carl?
Yes. But I can't believe that this is really me having dinner with a famous star.
Oh, Carl, you're refreshing. And I'm very fond of you.
Are you really? Do you know what's been happening to me, Frida, while we walked in the park?
No, tell me, Carl.
I hear music when I look at you. A beautiful theme of every dream I ever knew. Down deep in my heart, I hear it play. I feel it start, then melt
Are you having a good time, Sieglinde?
Oh, it's been a glorious evening. And I'm so proud that you're going to publish my father's song.
How could I help it after the way you sang it? I wonder, can I persuade you to take Frida Hartsfield's place in my opera company? I'll make the theater goers love you as much as I do. Do you think you could be happy working with me?
Oh, yes, Mr. Mahler. Why, when we're together, I almost seem to hear music in the air.
I alone have heard this lovely strain. I alone have heard this glad
refrain. This is working out all wrong. I always thought that Carl and my Sieglinde, that they should sing their songs to each other, not to strangers. Oh, we never should have come here. We should have stayed in Edendorf.
Why can't I let you know the song my heart would sing?
that beautiful rhapsody of love and youth and spring.
The music is sweet, the words are true. The song is
We'll return to the second act of Music in the Air in a moment. But first, safety is the product of many things. It is the product of safe tools and equipment. It is the product of the observance of safe operating rules, whether it be the operation of a kitchen stove at home, or an automobile on the road, or a train on its track. Most important of all, perhaps, safety is the product of education in safe thinking and habits. For the greatest of all safety devices is a safe man. Nearly 40 years ago, the railroads undertook organized cooperative efforts toward the creation of safe habits of thought and action. Other industries and organizations did likewise. The National Safety Council, which this week is holding its 37th annual meeting, was formed as a central agency to work in the whole field. At the same time, industries carry on their own special programs of safety. On the railroads, this work is done both by the individual railroads and by the safety section of the Association of American Railroads. The result is a degree of safety on the railroads undreamed of when the program started. In 1948, fatalities to passengers in proportion to miles traveled were only 1/10 as many as in 1913, and the rate of injuries was only 1/5 what it was then. The number of casualties to employees was only 1/10 as great in proportion to the traffic moved in 1948 as it was 35 years earlier. Such a record, unequaled elsewhere in the transportation world, has been accomplished by years of organized and purposeful attention to safety. But safety is not something that can be achieved and then forgotten. So railroads and railroad men are keeping on with their work for safety through engineering, through enforcement, through education, in safe thinking and safe practice, all to the end that we shall have in the future railroad transportation even safer than it is today. here is Act Two of Music in the Air, starring Gordon MacRae as Carl Rader and his guest star Jane Powell as Sieglinde.
It's strange how people who love each other or think they do can suddenly drift apart. Back home at Edendorf, I had dreamed that someday Sieglinde would be mine. But at Munich with the glamorous Frida Hatzfeld at my arm, Sieglinde didn't seem nearly so important. And she was having the time of her life with that pompous impresario, Bruno Mahler, who had actually given her a starring part in his newest operetta.
Quiet now, quiet in the theater.
Oh, do I look all right, Mr. Mahler?
Oh, yes, my child, you look enchanting.
Oh, gosh. I'm so frightened, though, with all the lights and the people.
Do not be frightened. This is merely a dress rehearsal.
See it, pretty, my dove. I will be listening.
Well, thank you, Father.
All right, music.
A warm spring night was stirred by a breeze, and love was born. A moon in flight was caught in the trees, and love was born. A lark sang out, and through the mist a sigh became a sighing kiss, and two young lips were gently kissed, and two young hearts learned to fly. A shepherd boy awoke from a doze, and drew his horn. A friend came up and smiled on a rose, and love was born.
A lark sang out, and through the mist there came a sigh upon a sigh, and two young lips were gently kissed, and two young hearts learned to
A shepherd boy awoke from a doze, and blew his horn. The sun came up and smiled on a rose, and
Bravo, Sieglinde. Didn't she sing that beautifully, Mr. Mahler?
Yes, she sings magnificently. But I'm afraid she won't do.
What do you mean, sir?
Well, it's not enough to be able to sing. A star on musical comedy must know how to move, how to act, how to walk up on a stage as if she owned it.
But Sieglinde is a child. She will learn.
There isn't time enough. Oh, if I could only get Frida Hatzfeld.
I thought you hated her.
I do. I would give my arm not to be dependent upon her. But do you realize what makes her great? She's played every little town in Europe. She's been hissed and booed off stages. She's starved between jobs. But finally, after years of work, she's become Frida Hatzfeld, the famous prima donna. And so, my dear, it was wrong of me to expect you to take her place, a child who never saw a stage until a few weeks ago.
But I'm so ashamed.
Sieglinde? Oh, Sieglinde, what's wrong?
Carl. Oh, you tell him, Father.
Schoolmaster, have you seen Frida Hatzfeld? Do you know where she is?
Oh, yes.
Good.
At her hotel. She's packing her bag to go to Vienna.
Oh, I only hope I'm in time to stop her.
I don't understand. What's going on here?
They don't want me to play the part.
There,
They
child.
said I'm not good enough.
I'm sorry, Sieglinde. But we don't belong here. We belong in our own little village in Edendorf.
Now that you're tired of your Frida Hatzfeld, I suppose you want to go home,
Yes, Sieglinde.
Well, I don't know what to do. Oh, come, Father, please. Please, I want to get away from here.
But Sieglinde. Sieglinde.
We belong together, we're happy together, and life is a song. When we are together, we know we are where we belong. We belong together like birds of a feather, together we thrive. Little caring whether the rest of the world is alive. All alone, I'm only a hand we are together, we're happy together, and life is a song. When we are together, we know we are where we belong. Together, we know where we belong.
On the long, lonesome road back to Edendorf, I thought how much I hated all great cities and all prima donnas of musical comedy, because they had separated me from my Sieglinde. In Edendorf, I found her again, but we were farther apart than ever, until the day Sieglinde came running to her father with a big package wrapped in brown paper.
Father, look what came in the post.
From Munich.
What can it be? Oh, your song.
All printed and published.
Ah.
And a letter from Mr. Mahler.
Oh,
We are sending this all over the world. We expect to sell thousands of copies.
Oh, Father. Oh, congratulations.
You must not only congratulate me, my child. What about the man who wrote the words to the song?
I don't want to talk to Carl. He doesn't care anything about me.
Nonsense. The whole village is talking about how sad our schoolmaster is because you won't talk to him. He is so gloomy with his lessons, a whole generation is being depressed.
Well, we can't let that happen.
Of course not. Now take this music and show it to your car.
Carl!
Sieglinde.
Look, I have a present for you.
I've told every little star just how grand I think you are.
Why haven't I told you?
Look, it says music by Dr. Walter Lessing. Words by Carl Rader. Oh, it's your song, Carl.
Oh, no, my darling. You were the inspiration, both for your father and for me. Sieglinde, the song is you.
I alone have heard this lovely strain. I alone have heard this glad refrain. Must it be forever inside of me? Why can't I let it go? Why can't I let you know? Why can't I let you know the song my heart was sing? That beautiful rhapsody of love and youth and the spring. The music is sweet.
Powell will be back in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is Gordon MacRae with a word of thanks to our excellent supporting cast, Betty Lou Gerson, Jerome Cowan, Gigi Pearson, and Herb Butterfield, who played Dr. Lessing. Music in the Air, composed by Jerome Kern with book and lyrics by Oscar Hammerstein II, was adapted for radio by Lawrence and Lee. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by the American Railroads. These railroads are your hometown partners. They provide jobs for your neighbors. They buy supplies in your town. And they pay local taxes just as you and I. Thus, the railroads are more than just railroads. They are citizens, and mighty important citizens, in your own hometown. Now here again is lovely Jane Powell.
Oh, thanks, Gordon. Gee, it was fun making music in the air and music on the air.
Well, it's always fun to peek around a microphone and see you standing there, Janie.
Well, when you peek about a month from now, Gordon, you'll see me again.
That's right. We'll be back in old Heidelberg together for the Student Prince.
I've already got my passport.
And by the way, don't miss next week's Railroad Hour, Janie. We'll have Kenny Baker and Lucille Norman in one of America's favorite operettas, Blossom Time.
You know what? I'll have my head right inside that radio.
All aboard!
Well, good night, Janie. It looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so until next week, goodbye.
Music in the Air was presented by special arrangement with Tams Whitmark Music Library. Gordon MacRae is now being seen in the Warner Brothers Technicolor production, Look for the Silver Lining. Jane Powell appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Red Danube, starring Walter Pidgeon, Ethel Barrymore, and Peter Lawford. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. This is Marvin Miller saying goodbye until next week for the Association of American Railroads. And now keep tuned to your Monday night of music on NBC.
Christopher Lynch stars on The Voice of Firestone, coming up on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the hilarious musical hit George Abbott's Best Foot Forward, starring Betty Garrett, Eileen Wilson, and your host, Gordon MacRae, with Jerome Cowan, Bill Shirley, Alice Pierce, Gloria Wood, Joseph Kearns, and from the original Broadway cast, Gil Stratton, Jr. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music and Yes, tonight, another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we're going back to prep school tonight for the lighthearted musical hit Best Foot Forward. And we're coming on the campus just in time for the spring prom. We've got an all-star cast to sing the wonderful Hugh Martin, Ralph Blaine songs. So, are you all ready, gang?
Let's go!
What's the best school in the whole darn state of Pennsylvania? Buckle down, Winsocki, buckle down. You can win Winsocki if you knuckle down. If you break their necks, if you make them wrecks, you can break the hex, so buckle down. Knuckle down, Winsocki, knuckle down. You can win Winsocki if you buckle down. If you mow them down, if you go to town, you can wear the crown if you will only knuckle down.
Hey, that's the old fight, gang.
Hey, freshman, hurry up with those decorations.
Hey, we sure have to hurry, Greenie. The girls will be here any minute, and this place still looks like a basketball court.
Just think. Across this foul line will pass the most beautiful girls in Pennsylvania.
Hey, here comes the bus. Women! Well, come on, Greenie. What are you waiting for?
I'm afraid I've got a blind date.
Oh, that's tough. What does she look like?
Well, she's a girl. I hope.
All right, girls. This is the gymnasium where the dance will be held. I am at school. While you are our guests, I hope you will all enjoy yourselves within reasonable limits. Dismissed?
Hey, Minerva.
Hi, Dutch. We'll divvy her between us.
Oh, gee, fellas, I hate to put you to this trouble.
Oh, anything for a friend.
Three men on a date. We're men whose state's got the gate.
We'll each have a dance with Miss Joy, with California's real McCoy.
Three mates in a room. We're men whose states met their doom.
We're casting our lines for a fish.
wish for California's favorite dish. We can leave our studies in the hall, for tonight we're buddies of the fall. We can leave our flowers on the wall, for tonight we're buddies to them all. 3 men, 3 mates on a tear. We're men whose dates got the air. For one of California's great, we're 3 men on a day.
You can leave the key in your sedan, for tonight we have a better plan.
We can catch them now if catch we can.
For tonight we're Superman.
3 men, 3 pills on the march. We're men whose thrills lost their start. For one of California's great, we're 3 men on a day.
Just a minute, Bud. What about your regular girl, Helen Schlesinger?
Well, when I got this letter from Gail Joy, I wrote Helen I had the grip and told her not to come.
Well, you turned her name into the faculty, didn't you?
Well, sure.
Oh, then you're all set. Your girl isn't coming, so Gail Joy goes as Helen Schlesinger.
Well, people sure think Helen has rounded out a little.
Ah, we'll explain the whole thing to Miss Joy. She'll understand.
Yeah, come on, Bud. She must be lonely at the Eagle House.
Even eagles are lonely at the Eagle House.
Just a moment. Where are you boys going?
Why, just over to the Eagle House, Dr. Reber.
To help Bud Hooper pick up his date.
Who is your date, Hooper?
Helen Schlesinger, sir.
Well, why isn't she staying here with the rest of the girls?
Well, goodbye, Dr. Reber.
Answer my question. Come back here, boys. Come back.
See you later, Dr. Reber.
Yeah, so long.
Something very suspicious is going on here.
Hello, I'm Helen Schlesinger, and I'm looking
Helen
for...
Schlesinger. How does it happen you're staying unchaperoned in town?
But I'm not.
Well, young Hooper just went into the Eagle House to meet you.
Oh, it must be another Helen Schlesinger. Unless... Oh, dear. I just came down to cheer Bud up while he was sick. Golly, I guess I've got things all messed up again. Folks are true. I wish I had a clue or two. Where I stood, I thought I knew for sure. True or false, life was a never-ending war. Then it caught the summer sauce for good. Might have known it would. Every time my heart begins to dance, the world steps on my little toes. Every time I take a little chance, I pay right through my little nose. Every time I fly my little kite, it catches on a tree. Every time I throw an anchor out, it pulls me in the sea. Every time I feel a little glow, I always get a little shock. Every time I stick my little chin out, always get a little knock. And when I aim my arrows at the sun, they always miss their mark. Leaving just a lonely little lady in the dark. I'm just a lady in the dark.
With my face, that's good. Light is always working against me.
My date just played a dirty trick on me. He disappeared.
Well, I just played a dirty trick on my date. I showed up.
Bud Hoop is my fella. And by golly, I'm going to fight for him.
What a hotel, the Eagle House yet.
Now, Gail.
What am I doing in a broken down town like this just because your office says it's great publicity?
It is great publicity. Schoolboy invites movie star to senior prom. Why, it's Cinderella spelled backwards. It's great publicity. And who knows, your option wasn't picked up.
Nobody who doesn't live in Hollywood or Beverly Hills.
Well, don't be bitter. If you pull this off, every movie producer in Hollywood will be chasing you.
Naturally. But will they give me a job?
Why do you always have to look at the gloomy side of things?
Experience, chum. That silver lining ain't worth a plugged nickel.
You really like to sing the blues, don't you, lady?
It's my favorite color of necessity. Like a fish loves the ocean, like a chimney sweep loves his flues, like each bride with a wedding cake would love to take a cruise. That's how I love the blues. Like a cha-cha loves his candy, like an indigent housewife her stews, like reporters who need the cash would love to crash the news. That's how I love the blues. Like a squaw loves her papoose, like a hobo his caboose, like detectives I love their clues. I love the blues. Like a sailor loves tattoos, like a barber loves shampoos, like a decorator loves chartreuse. I love the blues. Like a star loves a close-up, like a practical joke or a ruse,
like a guy on a desert isle would love to smile on you.
Yes, that's how I love the blues. Like a dog loves his master, like the Pulitzer board loves to choose, like a crocodile loves to grin and wallow in his ooze. That's how I love the blues. That's how I love the blues. That's how I love the blues.
Oh, you can stop singing the blues, Gail. There's your date. Come in.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, 3 of them. Come in.
Thank you. My name's Bud Hooper, and these are my roommates, Dutch and Greenie.
How do you do? My name is Jack Haggerty. Love your school. Wonderful atmosphere. Reminds me of Yale.
Oh, did you go to Yale?
We made it once.
Made what?
A picture about Yale.
Oh.
You'll have to excuse Mr. Haggerty, boys. He's an agent.
Pardon me, Miss Joy, but I have to say something.
Oh, when you introduce me. Oh, don't let that worry you. My, but he's young, isn't he?
Well, I would be to you anyway.
What a lovely compliment.
Miss Joy, I don't know how to say it. Would you mind going to the prom as Helen Schlesinger?
As who?
Helen Schlesinger.
Oh, it must be a masquerade.
Huh?
By the way, who was she?
Helen Schlesinger? Why, she was the girl who outsmarted the British darling in 1776.
Oh, of course. How stupid of me.
Yeah, I think Bergman played her.
Well, maybe she did, but there's another one now. You see, Helen Schlesinger is the name I turned in.
Turned in where?
To the faculty so they could look up her past. Takes 2 weeks.
Look, you're not being initiated into a fraternity, are you? I mean, nobody's making you say these things, are they?
Oh, no, look. I got it all figured out. If you come to the dance as Helen Schlesinger, nobody will ever know you're Gail Joy.
Oh, well, that's just ducky. Why do you suppose I came all the way from California?
Hey, listen, you rover boy. Yes, come in.
Well, I hope I'm not intruding.
Helen, what are you doing here?
To think I believed in you. To think I came down here to give you such a wonderful surprise. I've been blind.
Can't you play that scene somewhere else?
But I have resources of my own, Bud Hooper, and you'll find there's no fury like a woman scorned.
Well,
boy, she's desperate.
Maybe we'd better skip the whole thing.
Not on your life. Look, kids, you get me into the places Helen's smacking the puss, and I'll do the rest. I came up here to get in the papers, and by gosh, I'll be queen of that prom before I'm through. Come on, kids, grab a wing. How about this? 3 dates?
Oh, boy.
3 men on a date. We're men whose states got the gate. With one of California's great. We're 3 men on a date.
With spring officially here and winter about over, we hope, the states which were struck by the unprecedented series of winter storms can begin to compute the cost. In that connection, the editor of the Topeka, Kansas Daily Capital discussed in a recent issue the cost of snow removal and the different ways in which the cost was met. Here in part is what the editor said, and I quote, "Clearing the highways and cutting through to isolated ranches was, of course, an essential operation. So was the haylift dropping of supplies, and no one will grumble because it cost the taxpayers a sizable sum. But," he went on to say, "the railroads did their own snow plowing, ice blasting, and ditch digging with their own equipment and at their own expense, while opening up the highways for the trucks was done by the government at the taxpayers' expense." End of quotation. This difference in who pays for snow removal is important, for it points up, as the Topeka Daily Capital put it, the striking contrast between the way government treats the railroads and the way it treats rival methods of transportation. We're ready for the second act of the George Abbott hit Best Foot Forward, starring Betty Garrett, Eileen Wilson, and your host, Gordon MacRae, with Jerome Cowan, Bill Shirley, Alice Pierce, Gloria Wood, Joseph Kearns, and Gil Stratton, Jr.
Okay, gals, pin on those corsages, and fellas, straighten up those bow ties. We're going to the big event of the year at Winsaki, the spring prom. Well, welcome to the prom, Miss Joy.
Oh, that music.
Yeah, isn't it great? You know, that orchestra came all the way from the Delaware Water Gap.
Well, it's still dripping. You know, it's all in the way you listen to it. I think it sounds wonderful.
Come on, Miss Joy. Let's dance.
My first promise at my first promise to dance the waltzes with you. I'll take chances with other dancers, but no one waltzes like you. From us.
that my first love.
Okay, Dutch, now it's my turn to dance with Miss Joy.
Hey, hands off, Greenie. This is my dance.
Boys, please, one at a time.
How do you like that? She's got 3 wolves after her, and I can't even find a coyote.
Excuse me.
Oh, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, you don't understand. I don't want to dance.
Oh, that's okay. But if you've got any influence with the stag line, tell them I'm a naturalized citizen.
No, I'm looking for Helen Schlesinger.
Oh, you mean the little girl in there with the mascara all over her chin?
Yeah, that's Helen, all right. She always cries dark. I gotta go in and see her.
Hey, wait a minute. You can't go in there. That's where the girls are staying.
It's an emergency.
Oh, I suspected this joint all along.
Helen? Helen!
Go away, Bud Hooper. I don't want to see you.
Oh, Helen, I gotta talk to you. You've been my ideal ever since we started in the 1st grade together. Why, Helen, I know you even better than I know biology. I haven't done so well in my studies since you and I have come to be buddies. You pop up in the strangest places, and at the strangest times your face is always appearing to disconcert me. Even in midterms, you won't desert me. Though it is sad, it's true. I've been majoring in YOU. I know you by heart. You are no more a mystery. I drew you in art, memorized you in history. You're on my mind at every lecture. What I designed in architecture, I bribe you in law, mapped you in navigation. You came and I saw, and I was a conquered nation. The marks are low upon my study chart, but I know you by
Oh, Bud.
Helen, I got 2 favors to ask of you.
Yes, Bud?
First, trust me. Second, go home.
I came here to go to this dance, Bud Hooper, and I'm going.
But you can't. There's one Helen Schlesinger in there already. She's Gail Joy, the movie star.
Oh, she is not. Yes, she is. I didn't recognize her without her sweater. Well, I'm going into that dance with or without you.
Helen, if you do, I'm a bigamist. Helen!
All right, everybody. Let's put some life into this party. No more slow music. Hit it. Bounce it.
Bop it.
I'm for that myself. Let's give the brush to Bach, Beethoven, and Brahms.
Well, girls, I don't go much for that no-haircut stuff myself.
Say, Miss Joy, maybe we have something in common.
If it's common, we've got it. I never want to hear Johann Sebastian Bach,
and I don't want to listen to Ludwig Beethoven, and I don't give a hoot for all Johannes Brahms. The bees we want are these.
The bees we want are these.
They're the barrel house, the boogie woogie and the blues. Yes, the barrel house, the boogie woogie and the blues. Oh, the barrel house makes a man of a mouse, and every boogie
they start to play the blues, you'll never ever choose to lose the blues.
You'll never choose to lose the blues.
Oh, the blues will really get you. And the barrel house is bound to upset you.
And the boogie-woogie beat will drive you straight to distraction. Even school professors get a solid reaction from the barrel house. I love the boogie 'cause it tickles just fine. I love the boogie 'cause it's fresh and it's fine. Just like a cigarette with modern design. That's why I love the boogie-woogie.
Yes, yes, ooh-ah-boo-bah.
It seems to knock the wind right out of my chest.
Ooh-ah-boo-bah.
It's so darn good it makes a fool of the rest.
Ooh-ah-boo-bah.
Just goes to show you that the boogie's the best. That's why